In the world of Radio Shock Jock, the biggest are Opie and Anthony.
These people say shocking things that border on offensive in order to entertain their audience.
I refuse to sit here and think that radio has to be nice. Why? Why does radio, out of any other medium, have to be nice? We are being now held to a standard where we have to be nice and make people feel good. Go screw!
Radio bad boys, Opie and Anthony.
Controversial radio personalities, Opie and Anthony.
Infamous DJs, Opie and Anthony.
Talk show radio hosts, Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Opie and Anthony.
Radio shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Shock jocks, Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony.
I want a pet a deer.
Go to a petting zoo, you dummy.
I want to pet a deer with brass knuckles. Clock him with brass knuckles.
Opie and Anthony.
This weekend, I went to a lesbian bar.
Are they making out and stuff?
Yeah, there was some making out.
What did it smell like when one of them burped?
An old tackle box.
Where entertainment is going? Larry King gets confused when Fran Drescher starts speaking Spanish.
The power of Christ compels you. She's speaking in tongues, ladies and gentlemen.
It's time for people to understand these are words. If you don't like them, turn the dial.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
We are live. There was a lot of speculation.
Why?
Will Opie and Anthony be live on April Fools?
Oh, of course we're live.
A little known fact about the Opie and Anthony show. This is the first live April Fool's show we have done
No way.
since 1998.
Are you kidding?
Since the famous mayor's prank that we did up there in Boston, Massachusetts. This will be the first April Fool's show we have done since then.
All right,
Live.
See if you get fired.
Oh, there was emails going back and forth all afternoon yesterday. A bit of a panic out there.
Bunch of panic.
What do you guys got planned for April Fools?
What are you going to do?
Let
We need
us
to
know.
review it. We need to review it.
Kind of funny, but a bunch of the April Fools since we did the big prank up there in Boston
Yeah.
fell on a weekend,
Yep.
and a bunch of them did not fall on a weekend, and we were told to take the day off over the years.
Yeah, over the years they wouldn't let us broadcast.
So, good morning, and April Fools to everybody.
Yeah. I'm not going to try to pull any shenanigans, as they say.
Or are we?
Or are we? Good morning. Good morning.
Phone number 877-212-08. Also want to say good morning to Mert Snort.
Some Mert Snort.
I've been saying Mert Snort all night long.
Snort stinks.
I'm Mert Snort. Linger longer, please. And we got the boys back from WrestleMania.
Yeah, thank God. I don't know how we made it through a day.
A day, 2
without-
days.
2 days. Oh, was it 2? Who knows?
You didn't even notice. That's
Salmon.
wonderful, Anthony.
E-Rock.
That's wonderful.
The hell knows where they are, what they do. We did a show. So it came off great.
True.
I think we could just toss those two guys.
True. And then they could write horrible articles about us.
Right.
It'll be
Us. Hey, I got no problem with the guy.
Oh, that's true.
Seemed to be fine with me.
I hear I do.
I hear you might have a little problem.
I haven't read it.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
wait till you read it.
it's
Did he really badmouth me, that jerk off?
He certainly did.
It's Rick Delgado, the old producer. You gonna badmouth me, you prick? When I saw you in California, we had a nice lunch together. Hey, how are you? We went out and ate. You jerk off. I
Yeah.
didn't even read it.
Well,
Why? Why, Rick? Never had a bad word to say about you. Why?
yeah, our old producer just...
because you suck on the show.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
a
you-
funny guy, but you suck on the radio
You
show.
screw the show up.
Yeah.
Opie is a douche
Yeah.
who needs to pretty much be sexually assaulted
Just
in
picture-
the worst way possible for a man.
Yeah, just picture some kind of shower scene.
Yeah, yeah.
Prison shower scene.
And me, I'm a comedic genius. So, I don't think I really have a problem.
Well, because you hate confrontation, you ass.
No.
You have admitted on this show that you hate confrontation.
I'm beloved.
You avoid all confrontation, hence everyone thinks you smell like roses.
I am beloved.
Because your daddy and mommy fought
right
when you were a child. You hate confrontation.
Yes.
But guess what? It helps you with your career because no one has a bad word to say about you.
I should be a politician.
This douchebag. Are you allowed to say that? I don't know.
You should be.
Yeah.
Not allowed to say that one?
I don't think
this douche
part.
This douche. And that douche, Chauncey Hayden, just obsessed with the Opie and Anthony show.
Totally. Because,
just continues to write bad articles about the Opie and Anthony show.
I think it's
just
buddy Howie threw him out.
obsessed. I don't even know if Howie likes him anymore.
I think that's why. I think his buddy Howie threw him out or something. And
yeah, well, it's what is it? It's an upcoming issue of Stepping Out magazine. They put Rick on the cover, and Rick is a bit pissed off. For what reason, I don't even know.
Who knows?
Be quite honest with you. But what does he say? What does he say here? I didn't even know we were going to do this. But how do you want to? Well, I have to read the whole article now.
Yeah, you got to kind of read. Well, at least the parts about us.
All right. God. All right. On St. Pat's sex scandal. We're all over the ball field here. I apologize. We'll get this back on track.
This is his take. He was asked certain questions about certain events during his tenure as producer of our program.
Right.
And he answered these questions that Chauncey threw out at him, knowing he was just baiting him.
Right.
Chauncey Hayden is an ass. He's pretty much a failed writer. He's gone nowhere over the years. He's been with this crappy little rag magazine that
you pick up for free at bars
pick up
and
for
restaurants.
free. It's all he's done his whole career. He doesn't even try to get both sides of his story. Did he try contacting us about this?
Of course not.
No, because we would have said, here's the deal with Rick,
no.
and here's why he's so bitter with everything.
No, I would have said, go F yourself, Chauncey.
Well, of course.
We'll talk about it on our radio show, which reaches a hell of a lot more people than your dumb magazine.
But I probably would have talked to him because we're probably friends, because I'm beloved.
Because you don't like confrontation.
I never said I don't like confrontation, Opie.
Don't get me started. We're going to have to fist fight again.
Where's Rick to break it up? Break up the fisticuffs that we're always happening.
Well, there's a lot of people that wonder why Rick wasn't brought along when we made our big comeback in radio.
Yeah.
And it's as simple as this. He wanted to be a star in his own right. He did not want to be a producer.
Yeah.
And we did not want to deal with that anymore. So we had to move on. You want a producer that wants to stay pretty much for the most part behind the scenes and work on a radio show. He did not want that. His goal was to get his own radio show. So when we had the opportunity to build a whole brand new staff when we came back to radio, we moved on from him.
Uh-huh.
Plus, he had a pretty good gig. He was working for Preston and Steve down there in Philly, which is a well-known radio show.
Yeah.
So it's like, look, you're doing okay. We're moving on. We don't need you. Simple as that. That's how it went down. But the stuff he says about me is just completely ridiculous. I don't even know what to tell you. On St. Pat's sex scandal, according to this article, you offended people all over the world with your St. Patrick Cathedral sexcapade.
Yeah.
First of all, it was a bit Ant and I came up with jointly based on a magazine article that we read in our office one day.
Right.
And Rick had nothing to do with it.
What the hell?
He was just the producer of the show that came up with the idea.
Yeah.
Doesn't that go beyond just doing your job when so many are outraged by something you created? That's BS. Are people really offended by it? This is how Rick answers it. How can a few people decide for everyone else what is offensive? I find that effing offensive. I don't want people representing how I should feel. Just like Reverend Al Sharpton, here's an unelected guy who gets offended by everything. So I can't say the N-word because of my skin color? Seems like someone listens to our radio show, by the way.
Yeah.
To me, that's offensive and racist. Think about it. Here's a black guy who says you can't use certain words to describe black people if you're not black. You'll never win that argument. I know that, but somebody has to say it. Nobody ever says to Reverend Al Sharpton, hey, effer, you can't say S about white people. How about that?
Wow.
But,
can I interject? There's nothing worse than a dummy trying to sound socially poignant. Shut your face.
Stop trying to sound bright. You're not tearing the walls down on racial stereotypes. You're not kicking the doors in.
Yeah.
It's trite nonsense. Wow, Al Sharpton can say the N-word and you can't. How deep of you, Rick. But what, do you want to do a contest for that? You throw muffins at somebody while they said it? Shut your mouth.
But nobody will say that to him. He gets a free pass. Brian Florence, who, along with his wife, was busted inside St. Pat's Cathedral for having sex, died unexpectedly of a heart attack.
How did it happen? I was just having sex with him.
Some say the stress of the publicity is what killed him. How does that make you feel, Rick? Well, he was due to go to court right before he died. It was almost like God saying, you know what? I'll take care of this one.
That kid still got it.
Yeah, he certainly does.
What?
What the who the?
I don't think God would take out, a person for having sex in a church, you dummy.
Well, he apparently did.
I don't mind that. I just prefer a better joke there. I said,
Yeah.
I'll take care of this one. I kind of smiled into the phone when he said it. I'll take care of this one.
Without getting into it, the guy had a lot of personal issues going on that had nothing to do with the whole Sex for Sam thing that went on back in the day.
Might have been his drug-using history.
Well, you know what? I'll take care of this one, and he took care of it. However, all the radio people I talk about the St. Patrick's incident and the tsunami song have patted me on the back. Why are they pat? See, this is why we did not want him when we came back to radio.
Exactly.
It's all about Rick. Everyone was patting me on the back. Why were they patting you on the back? You were a dumb producer behind the scenes, you idiot.
Probably while his head bobbed up and down in their laps. Attaboy. Attaboy. A little deeper. Attaboy.
They all say, dude, you got effed. They all work in the industry, and they admire I did something they couldn't do themselves for fear of losing their jobs. On Opie and Anthony, this is where it gets really, really interesting. Your former radio pals, Opie and Anthony, are making millions today on both XM and terrestrial radio. Why are they working and you're not? First of all, the St. Pat's incident is coming up on 6 years this summer. In that time...
Is it 6?
Yeah. 2002, right?
2000, August of 2000.
So it's about 5.5 years ago. Mm-hmm. Within the last 5.5 years, our old producer, Rick, had a job for the most part, for most of that time. So it says, your former radio pals, Opie and Anthony, are making millions today on both XM and terrestrial radio. Why are they working and you're not? That's the SE part. Everybody gets paid except for me. Rick forgets that when we all got fired for the St. Pat's incident, he got paid for 4 or 5 months. And shortly after that, if not during that time, he got his next radio gig, which was with Preston and Steve.
Right.
He's friends with Preston. Or Steve, one of them. Steve, I think.
Yeah.
And then after that, he went right from Philly to work here in New York City at Hot 97. Where in there was he not getting paid? And then he got fired for the tsunami song. He took a few months off. And then he got another gig in San Francisco. Rick, where were you not getting paid? He wants to get paid now because he blew up his radio career?
Wasn't getting paid from us, I guess.
The guys whose names are on the shingle are protected because they're bringing in the ad dollars. But to be honest, O&A aren't bringing in any ad dollars these days. Really?
Really, Rick? When do you get to look at the books for XM and for CBS? When do you get to look at that? Did they take you up there and give you a personal look at what this show bills?
You're privy to that information, are you? Are you?
That right there, any writer that's worth a crap, which that douche isn't, would have said, oh, where'd you get this information? Or then would have gone and tried to find the information so he could print it out. But Chauncey isn't about that. Chauncey's about just trying to make a little sensation for himself.
And to make Howie happy.
Yeah.
His whole gig in life is to try to make Howie happy.
Right.
So where'd you get that info from, Rick?
Yeah.
Where? You can call our show right now. Tell me where you got that info from. We're not bringing in the ad dollars. Really? The info I got, I hear we're doing just fine.
I certainly heard we're doing very well.
The only guys in radio who bring in big ad dollars are Howard Stern and Imus.
Right.
That is completely false.
Really?
The fact is, there was an article about satellite radio, and the ad dollars are not doing too well in in satellite radio, where Howard is exclusively heard at this point.
Yeah.
He's not bringing in ad dollars, Rick. And Imus, if you know anything about this business, it's turning out that Citadel made a horrible deal to bring Imus on board.
Mm-hmm.
And then he writes, nobody else comes close. You helped make them millionaires, and in return, you got fired. Rick Delgado did not help us make millions.
He's baiting him with those questions, is what he does.
Anthony and the chemistry that is Anthony and I made us millions. We could have had a monkey producing our radio show, especially back then.
Could have.
And right.
We could have.
And we still would have been just fine. How did he make us millionaires? I would love to know that.
I know.
This dope forgets that, first of all, I brought him on board in radio. He didn't have a radio gig. I helped him get his first radio gig at BAB. Then he moved down to West Palm Beach, Florida, and he wanted to move back to New York because he had a fiance. And I said, you know what, don't move back until you have a gig. He didn't listen to me. He moved back to New York, and he was out of work, of course. And then we kind of felt sorry for him at the time because he wasn't a producer, so we brought him on board.
Right.
And we developed him. We developed him as a producer. Got him an unbelievable salary.
Unbelievable.
When we moved, when we were at NEW here in New York, the bosses wanted to fire him because they didn't think he was a good producer. Anthony and I walked out that day to save his gig. He forgets all this stuff.
Yeah, we actually left the show and said, we're not going to get on the show. We're not going to do the show until Rick is brought back and this controversy is over and there's no threats to his job.
Right.
We said that. We walked off the show for him.
And then in the end, I think he was the first producer in the history of radio that got an agent, hence why we didn't really want him when we came back to regular radio. And guess who the agent is? Our agent!
Right.
You ungrateful F? You helped them. You helped make them millionaires, and in return, you got fired. Right. I thought they would have my back. We had his back. He was getting paid for 4 or 5 months. And I talked to someone at CBS yesterday about this.
Yeah.
They go, this guy was getting, he was pretty much overpaid.
Huge.
He was making more money as a producer than anyone else in the company.
He was making a huge amount of money.
I thought they would have my back. I learned early on that one of those two people had my back and one of them didn't. Rick, Anthony didn't have your back either. He could give a flying F about you and your dumb career.
Well, look, if he wants to say I had his back, who's to argue?
And you know that. Ant just doesn't like confrontation. How did he have your back, Rick? Was he paying your bills, you dope?
Well, you know, I was there for him.
You want to fight? We're going to fight.
Let's go. Fisticuffs.
I know you've been
Where's
working out in the
Rick?
gym, but I'm ready too, bro. I've been doing a lot of core training lately. You're done, man. You better get Steven here to get in between our
I had to get between them and break up fisticuffs.
Wait till you get to that part.
One in the back.
Yes.
I sure am a lucky boy.
Yeah.
When fists were flying, I make sure I'm in the room.
So one of us, so you had his back and I didn't. I don't know what I was supposed to do. We all got fired. We were all getting paid. And then he moved on to Philly and got another gig based on our radio show.
Yeah. I pretty much had my back. That was pretty much who I was. I was taking care of numero uno.
Who didn't have your back? And this is where it gets interesting. Long pause. Make sure you get dramatic. And then he says, who do you think? Opie.
Who do you think?
Who do you think? Opie. Really? The guy that brought you to radio. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't have your back. You would think those guys are friends, but they're not. And then Chauncey writes, asks, what do you mean?
Whatever do you mean by that, Rick?
And this is the best part of the article, which actually made me laugh. Let's just say I got in between them more than a couple of times. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about fists being thrown. All this off the air.
Now, I will go on record as saying me and Ope did have a few tiffs before the program, but we were professionals, so we got on the air and did the show. They never even came close to fists being thrown in in our office, in the hall, on the way, in the studio. It just never happened.
Yeah,
and Rick never had to intervene in any of those discussions that we were having.
We've been doing this show for 13 years, something like that, maybe 14 coming up this summer. If we truly hated each other, why would we still be doing this radio show together? I certainly could do another type of radio show. Anthony certainly could do another type of radio show, and we'd both be quite successful. As successful as we are now, probably not, but enough to make a fine living.
Sure.
And after 13 years, of course...
Put it that way, I'm leaving.
After 13 years, of course, we've had our problems, just like any other relationship. But to say that we've actually fought...
That Rick had to break up like fights that were coming to fists. There was never any throwing of fists. Oh,
all this off the air, Anthony.
Yeah, of course.
What do they fight about? Just catty BS. It was usually about someone's girlfriend coming in, or it was over someone playing a video game instead of prepping for the show.
Who was that? Opie was constantly playing video games.
Yeah, man.
When he should have been prepping for the show.
It's nonsense. Neither one of you preps for the show.
Of course. Of course.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ruin the show, Rick.
And that, you're ruining the show. And that, we were doing afternoons.
Yeah.
So we would come in a hell of a lot earlier than we do now. Like now, we come in about an hour before the show and go through all the newspapers and websites and get everything together and do whatever prep we do for the show. Back then, we'd get in at about noon for a 3 o'clock show.
And know why? Because we hated our freaking personal lives.
Of course.
The one I had with your sister!
A little conflict of interest there.
Thank God the Delgados are out of my effing life.
Well, not exactly out. Still writing stuff about you.
Oh, really?
So I would get on the computer and play video games. It wasn't a problem. That was part of, like, the hanging out with everybody in the office thing. When you got 3 hours before the show, you're not going to start prepping 3 hours before the show. So I'd get on there, drink a few beers with the lunatic alcoholic Ben, and play video games. That wasn't a problem. It was, and then I talk about the games on the air. It was good for breaks.
It was more of a like a social atmosphere. We were hanging. I would look at websites, and I was actually like hanging Britney Spears posters, all that crap back then. Anthony was like playing video games, but it led to us just kind of talking about what we want to do that day.
Yeah,
this guy is full of it. It's just amazing that someone like this could just get an article printed like this, and there's no accountability whatsoever.
Because of Chauncey Douche Hayden.
We'll do part 2 of this article after the break.
Oh, tease.
Well, because he gets into what he really thinks of me. And he had a chance to say this to my face, and he knows that.
We were right down on the street in front of this very building probably a couple of months ago, and not an inkling that he was going to say any of this. Never said it to your face, that's for sure.
No.
Wouldn't say it to mine because I'm so beloved.
Well, because people are scared to say it to my face. He says that, but he says he's not. But he was on the sidewalk in front of us trying to get a gig at this radio station we work for.
Yep.
Because he used to work for the PD that has since been fired. We'll do part 2 of this article as an old producer is a bit jealous of our success. A lot of people seem to be a bit jealous of our success and love to take their shots. We'll get into the juicy stuff. I mean, it's really, really juicy. And what do you think's of Jim Norton?
Ooh, is it good?
Oh, it's not good, Jimmy.
Not very
And
good.
Anthony, did you know that we broke up his marriage? Did you know that when he was taking pictures of naked girls, most of them were pigs, and he didn't enjoy that?
Really?
Oh, boy.
Oh, what is this?
Hey, Rick, if you want to play, I have more dirt on you than anybody in my life. If you want to play, we're going to play. It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
Shock Jocks, Opie and Anthony.
Shock Jocks.
Opie and Anthony.
Shock Jocks.
Opie and Anthony.
A big good morning to everybody, including Mert Snort.
Good morning.
Where are you, Mert? Hope you're doing well. Phone number 877-212-ONA. Don't forget about the fine rundowns on ONARadio.com. Stephen S. from Bayshore does a great job with that.
Steve rules.
And if we don't plug it every other day, he starts yelling at me through the instant feedback stuff.
Does he?
Oh, my God. What about ONARadio.com? What about the rundown? People are telling me that they read them.
People are saying.
Where's the rest of the article? Hey, it is April Fool's, and a lot of people are a little nervous that we're on the air for the first time in 10 years for April Fool's.
That amazes me. That it's been that long since they've allowed us on the air on April Fool.
Yeah. One of the things we want to do today, we're being heard in a lot of cities.
Yeah.
I want to know what your local radio station is doing for April Fool's today.
Yes. What the hell are these hacks up to today?
We'll start with Scott and Todd here in New York City.
Yeah.
This is what they have to say about April Fool's today.
This, in case you are a new listener, you're a brand new listener here on our show.
What happens to old DJs, man? They lose their teeth.
Let me tell you.
What's that about?
Where's the DJs?
Probably all his facelifts.
All his facelifts?
Let me tell you. A lot of radios, peepers. What was that?
I haven't heard Scott in a long time. Man.
Wow, he doesn't even sound. He doesn't sound like he used to at all.
He also does the voiceovers for Hannity's show, and sometimes he tries to say some of those political names, and it's horrible.
Doesn't get over his dentures.
Yeah.
He's got to have dentures, but he's got dentures.
That smells like Efferdent.
Efferdent.
This, in case you are a new listener, you're a brand new listener here on our show, we don't do April Fool's Day. Not anymore. No.
Is it against your religion? Is that why you don't do it?
Shut up, the hole.
There comes the hole.
Who's the hole?
There comes the hole.
Patty Steele.
Oh, is there a problem there? Okay.
Hi, Patty. How are you?
Hi, Patty.
I'm actually friends with your husband now.
Don't.
I love Patty Steele.
Things happen over the years, and things change.
I'm sorry we said all those
she's a
things about you.
talented woman in radio. That's all I'm saying. Bunch of phonies we are.
At this point, we can't go anywhere. There's always someone we run into that hates us.
Yes, he knows his radio. Yeah. He sounds like an old man, like really bad.
He sounds like he's our sheriff.
Yeah, the sheriff isn't.
He looks like a Halloween mask.
Yeah, he does.
Hey, Jimmy, don't be funny, you know.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, you ruined the show.
Hey, just ruined the show there.
Easy, sorry, Rick.
Against your religion? Is that why you don't do it? Or?
I don't believe it's a question of religiosity.
It's just bored with it?
Well, it's just a little corny.
It's corny. Passe.
You know, it's more of a third grade sort of thing.
Well, see, Scott and Todd did an April Fool's prank every single year.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And rock, sell them out. Come on.
To take you inside.
You used to work for those fags.
To take you inside radio, a lot of radio companies pretty much have banned April Fool's pranks because it gets people in trouble.
Yep.
And so they can't say that, so they have to go on the radio and kind of spin it another way.
Also would like to take responsibility for that.
Yeah. Well,
the banning of April Fool's pranks.
And there's people who try to do it in radio, and sometimes you'll read about them in the news. Hey, let's tell you about these guys at Omaha, what they did. They said the mayor was killed in a car accident today.
Omaha.
Yeah, see, the problem is a lot of those things, not so funny.
No, right.
And it really doesn't take a lot of skill to go on the radio and tell you that the Lincoln Tunnel has been blown up or shut down or whatever people ride.
Okay, you need to stop saying that in case someone just tunes in.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
keep things all in the up and up.
Keep it safe, everybody. Keep it safe. So, Iraq.
First of all, can I just address something? And we've done this before, and it's ancient history, but I have to address it because they just did.
Yeah.
The reason we said that the mayor was dead all those years ago,
10 years ago today,
was to show how ridiculous April Fool's gags were. It wasn't that we seriously wanted to get on and do something like that. It's exactly what this idiot is saying, that they're stupid. We weren't going on really going, hey, this is going to be a great April Fool's gag. It was to point out how ridiculous April Fool's gags are on the radio because they're so hacky. So we just went above and beyond ridiculous with that gag. But everybody thinks we actually were doing an April Fool's gag,
right?
For the sake of doing one.
Yeah, that was our our whole agenda that day.
Yeah.
And Scott and Todd, they've done a million hacky April Fool's Day pranks, including
talking without my teeth in.
Right.
That's what I'm doing this year.
Maybe that's their April Fool's prank.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, take out your teeth today and just talk.
Do the whole show without my choppers in. Here's how you guys do my dentures.
Welcome.
I'm going to leave here in a glass of water by the console. You old doddering fool.
You should be working in a ghost town out west.
Hey,
partner.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your hands and feet in the car at all times and get ready for the wildest ride this side of the Pecos. It's the lightning train. Big thunder lightning.
Yuck.
What a tool.
His face looks like it was sculpted out of rock.
Doesn't it?
Awful looking man.
It's worse than the Lionel Richie big clay head from the Hello video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here we go. Back to the article that Rick Delgado, our old producer, decided to be a part of.
Do you have the cover picture? I have to see the photo on the cover.
Yeah, he's
It's Rick nude.
Pretty much Rick nude with a nun.
A nun.
Because he's still trying to capitalize on our Sex for Sam thing.
Of course.
That's hilarious.
He's edgy, this kid.
He's cutting edge, too, like right there, right with the times. Yeah, he's with a nun, and they're simulating sex.
Yeah, that's
on the cover.
That's terrific.
Oh, please, can I see that?
Oh, please. Where's a picture? Show James.
This dope doesn't understand that this one article will destroy his radio career. Will destroy his radio career.
What was left?
What was left of it?
Most people burn bridges after they cross them.
That's how stupid this guy is.
He just flames those bridges that lay right in front of him.
All right, so moving on with the article that he wrote about us with Chauncey Hayden. Stupid Chauncey Hayden. Remember when Chauncey Hayden interviewed us when we didn't know any better?
Oh, God, he was kissing our ass. He was bashing Howard. It was, you guys are the next generation. You guys rule. Nothing but praise and compliments. And then, he turns around. He's one of the most phony, backstabbing asses in the city. He's known to just be like a douche. Mm-hmm. Nobody really likes or respects this guy at all. He just stabs people in the back constantly.
So we were in the middle of this before the break. What do they fight about? Because, see, Rick says that Ant and I hate each other.
There's a deep hatred.
A deep hatred.
Yeah.
And, we did. What do they fight about? Just catty BS. It was usually about someone's girlfriend coming in, or it was over someone playing a video game instead of prepping for the show. And then he continues, Opie just kept effing with the show when it was working fine. Really?
Huh?
How was I effing with the show? Why don't you explain that?
What happened?
When we left regular radio, we were number one across the board in all male demos. We were syndicated across America. So maybe I was onto something by continually effing with the show, you idiot!
Yeah.
Now there are all these new people on the show that aren't needed. It worked fine when it was just the Opie and Anthony show. What do you think of Opie?
Oh, boy.
Now, remember, here is a guy that was a bar DJ when I met him. I got him his first gig at BAB out there on Long Island.
Yeah.
I helped him get his gig in West Palm Beach, Florida. When he got fired and had nowhere to go, Anthony and I hired him, even though he didn't really know how to produce a radio show yet.
Right.
And then we helped him become a really good producer, because a lot of people know that that's kind of my forte. I know how to produce. Mm-hmm. But I also want to, I'll admit it, I'd rather be on the air than produce. Hence the Opie and Anthony show and hiring producers.
Yeah.
So we developed him as a producer. NEW did not like the job Rick was doing. They wanted to fire Rick. Anthony and I walked out of NEW one day. For the old listeners, that was one of those days where you tuned in the dial and went, well, they didn't say they were taking a day off today, because all hell was breaking loose and we were sticking up for our guy.
Right.
We also got him an amazing salary, which was admitted to me yesterday when I was talking to CBS, that he was way overpaid for what he was doing.
Yeah.
Okay? Then, when it was obvious that he wanted to be a star himself and he didn't really want to produce a radio show, we helped him get an agent. That would be our agent.
Super Agent Bob Eatman.
Right. What do you think of Opie? Look.
How could this be good, by the way, after that?
Right.
I know. It's like, just stop, stupid Chauncey.
But it's just amazing. You know, suck it up. And then he talks about in this article how he got effed. He didn't get paid. He did get paid. He didn't miss a paycheck for the most part in the last 5.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of Opie? Look, Opie's a douche, and no one likes him. But nobody will tell that to his face because he is in a position of power over them, except for Ant. He hates anyone with talent and despises listeners. I despise the listeners. Really?
Despised.
Really, Rick? Why don't you explain some of this stuff? And as far as no one is brave enough to say it to my face, like Anthony brought up before the break, we walked out of this radio station, I think it was late summer, early fall, and there's Rick on the sidewalk.
Yep.
Me, Anthony, Rick staring at both of us. He didn't say a peep. He didn't say a word.
No.
He goes, yeah, hey, what's up, guys? Long time no see. It was cordial. It was friendly. He goes, I'm going upstairs. I'm trying to get a gig at the station because, my old boss is now the PD. I'm like, well, good luck to you. It was simple as that. Simple as that. He had the chance to say it to my face.
And nothing.
And did nothing about it. And then this is wonderful after everything I've done for his career. I just hope he gets, can I say this?
Well, you could say it in a certain way.
I just hope he gets...
what happens to you in prison?
Yeah, in a shower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, forcefully, Jimmy.
He wants you to be pretty much raped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then raped so bad that I will blank... can I say blank?
Wait.
What?
I don't know.
See,
I'm just ruining things.
Well, it doesn't really make sense either. It's like he wants you to, when you have to use the bathroom, he wants nothing but water.
Right.
To end up in the toilet.
No, that's wonderful. Wonderful, Rick. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
And then he has to write, is that so much to ask?
That's some pretty deep hatred.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
What do you think of their sidekick, Jim Norton? This is what lovely Rick Delgado
I bet you
has to
this is
say.
going to be good.
Yeah.
I have a good feeling about this.
Yeah.
I think he's awesome and talented.
Oh, there you go.
Good boy, Rick.
I also think he hurts the show. How so?
Started good.
How so? Jim's a comic. That's what he does. He's incredible at it. But Anthony's a comedic genius in terms of his brain and how he incorporates his impressions into the show.
This is the part of the interview that I think Rick finally hits the nail on the head and is accurate.
Yeah.
And I think Chauncey's reporting here pretty accurate.
You want to fight?
Huh? What?
You want to fight? I was at the gym yesterday. We're going to have to fight again.
I didn't want to fight. I'm just pointing out certain parts of an article. You have to really weigh how the article goes.
Unfortunately, Anthony's comedic genius gets pushed aside because Jim is funny as well. But for the opine, I guess he's calling me opine now. What does opine mean?
I don't know what that means.
Opine and Anthony's show to work, it has to be just opine and Anthony. What does opine... Oh, by the way, before we just kind of move on from that, Jim Norton was the missing piece of this whole show.
Right.
Ant and I were doing very well on our own, but when Jimmy came aboard, we exploded and brought so much to the show, I can't even tell you. All the comedians that you know and love, Jimmy brought them all to us. We hated comedians before we started having Jim Norton on this radio show. Couldn't stand them, would avoid them at all costs. When we were working in Boston, the comedy connection would come to us, hey, we got blah, blah, and we want them to do your show. We're like, comedians suck on the radio. Jim made us see it another way, and it's a huge piece.
I like that, but I don't really like how he interrupts my comedic genius.
Well, I don't mean to.
Shut up.
You're right. And hold on, Opine. Let me just say, this is my problem with what he said. Like, and you get that sometimes from people. Like, I don't like Norton on the show. Fine, I accept that. I'm not going to argue about that. My only problem with that is when I came, the show was doing extremely well. But I've been in the show before it was ever syndicated. I was on before syndication ever happened.
Mm-hmm.
So don't act like the show, like I came in, all of a sudden the show was number one, and I walked in and it just fell into the toilet. It's just, what are you talking about? I was here through the whole syndication, here through the whole sitting time, which isn't saying much because anyone could sit, and then here since XM.
People don't realize how long Jimmy's been with the show.
Yeah, it's about 7 or 8 years now. It exploded, and I was looking at the ratings right before we got fired. I actually have a spreadsheet that Jeremy gave me before.
Jesus.
Probably 2 months before we got fired, but he
spreadsheet, Jeremy. That's funny.
I know. Red sheet.
He sheets his.
But he showed all the markets and how we're doing, and we were
pillow biter.
We were destroying in all these cities. Not even close. No one was close to us. I think in Cleveland alone, we had like 30 shares in the male demo. So
Cleveland loves us.
How is Jimmy wrecking the show? You ungrateful F.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Call me that. We'll come to blows.
And then, of course, because this is the old argument, what does Opine bring to the show? Very, very long pause. That's in parentheses.
Very, very long pause.
And then he writes, "Can I get back to you next week on that?" See, I bring nothing to the show.
That's what he was implying, I think.
I get paid a ridiculous salary to sit here and do absolutely nothing. Don't you think the company would love to save the money if I wasn't doing anything? Shh. You're obviously upset with Opie. Have you ever spoken to him about how you feel? Why bother? He comes from the Bill Clinton camp of lie, lie, and lie.
This guy's stuck in like 1996.
Yeah, man.
Oh, Opine equals jackass, I guess? Oh, wonderful.
What?
I guess that's what someone's saying.
Really?
That's hilarious. Lie, lie, lie. Why don't you explain what I lied about, Rick? However, Anthony and I have talked. But to be honest, I'm glad I'm not producing the show anymore.
Every day.
I ran my course. The show helped destroy my marriage.
Really?
People are going to think that's real. You don't talk to Rick every day. Help me out here a little bit, please.
Would I just...
These dopes believe anything
now we will
you say.
fight.
Let's go. Old school?
Yeah. Marcus of Queensberry rule. Which one is it, Dan?
Jack Johnson fighting where your elbows are up.
I want to fight just like the Notre Dame mascot guy.
Yeah.
That's what I want to fight like.
Yeah.
Why am I doing it? I'm actually doing it, and my stupid Pal Talk camera doesn't even work, so no one's seeing this. I'm an ass.
Why bother? He comes from the Bill Clinton camp of lie, lie, lie. Don't really know what that means because he didn't explain. However, Anthony and I have, doesn't want to produce the show anymore. I ran my course. The show helped destroy my marriage. The show helped destroy my marriage. Really, Rick? It was the radio show.
Yeah?
How about we talk about the rumors?
Oh.
Maybe your wife was onto you finally. That's all I'm saying. If you want to play, we'll play, Rick.
Yes. There were certain rumors that were running rampant around the studio.
How many numbers did you get from the girls you were photographing naked, Rick? How many? But the show, well, maybe the show technically did ruin, his marriage because he was looking at what he could possibly get.
Maybe. Who knows? You know something?
Saying.
I don't know. It's rumor and innuendo. There's there were stories going about of infidelity, things like that. But I never saw the guy with any other girls or anything aside from the photographing them on the couch, posing them in different poses. Usually, when you're at a radio station and a guy is taking pictures of nude girls in the station. They stand there and you snap pictures. Rick would pose them on the couch, gently touching them and moving their arms and head and hips about, using his hands like he thought he was this photographer, like a model photographer. And he would maul the girls as they're laying there on the couch.
Well, it was an ongoing thing with the radio show. Oh, there goes Rick again flirting with the girls.
Yeah.
What that led to?
Who knows?
Rick knows, though.
But it ruined his marriage, he says.
Yeah, well, the radio show ruined his marriage.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The show helped destroy my marriage. It put so much strain on you. I was prepping for the show 6 hours a day. Really, Rick?
No.
No, you weren't. And taking lots of pictures of naked girls.
That's what he was prepping for.
And I read this next line to my fiancée. The next line is, many of those girls you wouldn't want to see naked. That's just what we did. Now, let me tell you something.
Let's also say what E-Rock's been doing for the past
5 minutes
20 minutes, actually.
Oh, 20? Okay.
He's been popping up pictures that Rick took back at the NEW of these girls, and it's nothing but like hot girls.
One after another.
All posed like Rick would pose them. Where are the slobs that he's talking about?
Right.
Of course there were slobs.
I was talking to my girl last night. I'm like, I would love to tell you that is the truth, because it would probably make it a little easier for you, thinking, oh, a lot of times when these girls were naked in studio, they are ugly messes, and you were just doing your job. And I actually looked at my girl, and I went, they were hot as hell. This guy is the biggest liar ever.
There were some slobs, but the majority, were attractive girls. You wouldn't take so many pictures of just slobs.
Right. Opine equals express one's opinion openly and without fear or hesitation. All right, thank you. That's a compliment. Compliment. Did I say compliment?
All right.
That's a compliment, Maggie.
Many of the girls you wouldn't want to see naked. That's just what we did. Is there any way to fix your career? That's a good question. I don't think it needs fixing. I think radio needs fixing.
Yeah,
man.
Oh.
Look at all these ugly girls. Really?
The hell is that?
Really? Can we do a montage of ugly girls that Rick took pictures of? You're not going to find one in the batch I'm looking at.
Those little cones.
Look at
and
yeah,
this
that's
is what
ugly.
and every one you see, he posed them by hand. He walked over to them, and like that girl, the one we're looking at now, she's sitting kind of on the couch but leaned way over. He absolutely would have put his hand on her back and pushed her forward a little bit, grabbed her arms, and made her grab her own chest.
Yeah. It was taking him so long to take pictures of these girls. It was becoming a problem.
Yeah, it was a problem.
I'm like, Rick, when are you going to produce the show?
It was a problem.
I think radio needs fixing, man. If you could do one final shocking thing on radio, what would it be? I can't tell you. I really can't. I have it in my mind, and I've been sitting on it since the O&A show. I was going to share it with the show.
Sitting on his mind? if you read that literally.
Yeah.
Had it on my mind, and I've been sitting on it.
I don't really want to say yet, but think our Bud Dwyer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can only do it once.
I was going to share it with the show at some point, but then everything went bad, so I've kept it to myself. Only my ex-wife knows what it is besides me.
Yeah?
And she promises to keep it a secret until I do it.
What? Fidelity?
All I can tell you is that it's incredible and that it breaks no FCC rules or violations. Nobody can be fined for it. It's genius. Is it, Rick? Is it really?
Rick Delgado, super genius.
And then the article continues. We don't have to spend too much more time on this, but basically talks about the Tsunami song he did. And this is why it'll be tough for him to get a job, because he doesn't know how to play the game in this day and age in radio. He says, let's take We Are the World and change the words just as a goof. Talking about the Tsunami song that got him fired again. I remember the video of the mom floating dead on her back while her kid is crying, and I thought, comedy gold.
That's what he writes.
Yeah. Comedy gold.
We could be the most despicable people on the air. I can accept that. But I don't know about seeing that and thinking comedy gold. I think you could comment on it on the air. I think you might even be able to peripherally find some comedy somewhere. But I don't see that and think comedy gold. But he does.
He does.
Good. Good for you.
I think in a way, too, he doesn't like the fact that I took the spot that I think he felt was his.
He wanted third mic.
Which is the role I do, because then, like, when I started coming in, I noticed more and more it was like I was sitting there and he wasn't. Like, his chair was kind of... And the only argument he and I ever had was one time he tried to kind of be my boss, and that was the only argument that we ever had. It was because I was in the bathroom banging a girl over the toilet. I really remember that bathroom where the creep would hang out.
Oh, that guy, yeah. I used to make fun of him all the time.
And I had a stripper in there, and we were having sex standing up over the toilet, and he yelled at me, scolded me for going back there. And I went back on the next break and, finished.
Yeah.
And I'm a nice guy. And,
there you go. Well,
that was the only time we ever had an argument.
Well, it comes down to this. A lot of jealousy, obviously. The guy has burned a lot of bridges with this article. I know the company we work for will not hire him anytime soon.
No.
A lot of people, they finally get the answer to this question. Why didn't Rick produce the show when you guys came back to radio?
Yes, a lot of people were asking that.
And, he was a good producer, not a great producer. But the problem with Rick was he wanted to have his own radio show, and we couldn't be bothered with that anymore. And he went on to do his own radio show, and it failed miserably, okay? But that's what he wanted from his career. And we weren't looking for a producer that was going to try to get a lot of airtime, get into the shots when the TV crews came in here, all of a sudden just try to get his face on camera.
Oh, he'd always have to bring something in or come behind us during a shot from one of the news cameras. He'd talk to the person that was doing the interview, so they would interview him to try to get his take on the show. Constantly trying to worm his way into television interviews.
It was all about Rick and trying to get attention. And the type of show we want to do when we came back to radio, quite frankly, he didn't have the skills to produce that type of show. Simple as that.
Yeah.
And as far as not having his back, I can't even express how ridiculous that is. How ridiculous. Everyone got paid when we got fired. And I got paid more. And the only reason we got paid more, meaning time-wise, was because they were trying to keep us off the air, because at the time they didn't want us to go to actually Q104 and do mornings up against Howard.
We had a
that was a
contract.
fact.
The truth of the matter is we didn't want to sit and be paid. And that's the God's honest truth. It killed us to sit there and just be paid.
And before
it sounds great, but we didn't want to. We wanted to get another gig and do radio for 2 years, not sit off.
And before you guys say, boo-hoo, poor you guys, we knew we could make the same amount of money working for somebody else.
Yeah.
So it wasn't about the money. We wanted the money and to continue with our careers.
Yeah, I'm just saying it that way because when you get somebody like Rick saying, well, I got paid, I didn't. We would rather have not been fired. We'd have rather have been able to not be under contract and get a gig somewhere else.
Right.
We were under contract. We had to sit there and get paid. Boo-hoo.
And what were we supposed to do? Start giving him money? He had a gig. He had a really good gig. But he F's up his career every step of the way because he wants to be a star himself.
Over the top, Rick.
I hate Preston and Steve, and I hate Rick for a basic reason that he went down there and gave Preston and Steve a lot of our bits. It's a known fact at this point.
Yeah.
But he had a good gig down there with a show that is killing in Philly, and he walked away from it because he's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
We have nothing to do with that. And then he had a really nice gig here in New York City. He wrecked that too.
So we're supposed to pick him up every time he falls on his ass and pay him and support him or something? For what? Jesus. Get a hold of yourself.
But by the way, how's the painting company, Rick?
Oh, what's that about?
Yeah.
Oh, did he...
I know somebody that was a reference, and... Well, this guy got a phone call from a painting company.
Uh-huh.
That's how well Rick is doing with his career.
Ooh.
No.
Oh, and by the way, you didn't get a good reference.
Oh, no. Ooh. That'll hurt. And, yeah, bit of a conflict, too, when, you got a brother... and a sister. The sister's going out with the guy, and then they break up, and then the brother, of course, has a little bit of an attitude. And,
Well, I always kind of separated the two things, but I guess you're right. But
yeah, possible.
I walked to the elevators one night at NEW with Anthony. This was unfortunately a good 2 years before I ended my relationship with Rick's sister. And I actually said to Anthony, I know he'll back me up. Mm-hmm. We're getting on the elevator, and I said to him, I cannot wait to get the Delgados out of my life.
Yeah.
And I'm proud to say I sit here, still doing great with my career, and I got the Delgados out of my life.
Except for an occasional article that comes out.
These are just bad people. Simple as that. Simple as that. and stupid people, too, because this isn't going to help him in his radio career. It's not going to help at all.
He's just one guy.
All right, we're going to get into our radio show for today.
Ooh.
Looking for what your city's doing for April Fools. I'm sure the pranks are just flying by now.
Oh, hysterical.
This guy's
April
hilarious
Fool's pranks.
And then I'm sure we got an exclusive from E-Rock and Sam because they were down at WrestleMania when all hell broke loose, right?
I guess they were saving this for when they came back because there was not a peep of it on the phone the other day when they called from the event of this fireworks problem that they had at WrestleMania. It's all over the news. We had live people there on the scene, but like I said, I guess they were saving it for today.
Right. What's that? When I was starting out on radio at NEW, there was nothing worse than being sent out on street teams events with Rick. All the promotions people knew it. He would act like he was the biggest star radio has ever seen and treated everyone like S. This is too funny because I was just thinking about how much he loved taking pics of the girls that would come into the station. The girls would always be so creeped out by how into it he was.
Mrs. Delgado.
That's another eyewitness checking in.
Oh, okay.
Another eyewitness checking in.
Interesting.
Comes down to that. Rick wanted to be the star, and we just couldn't deal with that anymore.
No.
We needed a producer that wanted to produce a radio show and stay behind the scenes for the most part. So we parted ways. We parted ways in a good way, by the way. He went on to Philly, and he did his thing. He wrecked that. He wrecked his gig in New York. We had nothing to do with it. So leave us out of your crap. It's over. What, do you want to date me now, too?
Ooh. You're implying he's a homo.
I don't know. Why is he obsessed with me 5-6 years later? Probably wants to make out with me.
How could he not?
Exactly, Jim. But I'm not into you-know-whats anymore. Opie and Anthony. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Still going strong, by the way. I want to say good morning to all my haters. Go F yourselves. Phone number 877.
Much time?
2120. Yeah, the list continues to grow. It's April Fool's Day.
Who won?
What?
Who won the big March bracket brawl here in New York?
Well, a bit of an upset, Anthony.
Oh, was it?
Last we left you.
Yes.
The March... What are they calling it?
March bracket brawl.
Let's call it Rock Madness Brawl.
Rock Madness. Well, that's probably taken by some other station.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, last we left you was down in the Final Four. You had Pearl Jam up against Tool, and you had Zeppelin up against Metallica.
Yes.
In separate brackets.
This, of course, all the rock stations, I think, were doing this, and ours here in New York that we're on did it. Took the March Madness-style brackets from college basketball and put rock bands in there.
Yeah.
And had to battle it out, I guess.
Yeah.
They played the music, let the listeners decide and vote. And, wow, we got down to the Final Four. Zeppelin against Metallica, Pearl Jam against Tool.
And I begged our listeners to vote for Tool to win the whole thing.
Did you?
I'm so glad we have such power with our listeners because Tool lost to Pearl Jam.
Oops.
Thanks for helping us out. And then Metallica beat Zeppelin
in a huge upset.
Huge upset.
Yes.
Good.
And so
Yes.
it was Metallica versus Pearl Jam, and Metallica took it all.
Yes.
Yeah, Metallica took it all in the March bracket brawl here at K-Rock here in New York.
Good.
Where we broadcast our flagship station, Opie, our flagship station.
Oh, boy, is
as
it.
they call it. Flagship. Gurgle, gurgle. Where's a lifeboat? Need to lower it down the side. Can we transfer the flag?
Well, David Hinckley, who writes for radio here in New York City, he had to write about the March bracket brawl that this station's doing. He writes, Metallica beat Pearl Jam yesterday afternoon in the finals of the...
He wrote about this in the newspaper?
Oh, sorry.
This is in the radio column of the New York newspaper. They wrote about the March bracket brawl.
Yeah. Yeah, they did.
What happened? A transmitter cable didn't snap yesterday for him to write about? What?
And our boys Toucher and Rich, they do afternoons, of course, in Boston.
Yep.
They do a great job on WBCN. They're the main story at page 6 today here in New York City.
How many Deweys does that make now? It's not Dewey related?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. I just assumed.
Seriously, this guy isn't funny.
Not funny.
By the way,
not funny.
Maybe not.
That Jew in Cleveland, never.
Maybe not a popular thing to say, but I think Dane Cook is funny. I really do, and I'm going to go on record and say it.
Wow.
Because a lot of people love jumping on the Dane Cook is not funny bandwagon. But the page 6 article featuring Toucher and Rich, our pals, it says, seriously, this guy isn't funny.
Never.
There's nothing amusing about Dane Cook, according to the fellow comics and 2 Boston radio DJs who are about to name him the unfunniest comic this afternoon. BCN jock Fred Toucher, he would be the alcoholic of the two.
Fred Toucher,
the
drunk.
Which co-hosts a talk show with Rich,
The enabler.
Shirtenlieb.
Rich the codependent.
Right, codependent.
Fall down and codependent. You're on the air.
All I know is the last time I saw Toucher and Rich, didn't he come to work in his pajamas or something?
I think he was in his PJs.
Or slippers. He had something going on that wasn't right. Well, they say Cook is overwhelming favorite in a tournament patterned after NCAA basketball March Madness, where he's ahead of Jay Leno, Jeff Foxworthy, Carlos Mencia, and Paula Poundstone. We're talking about how people laugh out loud at nonsense, and Dane is a good example of that, Toucher told page 6.
Oh, laugh out loud at nonsense. Okay.
We listened to him, and at the end of 4 minutes, he changed subjects, and that was it. We couldn't figure out when the joke was. And he's actually hated. People don't hate others the way they do him. At least Foxworthy panders to rednecks. Dane's stories are so weak, you wouldn't want to hear them over lunch. Wow.
A bit of a hammering for Dane.
I disagree, but this is why I do love Toucher and Rich.
Yeah.
As a radio show. They got balls.
Yeah.
Not many people with balls these days on the radio. Because
nice to see.
They're saying this about Dane Cook in his home city where he does quite well.
Yeah.
I mean, they even have some of his stats in here. He's a triple platinum artist who sold 32,000 tickets on his last tour in Boston alone. 32,000.
He pre-sold the Boston Garden, and I think it's the first time it's ever been done as fast. He pre-sold it faster than most bands or all bands.
Wow.
Yeah.
It makes me feel good as a comic. While I'm in Portland this weekend doing 300 people, I hope my next plane crashes.
Yeah, well,
save that.
Well, Dane did 2 shows. 2 shows at the old Boston Garden, which was the old Fleet Center, which is, I can't keep track of these damn
whatever it is
anymore.
now. Well, Toucher bought out all the beer at the Boston Garden once.
Yeah.
I know that happened. Sure.
I think this article is being a bit nitpicky, though, because it says the stars of such movie stinkers as Employee of the Month and Good Luck Chuck allegedly was also once tossed out of Smith & Walensky Steakhouse because he was so difficult. His assistant ordered for him. He got a steak and sent it back 3 times to one employee. The chef was furious. We told him enough is enough. If that's the big dirt they're pulling on him, like, he sent a steak back 3 times.
Wow.
It's like, come on.
He's a madman.
And then they have this to say, and one insider on the set of the TBS World Series commercials Cook filmed last year, said he demanded blocks of tickets for postseason games in return for filming the commercials for free.
Well,
what's wrong with that?
You're doing the commercials for free. How about a few tickets?
Wanted tickets to the event for doing free? Wow, that's terrible.
That's not really that bad. I mean,
I think Dane Cook lost out on that deal, right?
I know, Dane, you idiot. You could have got $600,000 or $1 million for that commercial.
Paid dummy.
I would imagine filming a World Series commercial could be hundreds of thousands of dollars, and all the guy wanted was a few tickets.
I'm not doing this unless I get a hat.
And then, of course, Cook's people say that he doesn't recall ever being to Smith and Walensky. He did go to Houston's Smith and Walensky when he was in town a few weeks ago and ordered chicken, which he did not send back.
You know, guys that have a legitimate issue with Dane, whether it was him and Louis, and they went back and forth, and apparently Dimitri, I didn't know, and Rogan and Dane have had like a public thing, or Rogan certainly doesn't like Dane.
Oh, yeah.
But that's about a professional thing, but to say the guy is just the unfunniest comic, it's just stupid. I mean, it's like you can't say he doesn't make you laugh on any level or doesn't make anybody. It's just a dumb thing because he's the biggest actor right now.
Well, I know people don't like him. They don't like his style of comedy, which is fine, but I think there are other comics, like Paula Poundstone. Holy mother of God. I think Paula Poundstone, though, isn't a big enough name these days to elect as the worst comic. You know, you'd want someone like Dane, somebody that's really hot and sells out huge stadiums.
Jimmy and I went to the Dane Cook show in Boston a few years back.
Isn't he dreamy?
Yeah, really hot. We got to touch his arms.
We sat there in like the 10th row or something, and you could see the jealousy on our faces. We were like, look what this guy is doing in one night. Sold out the whole thing, and then we leave, and there's a line that goes about a half a mile for the people that are coming to the second show.
Yeah.
I tried to wreck it so bad because I was walking by the entire line saying, show's canceled, show's canceled.
Leave.
Show's canceled.
Try playing Call of Duty 4 with the guy. He runs around with a knife and stabs you. It's annoying. I vote him the worst Call of Duty 4 player ever.
Yeah. He's a Call of Duty friend of Anthony's, too.
Bastard.
And then I saw him at the Garden. I see him whenever I can. And I sat in the, actually gave me front row tickets for the Garden show, and I'm sitting there in amazement again because I'm thinking to myself, here's a guy.
Every time I here's a guy.
He's doing comedy in the round at Madison Square Garden with a stool. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
No backing band, no lasers, nothing. It was just him doing comedy, and no one was bored.
As opposed to
he had the attention of Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
As opposed to when he toured with Bob Kelly, where he was doing comedy with a tool.
I think Mert Snort enjoyed that one, Jimmy. Ooh. Where is Mert today? All right, well, congratulations to Touch and Rich, though. That's pretty cool. Page 6 here in New York City for the boys that do afternoons on this fine radio station in Boston.
Do they pick the comics, or do they just take submissions or throw out a bunch of names? Because I'm going to guess that...
you really think Toucher would, do that much work?
Oof.
Well, I don't know if the stats
cuts into drinking time. Sure.
He was one of those things they threw around at the bar while he's getting hammered.
Didn't he make an awful first impression for us?
Oh, boy, did he.
I've never seen someone so intoxicated.
Me?
It was great.
Last time we were up there was for the Halloween party.
Yeah.
And wow.
Oh, I've never seen someone so drunk and still almost walk.
And you're you.
And I'm me, for God's sake.
You're you.
Jeez.
Because I'm looking going, wow, Anthony could drink, but this guy, I think, could outdrink Anthony.
Wow.
Or maybe he doesn't handle himself as well as you do when you're drunk.
Maybe. I don't know. Perhaps he was on some kind of narcotics, too. Who am I to say?
He was just...
No, he was just very... He was fun, I'll give you that.
He was snotted. He was gone at that Halloween party. We were trying to talk to him a little bit, and he's just like...
He does a great interview, though. I'll say that much. I walked in there. He was really informed, and he was a fun guy to do an interview with. But I'm like, this is the guy who's doing so. Honest to God, he should be wearing like a hospital clothing, directing traffic. He should just be standing out in the middle of Fifth Avenue somewhere, just pointing at a green light. And I should just cut that at one joke, but I got greedy.
It's okay.
Hence ruining the show.
He would have fit in perfectly.
That's right.
in that movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest as one of the people doing a little group therapy, man. He would fit right in.
Yeah, Nicholson should be trying to get him to vote to watch the World Series. All right, comes back strong.
Oh, Mert Snort. Thumbs up for Mert Snort on that one, too, Jimmy. You're killing with Mert today. April Fools, yes. We're in the middle of it here.
Are we doing a gag?
I don't know yet. We're thinking. But
you won't know. You just won't know because it'll be so original and outrageous. You'll go, oh, it's got to be true.
You hear about the epilepsy website?
I did hear about this.
Was this for April Fools?
I don't. Well, maybe for April Fools, but I'm not sure if.
I got to tell you, this one's brilliant. Listen to this.
Hackers have long been known to cause trouble online or steal money or even make a political statement. But recently, a group of hackers carried out what may have been the first computer-based assault to cause people physical harm. And a warning, if you have photosensitive epilepsy, please consider turning away from your TV.
I clicked on the link, and it was a vivid, flashing image.
For Jenny Miller, the hurtful images came up so fast that she had no time to react.
Immediately, I started having problems.
Recently, when Jenny surfed the message boards at the Epilepsy Foundation website, she came across animated, pornographic images so disgusting we can't show them.
It was a scary thing.
But their flashing nature is similar to these ones. As a result of seeing them, Jenny suffered intense migraines that lasted several days. Security experts believe the offending images were planted by a group of hackers in a deliberate attempt to harm people.
You know, when I read stories like this, the first thing I think of is, oh boy, what do the pests do now?
Oh no.
Like,
yeah,
right down our alley, man.
We know how bad they are when it comes to hacking and stuff.
Well, the Olympic logo, remember that was cool? We have the Al Roker clip at all? Of him. This Al Roker kind of made fun of epilepsy with Olympic logo was causing problems for 2007.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't this right around the Imus controversy, Jimmy?
A couple months after, I believe, yeah.
Do you have that clip?
And a little update on a story we told you about yesterday. Remember that controversial Olympic logo for the 2012 Olympics in London? Well, some folks have complained that the campaign actually sent them into epileptic seizures. Others say it's just downright ugly. Well, we asked you to weigh in on our website in an informal poll. And those of you who could get up off the floor after shaking around, you were able...
Oof.
Do you have... Can I
go
have
ahead,
the
Jimmy.
apology?
This is amazing because he was doing exactly what Imus was doing at the time. I know we've been down this road a lot, but he was just trying to make people laugh and entertain them.
And everyone in the background laughing at the image that Al Roker painted an image right there of an epileptic flopping around on the floor, and people were laughing. That's exactly what he did. And then when you listen to his apology, this douche just tries to make it sound like that's not what he did. You just heard what he said. He was making a joke about an epileptic flopping on the floor, and when they can get up, and then he has an apology that I don't think quite covers it.
All right.
I do want to take care of one thing, though. Yesterday at this time, we were talking about that 2012 London Olympics logo and how hideous it was, and how people were being suggested that they were having epileptic seizures by this thing. And I started joking about it, and I want to make this clear. I was not joking about epilepsy or anybody who suffers from epilepsy. We understand and know that is a serious affliction, and would never joke about that. Joking about the logo, not about epilepsy. And if anybody was offended by that, I heartily and really humbly apologize that I was not trying to make fun of anybody who suffers from that affliction in their family. So if you were offended, I apologize. Just want to make that clear. Let's take a look, show you what's going on as far as your weather is concerned. Our pick city of the day happens to be Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the Blue City.
False.
Oh, Al.
I love the garlic butter sauce.
Who doesn't?
What a liar.
Oh, someone was told to get on TV immediately and
apologize, and then paint it over like he was making fun of the logo. It's not the logo that flops around on the floor and they can't get up. Well, what is he talking about?
Way to go,
Wow. You big fat word I can't use.
He should have used, what he should have done was shown the clip from the day before and then apologize for showing the clip.
Here's what I said, and now here's my apology. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Because I was making fun of epileptics.
Yeah.
How hilarious is that, though, that these hackers did that? I first went on the air this morning.
Hello? Hello? Yeah.
I was reading that in the Post, and I was just laughing out loud at what pricks people are.
Oh, yeah.
Funny.
That's just a scummy move.
Absolutely. All right. We have to take another break here. We got an exclusive because our boys took about 2 days off from the show, went down to WrestleMania.
Yeah.
We talked to them yesterday. They didn't mention the whole fireworks malfunction thing that happened at WrestleMania. I guess dozens of people injured.
There was a huge fireworks malfunction.
And lucky us, we had 2 of our guys down there when this was going on.
Thank God. What are the odds? And now they can report.
Right.
Eyewitness report.
Right.
On this fireworks tragedy.
Right. And we talked to them yesterday, and obviously they didn't mention it yesterday, so I'm assuming they really wanted to get their thoughts together and do it live on our show today instead of during that phone call yesterday.
And I think to surprise us, because they had such nothing on the phone.
Right.
It was so boring and nothing that they must have been holding this in thinking, haha, this is going to be good. We pretty much ruined the show by having such crap on the phone. But when we get back, we have this exclusive that we witnessed of a fireworks tragedy at WrestleMania.
And these guys are good. I'm thinking eyewitness reports, audio. Yeah, it's got to be just all-encompassing. I think this is going to get us right to the end of the show at this point. Unbelievable. Who else had, guys actually there when this all went down?
Well, eyewitness account coming up.
We're going to be talking to Jose Canseco a little later on this morning. You're checking out the Opie and Anthony Show. And Stephen S. from Bayshore is an a-hole.
Why?
The answer to your question, Steve, dead, okay, and no.
I think I know what it was.
We're doing a little Karnak right now, I guess, because now the instant feedback. Hey, Ope, we need a few things updated. Is Tom, in fact, alive? How is Stan getting along with Mother? And does All the Way May still take it in the...
Oh, yeah. The most dirty of places.
Right. Steven, you're going to piss off Mert Snort, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to piss off Mert Snort. Where's Sam for his exclusive WrestleMania thing?
I know.
Well, let's set it up with the story, Anthony. This is what happened at WrestleMania on Sunday.
Who knew?
Yeah, we didn't know, and we talked to the guys yesterday.
They were hiding it from us, I guess.
Yeah, this is the story.
In Orlando, this amateur video shows a crowd in chaos after being hit by fireworks at the WrestleMania Citrus Bowl. More than 40 people suffered burns and were treated at a nearby hospital. Investigators say a cable holding the fireworks collapsed at the end of the show. The fire was not shown during the pay-per-view broadcast of that event. The WWE issued a public apology to those who were injured.
Chaos, fireworks hitting people, 40 injured. The best part of that story is the amateur video.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to picture what the amateur video looks like, take whatever video device you have.
Try to get as old a one as possible.
Right.
Maybe one with a big VHS tape that slides in there.
Tie a big rope around this.
Uh-huh.
Put the rope around your neck.
Yeah.
And without using your hands, just run around frantically.
Yeah.
That's what the video looked like.
I think that might be too clear. I think,
Really?
Yeah, I think what you need to do is actually strap it to a chimp's head and then just throw bananas and rocks at him. And as he goes crazy, that's the video that you'll see. It looks just like the amateur video taken of WrestleMania, the fireworks display. This could be the worst cameraman ever.
Well, we're very lucky, Anthony. We have Sam and E-Rock in studio right now. Now, they took 2 days off from the Opie and Anthony show to go down to WrestleMania. And this is the reason they went, just in case something like this happened.
And silly us, I feel like a fool now because we were mocking them. We were really, and getting angry at the company for sending them for 2 days. And now I feel like an idiot because we have an exclusive. We have guys that were on scene for a story that is hitting the news today and is huge.
Thank
People
God.
injured in a fireworks display at WrestleMania.
And I don't have the exclusive eyewitness interviews yet because I'm sure they're still cutting it up in the office, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
And you're saying basically like why would they mention it yesterday before everyone else had it as opposed to today when it's everywhere?
Well, Jimmy, they're smart radio guys in the end because, like, we woke them up at 6 a.m. yesterday, and they know not a lot of people are listening to a morning show at 6.
No.
They'd rather save it for around 7:45, which is basically prime time listening.
Yep.
Right. Without further ado, we got E-Rock and Sam. So, chaos. Fireworks hitting spectators, 40 injured with burns.
A collapsed fireworks display.
Yeah.
A cable broke. I mean, it sounds well, what it is, chaotic.
Right.
There's
Sam?
people running for their lives.
We hand it over to you. What do you got?
The news might have slightly sensationalized the event, believe it or not. Because...
Not?
Well, there was no chaos, per se, except maybe amongst those 40. And when you have a group of 40 in a mass of 74,000, you can't tell. We left. It was while the show was ending.
Okay, here's the report now. It's starting. So the show's ending.
Right. Remember, they took 2 days off from the Opie and Anthony show.
Right.
This is what we get.
So the show is ending.
The show is ending.
You felt safe.
I felt very safe.
You felt safe, which, that was probably shattered by the time this cable snapped and fireworks are flying all over the place. But at that point, you felt safe.
Well, The Undertaker just won the world title, so yeah, I felt safe.
Oh, okay.
So the fireworks are coming down from the top of the Citrus Bowl.
Yep.
And they're zooming down the whole arena, and everybody's like, wow.
Here it comes.
Look at these fireworks.
Oh, boy.
And then all of a sudden, the people in the row behind me are looking up, way up, directly behind us at the top section of the arena where one of the fireworks had, instead of going straight down through the arena, went into the crowd.
Oh, my God.
It was unbelievable. And all we saw was people rushing to the scene with fire extinguishers.
Uh-huh.
And they got everything out. There was no big flames or anything, thank God.
No.
Because they had the situation under control. And even with all this chaos ensuing in that section, they were able to...
when did you think you were going to die?
Well, at first I said, this could be serious. There's still fireworks going off.
Right.
What if they hit our section here on the floor? Plus, we were sitting with all the Make-A-Wish kids.
Ah.
So that would have been a huge tragedy.
Would it really, if you think about it?
Well,
because it's like, kind of takes that waiting thing out of it.
I'm Barack Obama, and I approve this message.
All right. Thank you, Barack.
Wow.
And then, there's all these people, everybody's looking up saying, well, where's the next firework going to hit?
Yeah.
Or is it a terrorist attack? We don't know because
wow,
it's bombs. We don't know.
Who knows?
And finally, we're able to exit after the firework display has concluded. Confident in the fact that there won't be any more fireworks exploding on us. And we were able to exit with the other 74,000 people.
So could you show us the burns that I'm sure you've suffered, perhaps underneath your... Because I don't see any facial, thank God, or on your hands or anywhere exposed, but I'm sure your burns are probably very painful. And if you want to, I'm not doing this out of, I don't want to degrade you in any way, but I would like to see how badly you were injured.
Well, believe it or not, as I
said,
okay. It was about 40 people were injured. I was one of the lucky 74,000 that was not affected.
He obviously wasn't close to the mishap because his hair would have went up. Look at this huge afro of his. That would have been the first thing to go.
A flash bulb.
Yeah.
You would have seen birds flying out of it and deer running.
E-Rock, you got anything to add to the story considering you wasted 2 days? And blew off the show for 2 days?
E-Rock took a stick with marshmallows on it and just put it over the fire.
Held them over a burning person.
Unfortunately, E-Rock found out about the firework mishap on Monday morning while we were driving back to home from the airport in New York when I told him, yes, there was a big fireworks thing that happened there. Oh, really? I saw people looking and didn't know what was going on.
Really?
Thought it was part of the big finale.
Because they were shooting people being burned?
Wait, people on fire running for the exits was part of the
big finale
of WrestleMania. I know Vince is crazy, but...
Yeah. I want people machine gunned down as they leave. That's right. You know, this is going to be the biggest WrestleMania yet. Not only are we going to have The Undertaker win, but right afterwards, I want bombs going off of the place. That's right. I want people's limbs flying all over. And then as the rest of the people, the survivors, leave in a panic, I want all our superstars armed with machine guns to mow down the crowd. That'll get people talking. And then whoever's left, I want them trampling each other like a Who concert. That's right. Trample over each other. Yeah. People remember that WrestleMania. No chance in hell of anyone getting out alive. I want chains put on the doors. I want all the doors locked. And then I want Zyklon B pumped in. Gas everybody. That's right, I'm a Nazi. Vince McMahon's turned heel. Major heel. Huge heel. I'm the new Hitler. We're going to open up sprinkler heads on the roof of the, where was it?
Citrus Bowl.
It's a Citrus Bowl, sorry.
Where was it? It's your WrestleMania.
I don't remember, because I'm thinking about pumping kerosene into the place and then lighting it on fire. So everyone's on fire. And I could yell over the PA. The last thing that I hear is, ironically, me saying, "You're fired. You're on fire." That's right, burn, people. How many fat rubes do you think will show up for next year's if I kill everyone this year? I'll tell you how many. 100,000.
You're on fire.
You're on fire. There was a fireworks mishap, and now look at you. You're on fire. That's right. No butt buffing for you. The skin will peel right off. That's right. Look at you. No lips in that surprised expression because your face was on fire.
David from Ohio writes on the instant feedback, what were you thinking sending the Angel of Death to WrestleMania? Here's a guy that lingers longer.
That's true.
Thank God no one died. E-Rock failed. Yeah, E-Rock has seen a few people die in recent months.
He is like death.
Yeah.
He walks around. He just needs that cloak and the sickle.
E-Rock, please say something that makes it worthwhile that you missed 2 days of work.
Well, when the explosion was going off, they were shooting from all sides of the stadium.
Yeah.
So I just thought it was part of the show. I turned
you?
around where everyone was pointing, and I got a photo just after they started putting the flames out.
Oh, okay.
That was worth missing 2 days of work, a flight to Florida, hotel rooms for the boys,
to be fair,
VIP parties. This is what we get.
E-Rock was still a little tipsy after those steak and mashed potato martinis that he was having.
Steak and mashed potato martinis.
What the hell
is this even real?
It's a martini glass. And
With
it's
garlic butter saw?
It's full of mashed potatoes and bits of steak.
Look, there it is. You ate one.
Holy Jesus.
Well, he ate more than one?
I saw him taking at least 2 or 3 from the bar.
And he didn't eat it, he drank it.
Yeah.
Watch out, guys. After we fire E-Rock, he's going to have an outrageous article in Weight Watchers magazine about us and how we treated him on this show.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Sam, how come you guys didn't mention this yesterday on the phone?
Yeah. You forgot to mention this.
Oh, he did.
We did.
You did?
No, he mentioned the steak and potato martini.
No, I'm talking about the fireworks.
Oh, I thought, well, this is much more tragic.
Fire. What is it? Fire
Where's
everywhere.
The fire? Yeah. Where's the fire?
Where's the fire?
Look at that. Looks like entrails.
Oh, that is really disgusting. You ate that?
What kind of non-friends are you two that you don't discuss the explosion until you've taken your flight already? What did you guys talk about after WrestleMania? Would you stare straight ahead
Jimmy,
like 2 rape victims?
They didn't know it was a big deal until they saw the news reports.
Yeah.
Now they're trying to cover their ass.
No,
especially this one with the afro to my right.
What happened was I think obviously E-Rock again was steak drunk, and so he didn't even realize it had happened.
Steak and potato martini. Ugh.
And I was still
disgust me.
Look, is this E-Rock's plate, by the way? Please tell me. Look at the chewed
What is
meat on the
that?
napkin to the left.
Oh. What was that? Some gristle?
No, something low fat. He spit it out.
You see how quickly E-Rock said that's not me, which makes you look even worse, you dummy. That means you eat the gristle, the fat, everything.
Oh.
You eat the whole cow, do you?
How was it, though, the steak and
It was delicious.
Just meat and potatoes in a glass,
They
in
had
a
whole
martini
bar-
glass.
they had
Could
a
you
whole
put-
bar laid out for her, and you had your pick of what you wanted mixed into the martini. It was great.
Were all the relatives there? I mean, all the wrestlers there?
A handful of them were.
Yeah.
They were all getting
has-beens.
ready for the event.
Yeah, the has-beens were there.
Oh, E-Rock, in an effort to get his photo signed by John Cena, who was there. John Cena just stops in for a minute to, he can't sit there and take pictures with everybody because it's chaotic. So he's trying to leave, and a few people are asking for autographs. So E-Rock, first of all, brought a whole envelope full of at least 25 pictures that he's gotten taken with wrestlers printed, and he brought it everywhere we went. At this party we went to, John Cena's trying to leave, and this little kid is trying to get an autograph, who's with his mother. So E-Rock grabs the kid and tells the mother, "Don't worry, I'll help him get a signature." He picks the kid up in his arms and goes, "Hey, John, could you sign for him?" And so John turns around to sign for the little kid, and E-Rock just puts his picture with John Cena up too. So E-Rock can get his John Cena autograph.
You know what? Hats off.
Jimmy
Good
likes
job.
that. Jimmy likes that.
You used
boy.
a kid.
Jimmy appreciates it. Just
And
get the
just
job done, right,
Toss
Jimmy?
the young tot aside
Please tell me he was a Make-A-Wish kid and you dropped him right after you got your picture signed.
on his head plate.
I respect that.
All right, there you go.
So you were sitting with a bunch of Make-A-Wish kids?
It was like Make-A-Wish kids and radio people. We're all in the same section.
Yeah, that figures.
That's what Vince thinks of radio guys.
They were great seats, I will say that.
Sit them with the waterheads. I want them sitting with the soon-to-be dead.
Vince is the best, man. All right, well, there you go. Our exclusive coverage of WrestleMania.
Of the tragic events that
Just
followed
unbelievable.
the end of WrestleMania. Wow.
Just amazing. I'm so glad our guys were there.
I would have
to
mentioned
witness
it
this. What?
yesterday on the phone.
Yeah.
But I think in hindsight, I was still shaken from the whole.
Let me spell this out. The Hindenburg.
Yeah.
9/11.
Yeah.
WrestleMania 24.
Yeah.
Ranks right up there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's Hiroshima.
Yeah. Hiroshima.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
But you think you might have still been a little shaken up the next morning, and that's probably why it didn't.
I didn't even. I'm still shaken up today. I'm surprised we can have
Yeah.
this conversation
Are
about
ya?
it. But yesterday,
Bet you are.
Yeah.
I was trying to avoid it and get back to real life and realize that
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Might have blocked it out. Like
Yeah.
kind of some kind of a weird survivor's guilt thing.
And who are you guys throwing under the bus? Who insisted that you guys take 2 days off from the radio show?
I don't know, but I told
For that
Steve way in advance.
crap.
I feel like Steve could have
Yeah.
mentioned it to a salesperson.
When did you tell Steve?
Probably at least a week before we left.
And what did he say?
He said okay, and then he sent an email out. What day?
Oh, here comes Steve. Steve?
Oh, boy.
Sam said he was taking 1 day off, and that's when I said okay. The 2 day off thing was during vacation.
Sam, comment?
Yeah, and vacation was like pretty much a week before we left for WrestleMania.
Hey, Steve,
so that
what-
would be a week.
What magazine are you going to do your exclusive interview when you're finally let go from this radio show?
Man ass.
Yes. Assless Chats Weekly.
I don't know why I bother even coming up to a microphone.
Black Inches.
Yes. I can't say the title on air.
Wait, Steve. So you did you read that a week before?
No, it wasn't a week before. I wasn't checking my email every day, first of all, and I just saw it in passing maybe like a couple days before they left.
Why wouldn't you check your email every day?
Because I'm on vacation.
You don't.
We're never really
Yeah, I
on
understand,
vacation.
but it's sort of.
I checked my email every single day
You do too. You're a
when I was
guy.
hanging out in the Caribbean.
I checked.
Perfect weather.
I didn't check my my XM one, and I didn't. So every attempt to heave me under the bus on this one.
I'm not throwing you.
No, not you.
Me?
Oh.
No,
Sam?
Oh.
no. If I
Right, Steve
Sam-
Delgado.
What?
We didn't mean to not have you back.
What?
Sorry, I'm just wrecking the show. Go.
Yeah, no, I know. And in an attempt, no one had my back for waxing.
That's right.
Exactly. Yeah.
They had my back, but they wouldn't put their chin in it like I like.
Exactly. Why do I even bother?
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know all chaps are assless?
I do.
That's what makes them chaps.
What?
Why do you say assless chaps and they're also crotchless? That's what makes them chaps. They'd just be pants with ruffles.
Thank you
which
for
I
pointing
also
out
own.
the redundancy.
Thank you, Steve.
Very femme.
Before we go to break, I think this is a quickie. We did not forget. For the people that linger longer, we have this.
And now it's time for a mastic moment. As Opie and Anthony take a glorious look at this majestic Long Island community.
Too long to explain now, but we're obsessed with mastic. We did learn you could buy a house for how much again?
Oh my God!
A mere couple $1,000 or
$900?
Yeah, less than $1,000, right?
Yeah.
Man jumps from Jeep during police chase and leaves kids, adults inside. All in the lovely town of Mastic Beach, Long Island. Authorities say they've arrested a Long Island driver who jumped from his Jeep to escape a police chase, leaving 2 children and 2 adults in the moving vehicle.
Bravo.
The Suffolk County Police Department says officers arrested the 41-year-old driver early Saturday after he led them on a high-speed chase in Mastic Beach. Police say the driver slowed down and leaped from the Jeep, which was carrying his girlfriend, a 6-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a second man. The male passenger managed to get behind the wheel and stop the vehicle before anyone was injured.
Tuck and roll.
Police say they chased the driver on foot and arrested him on charges of driving while intoxicated, resisting arrest, and endangering the welfare of a child. There you go.
All in mastic.
And that was a bird's eye view into the scenic town we hold close to our hearts. A mastic moment on the Opie and Anthony Show.
Wonderful town.
It's been way too long. We haven't had a mastic moment in quite a while there, Ant. All right, we got Mark Maron coming in next. Very funny comic. Yes, very funny guy. I love this guy, actually. He's just bitter. He's funny. He's caustic. He's self-destructive.
He's bespectacled.
He's
bespectacled.
Yeah, he's got a little of that going on as well.
I just heard a replay with him when we were off.
Funny stuff, right, Jimmy?
Yeah, last time he was in, it was great.
All right, we'll have him join the program next. Opie and Anthony. Hey, thanks for checking us out today. We appreciate it. I want to say good morning to Buffalo. We've kind of left Buffalo alone. I don't know why. We love Buffalo. We might have some good news for Buffalo in the next month or so.
I like Buffalo.
Scripting formats?
We'll be leaving your airwaves. That's the good news we have for Buffalo. Now, I think we might bring the comedy tour up there this year. I'm hearing things. We're going to do a few dates this summer, right?
Yeah.
We're not going to get crazy with it like we did last summer, but we're going to do 2 or 3, I think. And we're thinking Buffalo. Mark Maron getting ready to sit down and join the program here. But Jimmy had something about E-Rock. Going back to the last break.
Just the last story he told me about WrestleMania at the end, where him and Sam were at the dinner getting photographs or something with some of the wrestlers.
Yeah.
What happened?
It was a dinner where they weren't really doing any interviews, and we were waiting online to get a photo with one of the divas, and Sam was next to go up, and as he was going up, some other guy just cut in front of him with a little recorder and started doing an interview with this lady. So Sam and I were kind of disgusted by it. Finally, we get to her, we get our photos. They had professional photographers taking everything. At the end of the night, they have your photos laid out on all these tables with so you can pick up your photos with the celebrities. So we found the photos of that guy with the wrestlers, and we took them all and threw them out.
But I also, not only with the wrestlers, E-Rock had in his hotel room a picture of this guy and this guy's wife from the show. Just took all the pictures.
Wow.
Good for you.
What a douche.
Yeah, don't be confused. E-Rock could be a dick just like anyone else on this radio show.
Good for you.
Good for you is right. Props to you and Sam. Hey, Mark Maron in studio, fresh off his appearance on Conan O'Brien, which I heard was great. We go to bed at like 9 o'clock, so I didn't get to see it. But
it was a good one. I didn't leave thinking like I got to quit. I mean, that's always a good thing when you do anything and you leave like saying, I know how to do this, thank Christ.
Yeah.
But that worked out all right. I was on with Bob Costas, and it was one of those opportunities. He stayed, and they don't always stay. So there's that moment, you get that weird moment where you're like, I don't know that guy because, like, you guys have Jose Canseco on today, right?
Yeah.
Well, they asked me, they're like, Opie and Anthony have Jose Canseco on. Do you want to stay in the studio? And I'm like, I don't know anything about sports, dude. You're asking the wrong guy. Maybe they should kick me out. I'll just be buzzkill. I didn't.
No, you should stay for our Jose Canseco interview.
Well, I'm going to stay, but I told that to Costas. Like, I don't have nothing to talk about with that guy, with Costas, right? So I said, I'm doing this show tomorrow, and Jose Canseco is going to be on with me. And then I had to go, is that good? Is that, and then I realized that I don't know nothing about sports, so the conversation was over. I'm sitting there with Costas like an ass, and I can't talk to him.
He's actually a good commentator on other stuff, too. Like, he's across the board good commentator.
You really don't know anything about sports?
Well, look,
not a baseball fan.
Well, what happened? If you want to honestly know what I'm an athletic person.
Oh, we all are. Look at us.
Look at you. You look great.
Yeah. Well, thank you, man. Do you want? All right, but
we're athletic specimens. Look at us.
Well, the thing with me, when it comes
a calendar,
when in competition, I don't think I was ever, sort of properly guided that way. When I'm competing, if I'm losing, I want to break the game and leave. That's just the way I am. So and when I was in Little League, I was fat. So I was always they put me in center field because no one could hit it that far. So there was just me and fat guys in center field. And here's why I'm not in sports. You
know why I laugh? Because I know a little bit about Little League. Like, it sounds impressive to be in center field, but actually, I think it's like the second baseman or the shortstop is actually playing center field.
Right.
He's talking about center field like where the majors hit it. That's where you do put the slow kids. Because the center field where like 12-year-olds can hit to is well covered by like the second base.
Right, and this is Pee Wee, so it's just me and fat guys. Fat guy in right field, and you're just sitting there kicking the dirt around, waiting for something to happen. And this is why, and this is a true story. I mean, I've told it before, but I was in center field. I hear a crack of a ball, and it's coming to me, and I'm backing up, and I back up, and I fall down. The ball bounces off my fat face, breaks my nose because I fell down on a sprinkler or something. And that was just it for me. That was it. I got up. The coach was like, "Get up, you fat!" And it was awkward.
It was humiliating.
Yeah, exactly. So that was it. The rest
you just weren't cut out for it.
I wasn't cut
Mark,
out for it.
One of Canseco's most famous moments is a fly ball he lost in the lights, which bounced off his head and went over the fence for a home run.
Mm-hmm. So he'll relate to that.
Yeah,
so maybe I should have stuck with it, and I wouldn't be, playing San Antonio for 4 people in a room that seats 400. Maybe I made the wrong call there. Wait, have you been to San Antonio to that thing?
Not, no.
Hold on, I got to back up for a second. The Canseco thing you were just talking about.
Yeah.
This is pretty amazing. These guys are working today. Danny ran it in.
High fly ball, right field deep. Canseco back to the track. Looking out. It is off his head. It looked like. And over the top. A home run. That looked like a Canseco to the top of the head. We'll have to check the replay. It did. He went over the fence. David Hull's laughing out there, so it must have hit something funny.
It hit Canseco in the head and bounced over the wall for a homer. Look at this. Boink. And it's out of here.
Shouldn't this have been the first sign that he was on steroids, that he could take one off the head and continue playing? I don't think they took him out of the game.
Would have been more an indication if he could catch it with his head.
Right.
His little hand just came out.
Yeah, he did so many steroids, he was starting to sprout little hands through his skull.
Santarelli once said to me, I work with Santarelli on television, and I told him I didn't watch sports. He literally, people who love sports.
Yeah.
Well, he literally looked at me like I had just said that. I don't even know what. He looked at me with shock and horror. He says, then how do you feel alive?
Wow.
With complete honesty. I mean, look, I can play mind games. I'm really good at who cries first.
Yeah.
Played that with my wife a lot.
Some people are so into sports, it's their whole life.
Yeah, and I understand that. You got to believe in something. I don't have anything against those people. I just have nothing to talk to them about. Because when I watch sports, I'm like a girl. Literally, if I'm in a room full of guys watching sports and they have loyalties to teams, I'm the guy going, yeah, he hit it.
So San Antonio, because I think you were talking about being in a room with 4 people. There's nothing worse as a comic than when you see the waitresses sitting in the back, and after the first show they're going to be cut, and they always try to make you feel better. There's some stuff going on in town, and it's just you.
Oh boy,
they had a comedy. They had a comedy condo there, dude. That I was like, I mean, you're above this now because you're whatever. But
I've heard of these comedy condos. I gotta just jump in.
Yeah,
the club owners, they get one awful condo and they make the comedians stay there.
But usually, man,
and the place is usually just a S-hole because they don't really keep it up after a while. They had good intentions at first. It was probably nice and brand new, but years later, it's just disgusting.
Yeah, this is 15 years into this club. Man, like Al Madrigal, he's this comic I know, he's funny, and I told him I was going to San Antonio. He goes, dude, you better bring shower sandals and a sleeping bag. And I'm like, nah, come on. And how bad could it be? Dude, I get there, and I'm like, oh, man, I should have brought shower sandals and a sleeping bag.
Why was the bed just gross?
Well, it was like they have the same linens, they had carpets, they had vinyl upholstered furniture, and this is 15 years into a comedy condo, which they may clean once a week, but how much effort are they really putting into that? And you're dealing with comics. Who the hell knows what went on in there? So it's like 15 years of a film just over everything. You kind of don't want to walk on stuff. You get into the bed and you're like, oh, God, I should have worn a coat or something.
Why don't you just get a hotel? You're way more known than to do that. You don't need to do that. Why don't you just say...
Because I saw it as some sort of... I saw it as a lesson, Jim. I saw it that I was... I'd become a biblical character and I was be putting through some sort of process, some sort of learning through humility process. I'm right at the precipice, man. You understand?
Did it help?
Huh?
Did it help?
I wanted to kill myself for 3 days. Yeah, there's a certain amount of wisdom you get from that, where you're just sitting there looking out a window at an empty street in San Antonio. There's a crackhead there. Like, I went to the Alamo. I didn't see whatever, man. So you're just sitting there going, I understood what Oswald was thinking, in the window in Texas, but I'm thinking about assassinating me.
Yeah.
And I'm just sitting there, and there are those moments when you come through the other side of that where you're like, I can do this. Everything's cool. And then you go perform for 10 people in a room of 400.
And you're being too nice as we back up again. Anthony from Long Island writes, Mark absolutely murdered last night on Conan. Costas sucked, and Mark Maron saved the whole show.
Yeah, thank God.
And you're going to be at what, Gotham Comedy Club this weekend?
No, I'm going to be...
That's what they told me.
No, I got to leave. I got to leave tomorrow. I'm going to Seattle. I'm going to tape my third and possibly last CD in Seattle. People are asking me why you're last, and I'm like, I don't know what's going to happen.
and you pick Seattle. That's where Kurt Cobain did his thing.
Well, I don't think I'm
going to do your thing after you.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just being a self-pitying puss.
How's your single life doing?
I don't know, man. I'm just learning. I'm in the middle of this. I'm in the middle of this divorce process now.
Yeah, you have fun with that.
What is wrong with that?
You enjoy that?
No, man. I don't see, I don't want to bring us down here, man. We got a sports guy coming in later.
No, bring us down because a lot of people could understand what you're going through.
He's divorced too.
Ant's 10 years into his or something like that.
Well, there's a couple of things that I didn't. We talked about it the last time. Well, when I was here last time, I think I was still holding on to hope.
Oh, no.
I wasn't?
Hope goes out the window. You were, and it was sad for me to see.
Because I remember I was watching what I said.
Yeah.
I was trying to be careful about things because but now...
Because you're thinking it might work out after all. You're past that now, though.
Well, I mean, it's just, you start to have all these realizations, and now, so much has happened since the last time I'm here, but the bottom line is that I don't understand... I don't want to generalize, I'm not a misogynistic person. I don't hate women. I hate two. I know, and it's for good reason. But I just don't understand what the hell she's doing. How vindictive they get. This is a person know. What? But I got nothing. And here's what happens. I get a lawyer that I pay, a few grand for, because I don't know how to file for a divorce. Who the hell knows how to do that?
Right.
What are you supposed to do? What, do you go online and get paperwork? I don't know how to do that.
This is carbon copy.
Okay, so I go get a reasonable lawyer, just some scrapper out in Tarzana, some friend of a friend. This woman's just like, I'll fight it out for you. I'm thinking this is going to be good. It's going to be like a mini-series kind of thing.
Sure.
This woman can do it. So I get a nice, cheap lawyer just so I can file, because I just wanted to do that so I could have sex with other people without asking her.
Right.
So then what happens is, of course, I have sex with the wrong person because she knows her. And I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but I like to pride myself on thinking I'm not being an angry guy. But, I did take some action. I was playing chess on some level.
Yeah.
And that aggravated her. So what happens is she leaves me. 3 months later, I file for divorce, right? I go to Scotland. I come back, I date somebody she knows. And now all of a sudden, I'm the idiot. Because her leaving has nothing to do with anything anymore.
Sure.
That's got nothing.
But why would you date her sister?
Well, I tried to date her mom, but it's like that.
Was it a friend of hers or just someone she knew casually?
I would say casually, but we're in comedy. You run in the same circles. What am I supposed to do? Go to another country? Right. What are you supposed to do? The community is what it is.
You know what you know.
Right. It's either going to be, people in the rooms or going to be people in comedy. That's it. So now what happens is,
You pissed her off.
I really did piss her off. But the thing was, is like, okay, to me, I was rationalizing, like, how unusual is that? You know what I mean? That's what people do. You know, when you get left, you can't hurt them, so you got to go out and have sex with people they know.
Sure.
Right? Didn't you do that?
Apparently, yeah.
I don't know if that was the reason, because the other side of it is you're lonely, you're broken. Why am I the predator? How come I'm not the victim in that situation? This woman would not leave me alone,
right?
Which is the truth. All right, nonetheless. I can't believe that. Oh, all right. So she goes out. So now she gets a lawyer, right?
Just like you did, right? Through the person, cheap, inexpensive. No. She went and got the supreme divorce lawyer,
right?
That celebrities use,
right?
Numero uno. Thank you.
Because she is surrounded by vindictive,
right? They get a bug in their ear.
That's right.
And they go, yeah, I should.
That's right.
Ugh.
But the thing that I don't understand, bottom line, is like, you got a lot more bread than I do, bro. And and that's fine. I'm proud of you.
Let me tell you something.
What?
I didn't at the time.
No?
No. They waited and strung that divorce out until I signed a really good contract. They waited. I wasn't making a lot of money when we filed.
But if you signed a contract after you filed for divorce, so what?
Future earnings, potential. I had the potential of making $85 billion.
I think
and she deserves,
they figured
a portion of that. They figured out a way to make it so, like, no, it doesn't matter what you have. Doesn't matter what your pay is.
Right. Potential.
It matters. You have the potential to make this much. So you owe this much, half of your potential of what you could make. So I'm sitting there looking at this number going, I can't come close to ever making that in my life.
They had to figure over $100 million, I do believe.
They freaked, yeah.
Over $100 million.
And you were like 110.
Yeah.
You made a little more.
What the hell is that based on?
Nothing!
So, but how were they able to actually, what happened with that? So they just strung that along? They couldn't make a case based on that?
They strung it along like they do because they want you to settle. They don't want you to go through this. They want you to settle, and they want to get a good deal. That's how divorces work. They rarely go to trial and rarely finish in court. Usually, both parties are so exhausted and punched out, it's usually the guy, that you turn around and go, look, I want to end this. What do you need? What do you want? What do you want to just get out of my life? And then you settle.
This is not a hopeful conversation. Because
no, it's not.
Because, I'm trying, like, for the most part, I'm a little morally bankrupt, but I'm a decent guy when it comes to business. I'm a decent guy when it comes to loyalty to people, to friends. I only have 2 friends or 3. So, you know what I mean? I'm not going to screw them over. She was one of them. But now, I just don't, what bothers me is that in my head, this person that's doing this, given that she made her own money, given that, the reason she left was like, I got a bag of cash, I got my own bread, I'm taking off. And it was like, it hurt my feelings, but I was willing to give her what was legally hers.
Uh-huh.
And then this other thing happens, and I'm like, how do you live with yourself? How do you, how do you
live with yourself? With your money.
But it ain't that much money.
Don't matter.
My money, whatever that's going to be, it ain't going to last her long. And the truth of the matter is that, are you telling me that women in general are that able to justify, morally compromise themselves to just say, screw, they don't have no conscience?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is she looking for a lot? I mean, is that what you said, like a big piece of whatever?
She's looking to just turn the screws.
Well, no. What the deal is that I got what I have. I saved some money because I had the radio gig for a little while. All right, but now I'm in. What have I got? I'm doing stand up. Last year I got a little deal with HBO. I just finished a second draft of a script for HBO, but we had the writer's strike that took me out of the game for months. And then who the hell knows what's going to happen with that? It's not a lot of bread. So this last year wasn't that great. So she wants half of, I don't mind giving her half what's legally hers. But the truth of the matter is there's some stuff that's not. And she's vindictive about it. She's like, I deserve everything. I'm like, dude, you got, you made some bread, take half of this.
And this is all based on the fact that you dated one of her friends, you think?
No, I think I don't know what it's based on. The fact is that she left, and for 3 months she said, I don't know what I want to do. And then I said, well, what are we going to do with that? And she says, I still don't know. I said, look, I'm going to file for divorce because it's not fair. Mm-hmm. And that's that. I mean, the other stuff, dating, I don't know what the hell you're supposed to do. Aren't you supposed to date? I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Hell yeah.
I mean, it's like I'm just a dude here. Maybe I made some wrong decisions. I don't know how to date.
The guy just gets so screwed in these divorces. I mean, this is an ongoing theme on our show.
And you got to pay the legal fees of the
both
woman.
Sides.
who gets the best lawyer around, and you get like a piece of crap lawyer, and then you have to pay for her good lawyer to screw you over. And then you sit there, and you wind up settling. You have all these, let me tell you something, you'll go through this too. You'll have all these delusions that court and divorce court is this thing that's based on your individuality. You're you, she's her. Things will come out that'll prove that you are this guy that did this and she did this, and you deserve what you have and she doesn't deserve this. And then you realize, oh my God, I'm just this docket number, and it's cookie cutter. Like, they look at you as John Doe and Jane Doe, and they'll look at a slide rule and crunch some numbers, and they have a formula that they go through. There's no friend that'll barge through the door and go, Your Honor, I've known this man for years, and let me tell you. And then the judge goes, that's fantastic. Dismissed! You, Missy, leave this courtroom, you hussy.
I was hoping you'd do that for me.
I will. It won't help. But
well, see, now it really just comes down to a formula?
It comes down to this formula to get you in and out the door quickly and get the next case in. There's no individuality in these cases.
I'm starting to feel that. And, oddly, what you're doing for me now, which maybe I needed to be done, is you're completely diminishing my hope. And maybe that's why...
Get rid of the hope. Get rid of it.
Does this window open?
No, thank God.
Mark, let me tell you something. It almost destroyed Anthony. The stress I saw on this guy's face, because it just went on and on.
Well, that's what happens. You can't live your life.
And Anthony's a good guy. He was really trying to do the right thing when he was going through this divorce. I know Anthony can't really talk about things, but I saw things where he was really trying to make sure she was okay and they were going to move on and stuff, and that wasn't good enough for her.
Well,
she went for the jugular, my friend.
Yeah, I just don't I don't know. I assume that she's on top of all this, and I guess maybe am I being an idiot?
Did we tell you the bank account? Did we tell you the bank account story?
Am I being an idiot for talking about it?
No, not at all. We love this. We love this.
You don't
subject.
get into like details really and stuff. You don't get into like details of property and stuff like that. That could get you in a little bit of a jam up. But you can talk about your life, especially if you're on the air. You're a comedian, also. I mean, your job is talking about your life and
it's
things
just
like that. So
after a certain point, because I just don't understand it. Yeah. That there's a reasonable thing that needs to happen here, and you can't be reasonable anymore.
No. Reasonable goes out the window.
And this is when Anthony realized it. I'll try to keep it vague, but Anthony's going through this, and I looked at Anthony one day. We're in our office a few hours before the show, and I go, You got a joint bank account? And Ant goes, yeah. I go, you might want to, go check on that. And Ant, I swear to you, goes, I'm going to go and I'm going to take half the money out. The marriage is definitely done at this point. Definitely. Yeah. There's no turning back. And Ant, as a good guy, goes, I'm going to take out half, which is mine, and I'll leave the other half for her, even though probably you were more than half was officially yours, let's be honest. So he had way less than 100 G's in the bank, and this is after doing radio for 4 or 5 years, okay?
Yeah.
And we go down I remember like it was yesterday, it was lunchtime, we go down to the bank, and Anthony fills out his little withdrawal slip, hands it over to the teller. I'm taking half. I want my money. And she
goes, let me get the manager.
Yeah.
And the manager of the bank comes over and goes, you have a balance of $5.52.
Not only did she take the entire joint account out, she left about $4 or $5 just to make it hurt that much.
Yeah, well, to not close the account.
Well, here's the thing that I did that maybe was a mistake. Maybe you did it yourself. Is that from the beginning, and this is true, from the beginning, I was honest. I was transparent. I mean, they asked for stuff. I organized it. I spent 3 weeks putting everything I had together because I just wanted this to go smoothly.
Right.
And I gave them everything.
Right. You just want it to get over with, smoothly, civil,
and fair.
And fair.
And it just isn't. It's just not enough. And then you start to. It is, and because it goes on for so damn long, any amount of joy that you have in your life, you're like, hey, today's okay, man. I'm having a sandwich.
No.
I'm outside, and then all of a sudden it's like, all it takes one email from
Paul is just over you.
It never goes away, and I have one of those over me anyways, a vague one that has no definition.
Oh, you poor
I'm living with a Paul upon a Paul.
Yes.
I feel like
several Pauls over me right now.
Oh God,
I feel like I went into a time machine.
I know,
at Anthony.
I know.
You got a lot to learn, my friend. friend.
The first thing, and it is horrid.
We walked away from the bank. I had to give Anthony money so he could live for a couple days.
I was like, I just need
nothing.
A couple of bucks till payday.
She wiped him out.
Need a couple of bucks till payday. They're up.
She wiped him out.
The hope thing really does have to just leave. You got to leave any hope.
Well, it's a shifting hope. Like before, I hope that we could still be together. But now you just hope that it doesn't get as ugly.
No, you will go through times where you are so mad. You are so infuriated at the ex, at the ex's lawyer, at your lawyer, just pure, utter rage, because you can't convey what you want, how you want this to go through. You want to open your mouth in the court, but you can't. You're not allowed. Your lawyer talks for you.
It just seems to be, to me, you know what it comes right down to, and I don't know if it's because I'm a Jew or what, it's just like we're wasting money.
Yeah,
of course. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, this is ridiculous.
Such a waste.
You know, you're wasting money. I'm wasting money.
Yeah,
I mean, this is no time for that crap.
That's
look
why,
what's going on in the
in
world
the long
right
run, you will settle. I guarantee this will not get to an end, to a trial, to a judge making a judgment. You will settle
because
it's a wearing down process.
Also, it's not in the lawyer's best interest to settle right away. They want this to go on forever to build up their lawyer fees.
But the weird thing is, I got nothing. I got nothing.
Oh, you got enough, my friend.
I guess you got enough.
You got enough, obviously.
Yeah, you must have
listen,
a little something.
It's about female greed and entitlement. That's what they want to be equals, and they are tired of being second-class citizens until it comes to divorce or child custody, and they're very happy to be second-class.
Next thing you know, they're back on the prairie.
They want their independence, so you got to finance that.
Right.
Thank you. You do. Yeah. You have to finance their independence.
Now, what happens now with you and her?
Me and the ex, ex-wife. I still make payments. Which
you have kid?
No
kids,
no
kid,
house. No nothing. Let me tell you something. I went into this divorce with my paycheck, what I made on a weekly basis working at WNEW down the road, and it wasn't this ridiculous amount of money. And we didn't own anything. I leased a car. That was pretty much it.
You leased a car, and you guys had way less than 100 G's in the bank, and she took that.
But
that should have been the end of story.
What's the law here?
Went on and on and on, and for years,
Mark,
it went on with delays and postponements, and
Mark, he's still paying. Okay,
to the point where I'm sitting there going like, I can't do this anymore.
Right,
this has to end.
You know what I'm fighting though, on a spiritual level.
Mm-hmm. Spiritual level, yeah.
You
believe in the devil.
Is that? Well, I always believed in the devil. Yeah. I just didn't know I was working for him for years. But on a spiritual level, sometimes you know who your employer is. But on a spiritual level, I've been really learning that the things that make me happy are very simple and don't cost any money.
Right, the simple things in life.
Hey, with that, we got to take a break. We got Mark Maron in studio. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Thanks for saving me my job, Jimmy. It's the Opie and Anthony Show. We got Mark Maron in studio. He's flying out to Seattle. He's playing
Giggles Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
I'm taping a CD, and I'm honest with you. I'm not that prepared, but I'm angry, and I'm at the end of my rope. So I think I'm just looking for a CD that can never happen again.
Right.
That's the one I want this time.
The perfect
They're all
time
kinda
for
like
this.
that. Right.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a masterpiece.
I hope so. I'm going to do the big crying closer, which you don't see as much as you used to.
The crying closer, nice. We're having fun today. Hey, little known fact, it was 10 years ago today that we did our mayor's prank up there in Boston. And,
got us thrown out of Massachusetts.
Boy, did it get us thrown out of Boston. And this is the first April Fool's we've worked since then. Companies and bosses have been very nervous to put us on the air. Over the years, ever since that big prank we did in Boston.
What was that? I'm sorry, I was probably sleeping.
They're a little nervous us even talking about it today, but basically we told all of Boston that the mayor died in a car accident. It was the younger version of the Opie and Anthony Show.
Today's that day.
Yeah. April Fool's.
April Fool's.
Happy birthday, Craig. It's my brother's birthday.
I
better call him.
You
Thank
better.
God you reminded me.
Speaking of that, I bring it to everyone's attention because stupid WEEI, Dennison Callahan, taking a little shot at us today, Ant. This just went down a little while ago.
So we're out of time. We can't do our top 10 April Fool's jokes quickly of all time. The mayor's dead. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, the mayor's alive, kicking. He's happy, healthy. Out riding his bike every morning.
I'm not going to give you 10. I'm going to give you like 3 or 4 out of the top 10 April Fool's hoaxes of all time.
Whatever happened to those idiots that said the mayor was dead? They're like working at that McDonald's with the child molester.
Yep.
What are they
Really? Excuse me, douche. We're in the number one market on FM radio. We're syndicated to major cities, and we're on XM satellite radio.
So we're heard all over Canada and America.
And where is this ass heard that I've never heard of his name?
More dishonesty from radio guys. Dennis and Callahan at WEEI. I guess they want to know where Opie and Anthony are, guys.
Hey, fans. Hey, everyone listening to the Opie and Anthony show. Call their stupid, worthless show and tell them where we are, what we're doing, and throw in the C word while you're at it. And who cares?
And male C pictures. Male C pictures and the C word.
Yes.
And the female C word.
Mail them pictures of men's genitals because they look to me like the type of gentleman that would probably enjoy that.
There are Dennis and Callahan in Boston. We're up against them in Boston.
Are we?
Really? Up against them? I don't think
really?
so.
These guys are defending a corner. You're defending the country.
That's right. Exactly. Where are they? At McDonald's? Are you stupid, out of touch jackass? Look, just stay in your own little market. Just stay there. Carve out your little niche. And ignore everything else that's happening in the business you're in.
But they know they're lying.
They do know it's dishonesty. Radio guys are filled with dishonesty.
Get that douche on the phone.
Not only do they know a lot about us, they know about our entire careers. We're on in Boston, and they know that.
Yeah, they might even know that they're going to get a lot of attention today.
This means war.
It's never. See, people are under this misconception that getting attention from us is good. It's the worst thing possible. Our fans are despicable bastards.
Right, Maxwell? You enjoyed the attention, didn't you, Maxwell?
Let Maxwell, who's kept his mouth shut recently because the pests have done nothing but just slam him. Relentless. They're still pounding him that he can't do his own show because our pests just tie up his phone lines.
Whatever happens to those...
So what do we got? Another...
Look at this curmudgeon douche.
I love whatever happened to those idiots. I don't know. We rode the publicity right into New York City radio and into syndication.
You know, it's weird, too, because people don't realize that radio
hold on
is his own world, man.
Hold on, Mark.
Yeah.
Jimmy is taking a look at good old John Dennis.
Oh, what a
Now, we openly admit we're not lookers for the most part, but wow, look at this guy.
Just what a...
Wow, look at this guy.
He's wearing a sweater vest. What a fruit.
Yeah, he's got no choice but to do regional radio.
John Dennis, this is his bio. The blizzard of 78 was a year away, and John Havlicek was still playing basketball for the Celtics when John Dennis embarked on the Boston portion of his broadcasting career.
So he started before Boston in the 70s, and no one still knows who you are.
Yeah.
You're still you fledgling nobody.
And you're a nobody.
No one knows who you are.
And
30 years.
Every guy that's in radio wants to go to a bigger city, wants to be heard by more people, wants to be syndicated, and it never happened for John Dennis. Here comes Nick Carter. Nick, how are you, sir? You got a little something on Dennis and Callahan?
Yeah, oh my God, I couldn't even. There's only 10 minutes of show left. But in terms of John Dennis, he used to be a big-time TV sportscaster.
Really?
He was on, I think, Channel 7.
Okay, failed jock? Is that what I'm being led to believe here? Failed jock?
Well, all I know is now, he was like Mr. square-jawed TV guy, but he just let himself go. He looks like...
Yeah.
Stir-fried S.
Well, I think the pests have a mission. What's the numbers there, Jimmy? You got something?
Yeah, it's a WEEI AM, which is obviously a big station.
Amplitude modulation, my friends. Nice.
888-525-0850. 888-525-0850. And make sure when you call that you're respectful. Don't assault the call screener with the C-bomb. Don't get on the air and drop F-bombs because that will really hurt their show.
Yeah, that would be really bad.
Just let them know where the Opie and Anthony show wound up.
Yeah, that would be really bad.
Don't make fun of the fact that he went to Kent State and just missed it by a couple of years, which should have happened to him. Don't mention any of that stuff.
And once again, this is why.
I'm not going to give you 10. I'm going to give you like 3 or 4 out of the top 10 April Fool's hoaxes of all time.
Whatever happened to those idiots that said the mayor was dead? They're gone. They're like working at that McDonald's with the child molester.
McDonald's. Can you believe the dishonesty?
Working at that McDonald's with the child molester.
Well, hey
Working
guys,
at McDonald's.
Hey guys, WEI is asking where we went, so I think you really need to tell them where we went.
Yeah, what's the number one more time, E-Rock? 888-525-0850.
And I want phone calls around the clock. Everybody suffers. Everybody.
Everyone. Take them down.
Everyone suffers.
And don't give them a chance to say, oh, well, a couple of people called.
Yeah.
Just instant barrage, shock and awe
And I was
on the
here.
phones.
I was here when the war began. I remember April 1st.
You're right here, April
2008.
1st.
That war that lasted in radio for 19 years until that fellow in Boston dropped dead on the air. Started the day I was there.
Mark, this is, I hate to tell you, but this is one of many wars we're fighting. Our troops are spread thin at this point.
You know, I don't know how the hell. It's like I wish I could listen to you, but I get up. People always ask me, "Did you read that blog? Did you listen to that show? Did you go on YouTube?" It's like, dude, I am so old school, man. I get up and I just sit there, and it's all dread, panic, revenge fantasies for me. It's, masturbation. I don't know how people find the time, to get out of their own heads long enough to even indulge themselves in entertainment.
But we got some more. The intel is already coming in, which is wonderful, Anthony. Brian in Boston, listening on BCM. What's up, Brian?
Hey, I just want to tell you guys, if you want to call them, it's just pound WEI from a Verizon phone, too. So you can get them on that line, too.
Is it a free call if you do pound WEEI?
Oh, yeah.
So Verizon phone users,
the assassins have been awakened.
WEEI.
Oh, yeah.
Mark, you have no idea.
There are Opie and Anthony cells around the country.
You have
they
no
are snapping into action,
worst
crawling
idea.
out of bed, having their first 9 cigarettes.
That's right, fixing their mullets.
yeah.
These guys in radio with their dishonesty, it's just.
I was in Tampa.
It's unbelievable.
I was in Tampa, and I go to do a show, right? And you know me, I got to talk. I get to the show, and the guy's like, "Yeah, we're going to put you on after the news for 3 minutes." And I'm said to the person who brought me, I'm like, "Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
What am I going to do in 3 minutes?" And then I hear the guy go, "So what happened to Air America?"
Yeah.
So like, there's a vindictive, it's like he's going to take a shot at me. And
Go ahead.
then I started talking to him, and he's like, "Oh, I'll give you 6."
And we openly admit it because it's the 10-year anniversary. We blew up our careers in Boston because New York was calling. We admitted that.
Yep.
You know, we knew exactly what we were doing. So
we took meetings in New York before we got fired. A month before we were fired, we were in WNEW meeting with the program director saying, I don't know, we're under contract. I would love to live here and work in New York, but we're under contract in Boston.
And I want to make it perfectly clear, the NEW people did nothing wrong. They're like, it's really too bad you're in contract because we would hire you tomorrow. And I'm like, well, I think we could.
Yeah.
I said to Anthony actually in the train back to Long Island.
Yeah,
I think we can fix that.
I think this could be fixed.
I think this could be fixed.
Believe me. And we tried numerous things, and the mayor thing really worked like a charm.
So continue saying that it was a stupid prank, and we blew up our careers, and we're working where? At a convenience store or something?
McDonald's.
We're at McDonald's. We're now at McDonald's.
Yeah, and when you take an action like that where you sabotage your career for a better opportunity, just from personal experience, make sure you have that offer lined up.
Yeah.
You hear that, Rick? You dope. So WEEI, what is it again, Jimmy? We want phone calls around the clock.
But again,
everyone suffers.
No profanity because that's only going to wreck their show. 1-888-525-0850 because they probably don't have a lot of delay. It's like an AM station. They don't have a 9-minute dump button like this idiot.
And let me tell you how dishonest these guys are. There was a recent article in the Inside Track with the manatees. We call them the manatees. These fat slobs that write the gossip column for the Boston Herald. And there was an article about there's a rumor going around that those two were going to be replacing us on BCN.
Right.
So they know exactly who we are.
And
they were
where
in the
we
same
are.
article as us.
I lived in Boston for 8 years. I was in Boston for a long time, and BCN used to sponsor the comedy competition.
Sure.
That started my career, actually. Yeah, Mark Parento was the guy, and
Try to spray paint you black. Watch you.
He did actually.
Mark Parento.
But I thought it was just improv.
Hey, why don't you? I got a PlayStation for you, kid. Come into my van. Yeah.
Hey, Mark Maron's in studio. Hey, Mark, I dropped the cart. Can you bend over and pick that up for me?
Didn't anyone tell you?
Oh, yeah.
That sounds exactly like him. That's the way. Who's the guy in the morning then?
You
that was
bend
the big
over a
guy?
little more, I'm going to tell everybody how funny you are, Mark.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm getting the creeps now.
Who's doing mornings?
Feels like the beginning of my career.
Charles Lackwood. Charles
Lackwood,
those Glasscock. And we used to call him Charles Lack of Talent. Remember that?
Charles Lack of Talent.
Used to drive him nuts. And then when we did the mayor's prank, he couldn't wait to get on TV and like just completely destroy us.
But my favorite has always been Lon and Wally.
Right.
I listen to Lon and Wally on the way home every day. It's a wonderful program while I'm making right-hand turns because I can't make a left.
Linger longer.
That's my ex-mother-in-law.
Yeah. Hey, this is a quickie, and I really want to do something about this today, but we ran out of show. Jimmy was talking yesterday how he's convinced eventually cigarettes will be banned, right, Jimmy?
I think eventually they will find a way, yes.
Well, there's an article
In the future.
There's an article in the Daily News, and I think we're years away from that, Jimmy. Cigarettes are going up again.
No throwing cigarette butts
smoke,
out of
Mark?
your flying
I
cars.
quit smoking cigarettes.
How much do you think a pack of cigarettes is going to be going up to?
$80,000.
$10.
No.
Pretty close. $9 a pack, my friends. That's why cigarettes are not going away anytime soon.
Let's float the economy on the back of the weak and addicted. They have no health care. They're going to die anyways. They're grist for the mill.
Wow. You should be a politician.
People are
Made
begging.
perfect sense.
People are begging that we attack the big show that's on WEEI at 2. We're talking around the clock,
Across
people,
the board.
because they said whatever happened to those guys. So we're going to make it perfectly clear what happened.
Let
to
them
us.
know.
Hey, so listen to this though. Cigarettes are going to go up to just under $9. Now the wholesale average is $2.28. Listen to all the taxes they got on this damn thing. Nick Red, very good. Federal cigarette tax, that'll cost you 39 cents per pack, okay? Then you got the average retailer markup. They mark it up at $1.42 for you. Then you got the new doubled state cigarette tax, which will be $3 a pack. Then you got the state sales tax, which is 22 cents. And then finally you got the city cigarette tax. If you're buying cigarettes in New York City, that's another $1.50.
Right, and if you admit you smoke, you can't get health coverage, so there that insurance company saves a fortune. So when you spent all your money on cigarettes and you're broke and your lungs are rotting, all you got for coverage is God. Good luck.
Yeah. So that's why it's interesting you said that yesterday, Jimmy. There's no way they're going to ban this anytime soon with the money it's bringing in.
They are getting a lot of tax money, but I'm telling you, the lobby behind anti-smoking is very strong.
You're still off, right?
Yeah, man. I've been off since December of 2001.
I remember when you quit.
Yeah, man. It was Esty at the Cellar helped me a lot. She marched me over and got me on the patch immediately, and that saved me.
And that was it.
I'm chewing nicotine gum now because I get strung out on cigars. I'm not a cigar guy, but man, to sit there for an hour and just get a nice steady stream of nicotine, but then I'm going to get my mouth rotted.
Yeah.
Whatever.
That scares me.
I go
Cigars
on and
scare
off.
me.
They do?
Yeah, because I know I love the nicotine rush.
Oh, Christ. I'm going to leave here afraid of cigars and afraid of women.
All right, we got to wrap up. Here's the deal. A lot of people thought it was an April Fool's joke, but it really isn't. Jose Canseco's running late. We're going to talk to him on the other side of the show today.
Yes.
Sorry for the people that don't have the XM. I don't know what to tell you.
It's a missed flight. It's not
a missed
planned.
flight and all. Well, actually, but then he did Letterman last night, so maybe he was celebrating that last night.
But that's exactly what it was. It was a missed flight that pushed all of his press.
Oh, okay.
And backed everything up. That's
And
why.
then we got Mark Maron. He's going to be at Giggles in Seattle this weekend, taping his last CD before he offs himself. So that's
wow.
That's going to be a collector's item, though, Mark. You're going to live on.
Just like my book is. You can get it for $1.39 on Amazon. Okay.
Mark's a great comic. And
I love Mark, man. I was scared of Mark when I first met him. I used to see him at the Comedy Cellar a lot. I'm like, wow, this guy really stands out. And then I went and saw him at Comics, and man, just a brilliant comic, really.
Thanks, man.
Really, really good stuff.
And I love Mark because him and Louis C.K. were the first two really established New York guys to treat me nice. And Colin. Three first, yes.
2 out of 3 is not bad.
Giggles in New York City, in Seattle this weekend, Friday and Saturday.
And once again, Dennis and Callahan of WEEI in Boston. Doesn't matter if you're listening in another city. They asked the question today, whatever happened to those what? What was the quote? Dopes? Idiots?
Yeah.
Idiots. Well, our fans are going to let them know exactly what happened to us. We want phone calls around the clock. 888-525-0850. Have fun with that one, manatees. They'll be writing about that one. All right, guys. April Fools.
See ya.
Oh, by the way, the attack is not an April Fool's joke because,
Yeah.
we do talk to a lot of dummies every day. We really want you to do that.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
See ya.
Opie and Anthony. Infamous CJs. Opie and Anthony.
Here we are at XM Satellite Radio, patiently waiting for Jose Canseco to come through that fine door of ours. We got Mark Maron. He made the walkover to continue bitching about women.
Well, I'd like some advice, fellas.
He's going through a tough time.
I'm going to ask you guys for advice. That's how bad off I am.
Hey, we are the purest, probably most honest people you can ask. You know,
you scared the hell out of me.
You don't have an agenda or anything.
I thought I was feeling better this morning. I'm like, I'm excited. I'm going to go down there. I talked to you for 10 minutes about divorce, and now I'm like, I'm done.
But I like how you were saying your hope is diminishing. Because that is a good thing. You don't want hope.
Well, I have no hope of us ever being, friends or the marriage continuing.
That should go out the window immediately.
But I had some hope that there would be some closure or resolution to this process.
It goes on and on for a while, and the best advice I could give you is, no matter what, don't let it really take hold and just dominate your life.
It happens in moments.
For 3 years for me. It was nothing but an all-consuming mess that I just couldn't. I'd wake up in the morning, boom, there it was.
Right. Well, that's what some days are better than others. It's not like it's almost like this thing, like some sort of universal force that I have no control over, because she's just a person, and I know where she lives, I know where she hangs out.
Yeah.
And there's part of you that thinks like, I'm going to go appeal to her better side. I'm going to go stalk her like a reasonable person, confront her in a coffee shop, and demand that she show me her better side and cut this crap out.
Oh, man, Mark. The lawyer already gave her the speech that this might be coming.
Yeah, lawyers are...
Think of everything.
Just scum.
Well, I can tell when she's talking and her lawyer's talking. Like, she said to me, and so, well, you know what, I now I'm concerned about details, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah. But there was this moment, look, it's been... I'm a comedian. I'm in show business.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor. Some years are better than others. And it just... The whole thing to me is just sad because I was honest. She left me, and now I'm the asshole.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just
At
like...
least you're finally... You got it right.
Right. But
it's about time.
But there are those moments where, like, you want it, it's the same moment when they leave. I mean, I don't know how dramatic it was for you, but I thought things were okay. I thought things were, I know I have an anger problem. I know that, that it was difficult.
Yeah.
But I was trying. But, in its best moments, when you're in a relationship, you think you have some semblance of control. You don't really, entertain the idea that they just can take their vagina and leave. And then you
pick it up with them and go.
Right, yeah, and then you're going to stand there going, wait, we're married. Isn't half of that vagina mine? Don't I have any say?
They, I think, have dibs on the whole vagina.
Right, and you don't want a vagina that doesn't like you in the house. But the horrible thing is that there was, I don't even remember if I talked about this, because I'm over this stuff, as you can tell. I mean, I'm past this stuff. But now it's just, I did everything I was supposed to do. I did it right in this party. It's like, I want to be rewarded for being honest in this process.
Oh, no, you'll be punished. You'll be punished severely for it.
God.
I guess I'm being naive.
So much to learn.
I know, but this is not the lesson I wanted to learn.
Divorce court is bizarro world. It's just everything's backwards. The nicer you are, the worse you'll be treated. It's a horrible thing to have to go through.
My first divorce, I had no money. I just, I gave her half of the, the take from the book, and I left her.
You just said first divorce?
Yeah.
Yeah. You married again?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't even talk to you.
But have you? I loved her. I loved her. Didn't you? You liked her.
Doesn't matter if you love. There's no second marriages.
God, what love
can't
becomes?
Be.
What love becomes, dude? I mean, because there was that period, man, where she was still getting the mail at my house, right? She leaves me, but she's still getting her mail, and her shit's still at the house, and she would come over to get the mail. And this one I'm hanging on to hope. So she's coming over to get the mail. So you're combing your hair. You're
brushing your teeth.
Yeah, you're brushing your teeth. You're putting the good shoes on.
God, I want to slap you when you talk like this.
You're holding your belly in.
Yeah.
And she comes over to get the mail. And this is but this is a woman I was in love with, man. I mean, I left a woman. I left a marriage for this woman, and I loved her, and I would have done anything for her, right? But here's what it becomes. She comes over for mail, and then you start getting into this thing where she's like leaving. I'm like, so, I mean, you want to...
you want to spark up a conversation?
No, I want to fuck her.
Yeah, well,
oh, boy.
Unfortunately, she's picking up the mail and going home to another mail.
Whoa.
Kind of spelt a little different.
I don't even want to believe that.
You don't want to think that.
You're not ready to believe that one yet?
I don't know that that's true.
Okay.
All right.
Oh man, you guys!
How long you been?
You really want to hang with us today,
But all
Mark?
I'm saying
We have a
is
little
that-
experience with this. We've been talking about this subject for off and on for 10 years.
This is somebody that I was in love with, and that I was, head over heels. And what it becomes is that she's picking up her mail, and I'm saying, come on, And here's the thing: if you're a woman, and I've asked women this in clubs, and I said, how many times have you fucked a guy that you broke up with? And you get a good amount of people, and I say, well, the ones that don't, you are the worst type of woman. I mean, do us a favor. After you break up with us, just fuck us occasionally. Is that wrong?
Oh, boy.
That's not a good idea.
Well, here's the saddest part about it. Is this the person you love, and she's coming over to get her mail, and it's sort of like, just for old times. Don't you still feel it? Whatever. And it got to this point where, I just remember, proposing to her, telling her how much I love her. And then it gets to me where she's walking out with a bundle of mail.
Oh, boy.
A bundle of mail, and I'm saying, come on, just fuck me. She's like, I don't think that'd be a good idea. And I'm like, and this is what happened. I'm like, will you just show me your ass and let me jerk off?
No.
So
Did you
that's
really say that?
Yeah.
Oh, I love you.
So that's what love becomes. She's like, you really want to do that? I'm like, yeah, I kind of do.
Show me your ass and let me jerk off. That's a good
Did you
one.
do that? You're the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. And then she said no, and I'm like, well, I'm still going to do it. So it was pathetic, but what it is what
Still
it is.
gonna jerk off to you.
Yeah.
You can't stop me.
Could you show me your ass while I jerk?
That's great.
But the thing,
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, comics are a special breed, aren't we?
Oh, boy.
But that's the weird thing is that was as romantic as I could be at that moment.
Right.
In that moment of desperation, all I had was that.
Wow.
Those were the options.
That's tough,
great.
bro.
I could have just said bye. I hope you didn't get any bad mail.
Yeah.
But no, I'm like, please, just let me jerk off to your ass.
Oh,
And that does show women, though, when it's all boiled down, that is what they are. Please just let me look at your hiney while I fucking come on myself, and then take your mail and have a drunk driving accident.
Mark Maron is in studio. He's playing Giggles in Seattle this weekend and recording his last CD.
Yeah, maybe the last.
Before he puts a gun in his mouth.
Look, I don't want to, because I have found that suicidal ruminations, despite the fact it's all very well and dramatic. I'm not depressed. Sometimes I think about suicide. I don't want to kill myself. It just makes me feel better to know that I can if I have to. There's nothing wrong with that.
That option's there, I guess.
But you go in and out of that, right? You were going through this. I mean, there are moments where you're so tied up with the pride, with the money idea, with the feeling of not having any control of the situation, where your self-pity gets the best of you, and you're just like, fuck it.
No,
Fuck
I
it.
went the other way.
I'm gonna kill her? You went, I'm
it
gonna
was
kill her?
rage. Yeah, I was more like, no, not I was going to kill her, but I wished like natural or just accidental death on people.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't go out and think, oh my God, I want to literally kill that person because I didn't want to end up in prison or anything like that. But I was like, you know something? I wouldn't shed a tear over a car wreck or a bolt of lightning. I was so enraged with utter and sheer hatred of another human being.
It's weird, It's like I'm ashamed to say, especially in present company,
In the presence of men.
Yeah, that. And believe me, this is the only show I can talk about this shit on. Because to some people, I'm still a beacon of liberal and progressive thought.
Sure.
And I do have that part of me, but I have to indulge this other thing because the man in me has been awakened.
Right.
With the horrendous pain and resentment towards the members of the opposite sex.
Yes.
Is that, in all honesty, I don't know if it's by virtue of the fact that I've been sober for a while, but I don't resent her. I resent this process that she listened to vindictive cunts. And
Thank you. Yes.
Who got into her head. Because I know my wife. I know who she is. I was with her a long time. And
She was brainwashed.
Well, not
by her
so-
friends and lawyers.
She was angry at me for taking actions I took after she left me and after I filed for
After
divorce.
she left you.
That's
Remember
right.
that.
She
That's
left-
key.
And I do remember that, and I know that she, in my heart, that she wasn't coming back. And I know that people got into her head and said, "Here's how you do it," because the things she said to me, in the encounters we've had.
It didn't sound like her. Right?
Well, it still isn't her. It doesn't sound like her now.
It's being filtered through her, but it's a lawyer or some bitch friend or some shit.
This is how you hurt him. This is how you get back.
Here's how you get him.
That's right. And the thing that kills me is that despite the fact that I may have had a little anger problem, which I do, and I got to deal with it. But I have to be honest with you. I got to be honest with you. After she left, my anger problem got much better.
Really?
Now,
wow.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, if you have no one to complain to or yell at, you're going to yell and complain less, right? I mean, when you do that, you can do that by yourself. Then you're a lunatic.
Silly.
Yeah, you're an idiot.
Silly.
So, but in my heart, the thing is that. I don't even know what the hell I'm saying. The fucking thing is about love is what you can do. I guess it's going to take a little while longer.
At least 2 or 3 more
I like
years.
seeing this though because let me tell you something. Last time you were in, you were at a different place. In this process.
Yeah.
Now it's refreshing to see you in this place. It's better. You're progressing.
Know what that means? He's banging young broads.
You're going on. Now, here you go, my friend.
Right.
This is what you need to do immediately.
Yeah.
Young girls.
Okay.
Let me just lay it out there for you.
Okay.
You are now opened
Hold
up
on, let me get a pad.
to the wonderful world of youth.
Yeah. Well, I find that I'm at that age now where it seems that the 25 is. I'm 40.
Is that your baseline there?
I'm just saying what I'm
told.
I'm just saying what I'm.
Talk to Anthony.
Is that your baseline?
No, it's not my baseline. That seems to be what is coming at me without working too hard.
Oh, okay. All right. So you don't want to. If you're just out, then those girls will come up to you.
A little bit.
You put a little effort into it.
They're like,
you can get that age down to 20, 21.
Drive it down to fucking junior high.
Well, I have just found that in all honesty, in my life, I generally see what comes towards me, and I've grown to find that women who are attracted to me, no matter what age, they're smart, they're funny, they're cute, and deep down they resent every member of my gender. And somehow or another, I'm going to have to pay for that. But it could be in a day, it could be in a week, it could be in 8 years. But eventually, the problem, fellas, is that here's the big problem: all women they have fathers, and you are going to pay for whatever that father did or didn't do.
Wow, holy
to whatever
fuck.
extent
Anthony
they didn't
has
do
said
it.
that for years.
Dude, when I'm a guy, I don't know how many more times I got to stick my cock into a hurricane. I don't know how many more times, but if I look into her eyes and there's nothing but flying debris, okay, I will be like, I'm putting my raincoat on and I'm going in there. And there's Barbie parts flying around camp counselors, missed rides, and Daddy said he was coming, and I'm in there.
God,
with two things that look like jumper cables, wandering around in a storm, saying, "Where's the broken daddy box?" I'm going to plug directly into it, and I'll just hang on for as long as possible.
Oh my God!
You nailed it. Can I jump in real fast? My ex, Father's Day would come along, and all of a sudden she's like an emotional wreck. I'm like, what the fuck's wrong? It's Father's Day, because it reminds her of when Daddy left.
Right.
And then all of a sudden we're just going about our lives, and all of a sudden I wake up one morning, she's crying uncontrollably. I'm like, what happened on this date with Daddy? That's the thing. That's the game I would play with her.
Today
it's his birthday.
Right. My wife, the day, and this is the God honest truth. The day she said, "You know what? I'm getting along with my father a lot better," it was fucking over. You know what I mean? Like when she started watching football because her dad watched football. When I saw my wife sitting on the couch going, "Go, go," I'm like, "What just happened?
Yeah.
Who's in my house?" And that was the beginning of the end. And she's exactly like her father.
Here's my ex's story, which I should have known immediately, right off the bat. Christmas Day.
Yeah, I love this story.
He leaves the family on Christmas Day.
Hold on, Ed. I need this.
He leaves the family.
Sometimes you don't want to pay for presents.
Goes off, and starts a brand new family from scratch.
Yeah.
Just from scratch, and completely forgets about the other family he had.
Men are unbelievable.
I step into this fucking situation thinking everything is going to be hunky-dory, and you are absolutely right. You will pay for the sins of the father, and you don't know when it's coming, but it is. And now my last ex, which is very recent, I don't know what that is, but she just recently picked up and left. That one,
God, it's fucking awful.
That one, her mom who now that I'm broken up with her, is just a fucking cunt.
Who?
My ex-girlfriend's mother. Yeah, I fucking hate her. Anyway.
Wow, breaking news.
Anyway.
I'm sitting up.
Anyway.
I was leaning back too far.
Wait, why?
This one hold on. Why is she a
just,
C word?
You know something? When I've dealt with her over this many years, there's just her personality, her connivingness, the rather work at swindling someone than actually work for a fucking living.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Just I fucking grit my teeth thinking how many times I had to smile at her when I wanted to hit her in the face with a fucking shovel. Hate her!
Always did. So you always did, and now you can finally say it.
Fucking one.
Wow, you put on a good face, my friend.
Since day I did.
I've hung out
Give
socially
me my
in that
fucking
situation
Academy
with you
Award.
a few times, and it looked like you guys all got along like you were.
Give me my fucking Academy Award.
You got to play along.
Because I fucking did it for the relationship.
Why? What was the worst thing she did to you? If you could say, I don't even know.
Said hello. It doesn't matter. Anything.
You just got a sense. You got a sense right away.
There was a complete lack of any appreciation of anything that I would do, helping out, family-wise, which that just this.
It's a known fact that Anthony is very generous and helped out a lot of people in your last relationship.
And her past track record of relationships and hatred of men and swindling people out of various goods and things is just legendary.
But that's what they all become once you start the divorce process.
Yeah. Well, tell me about it. That's what they do. Believe me. She had 3 kids with 3 different men.
This is the woman you were dating?
Yeah.
That wasn't a red flag?
And one,
No.
Okay, I was going to say.
No, I wouldn't have a fucking
His ex's mom.
wife with a kid. I date kids. I don't fucking have women with them.
He fuck kids.
I don't have women with them.
With the kids.
Backwards
Yeah, exactly.
Home early.
But the father, so the father wasn't in her life either for many, many years.
Right.
You know, he had a drug problem, an alcohol problem, apparently. But he got over that. I'd met him, and he seemed like a nice enough guy and everything. I had never had a problem with him. But being out of the life so long, there it is again. Maybe a father issue. I don't fucking know. I'm no shrink. But for some reason, I always hook up with girls that have no fucking fathers. I like it because I don't have to deal with a fucking father. But there's something there.
You know what? I've been doing a lot of research on this, just at home on my couch by myself with no book. With no books.
Wait, Mark, could you hold that thought?
I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Because you have no idea what he just did here today.
Big time.
Because I was thinking in my dopey head that there might be a slight chance that the door is slightly open with him and his ex. And I do believe that door is officially shut in my eyes.
I don't go back to exes. I don't go back to exes.
Even if they come to and say,
I never have.
Here's a present. None of that?
Nothing. No, I don't go back to exes.
Well, Jose Canseco was walking in.
Jose, what's up, buddy?
There it is. Come in. Saved by the bell.
We're talking about ex-wives, ex-girlfriends.
Ex-lives?
Ex-wives. That's a good way to look at it.
Their mothers.
Divorces.
The mother-in-laws. The friggin' families. The crap.
He looks like Rick Delgado on steroids.
Much better looking than
That's what Rick looked like in NEW. Rick Delgado on steroids.
So Mark Maron, he's a comedian friend of ours. He's going through a little divorce thing. And
Are you going through a divorce right now?
Yeah, I am.
Poor guy.
I went through it.
Can you help me in any way?
Poor guy.
Can you bring it back?
Half.
Yeah.
Ant's still going through a divorce thing.
No, I went through it. It's over. I just
Well, you're
got
still
to pay.
writing some checks.
I still got to pay.
Which are going to end soon, by the way.
How many you had?
Thank God.
2.
2 divorces?
So I'm an expert. 2 divorces.
Did anything go your way in either of them?
Not even close. well, let me rephrase that. My second wife couldn't break my prenuptial, so that went well at least.
Oh, okay, but she tried.
She tried. Oh, yeah.
And legal fees up the ass, right?
No, not really, because I had an ironclad prenup, so it was.
Good.
It was pretty clean.
See, that's what you need.
An ironclad prenup to protect my $10?
Believe me, you never know if you
$10.
$10. Look at me. I was a fucking tin knocker.
Yes.
I was making $28,000 a year, and I marry this woman.
And then I become a fucking radio guy, making some pretty good change.
Call it a radio.
I become a radio superstar. Making a pretty good chunk of change. I didn't know when I was making 28 grand, knocking tin, crawling in people's attics, that I would need a prenup. But believe me, if you're fucking doing, no matter what you do, you should get a goddamn prenup before you get married, because you don't know what's going to happen in the future.
How do they live with themselves? What's that? How awkward is it presenting a prenup? Like, look, I love you, I want to spend my life with you, but before we consider that,
I don't want to get fucked when we split up.
It's easy when you're already married once and your first wife took half.
But is the second one annoyed? Is the second one annoyed that you want the prenup?
But Jose, we're in love. This shouldn't happen.
Half.
No. What do they say?
Well, no, she was pretty cool.
Pretty cool about it.
Yeah,
because they're up for the ride. They know what they're getting into. They're going to have a good time either way.
Right.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
What kind of gun did you hold to her head? You had to, right? Come on, you signed this bitch.
He had Luca Brasi.
Luca Brasi made her an offer.
I'll kill you.
Hey, speaking of broads, it's a good place to start. Baseball players and women on the road.
Jeez, this is terrible.
Is that a bad place to start?
No, it's a good place.
Because we have this theory when we see like baseball players retire and they're crying their eyes out in front of everybody. We think it's not that they're going to miss the game. We think it's because they're going to miss the broads on the road, and they're going to be stuck at home with their wife finally, and now they got to come up with excuses how to get back on the road so they can bang the broads.
No, I think by that time you're just too old. You're in your 40s and you're gladly retired.
You're fucked out, kind of.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you, it was in my heyday. It was pretty crazy.
But what kind do you attract? I mean, comics attract. You don't even want to know. But like our baseball groupies, are they lunatics? Are they scary?
I guess, yeah. I mean, you attract all types. You attract the scary ones, the good-looking ones.
The scariest one?
Is it true that?
I'll tell you, one that actually liked to be choked out while you were having sex.
That was awful.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, I'm not touching you again. No,
well, you gotta try it.
Kill you.
You might kill her, right?
I love how he said again. That means he at least said, try it once.
I'll try this.
I tried it once, and after that, forget about it.
Did it freak you out?
Yeah, it was scary.
Yeah?
Yeah, because their eyes started rolling in her head, and it was like, whoa, wait a minute. You're doing the Exorcist or what?
It's going to be worse than a
Never again.
Prison time.
Yeah. No. Wait, and she wanted me to squeeze her neck even harder. So I was like, what, are you kidding me? I got to go.
What is with that?
Would she tap out? Like, how would it go down? Would she say, like, squeeze harder, I'm ready to come here?
And her eyes started rolling in her head, and once I saw that, I was like, this is crazy, I'm out. Bye.
No fun, huh?
No, it was crazy. It was
wow. That's
the worst is when you think they want that and they don't. Boy, that's a silly explanation.
Are you sure?
Well, you're asking to die.
Jose, what can you tell us about the broads on the road, though? A lot of these guys have a woman in every city.
Well, I can just speak for myself, and you can imagine from there. But these women are throwing themselves at you. I mean, they get by security. They find out what hotels you're at. As soon as you go in your door, they're in your room, literally. They're waiting for you at the hotel bar. They're kind of, in a way, stalking you, trying to find out where you're at each second. They're waiting for you after the game. And, of course, you're, at the time, the best player in the world, making a certain amount of salary and look a certain way. It's just the inevitable. They make it very easy.
Do they have baseball cards and they go, fuck them, blew them, fuck them, blew them, fuck? Are they looking for relationships or just to get off?
Believe it or not, a lot of them want relationships. At least they say that anyways.
Wow.
So you can't really figure out, who's who, but,
that's just the kind of woman you want, someone who stalked you at a bar in a hotel in a strange city.
Let's start dating and get married. Have kids. Yeah. That makes sense.
So when that story came out with A-Rod, with that girl in Toronto, you weren't surprised, right?
Absolutely not. No, I mean, A-Rod's a good-looking guy. I mean, when all is said and done, he's going to be worth probably $400 million, which is crazy. So I see women throwing themselves at him all the time. He may go to a strip bar or club now and then.
Yeah.
Even these women who are married are just probably throwing themselves at him. And, it becomes very, very difficult to say no at times.
Do you like the guy or do you not like him?
I don't like him. I don't like A-Rod at all. I met him when he was very young. And like I said, he looked at my wife at the time and said, wow, it's a beautiful woman. All of a sudden I find out later on that, he's calling her and they're maybe they hooked up or something. So
wow.
It was kind of bad.
This is the first wife?
Second wife.
Second wife.
Yeah.
So he for real pursued her. He didn't just flirt at a party.
Oh, definitely. He pursued her, and
was he married at the time?
I'm not sure about the time frame. I think he was.
What a prick! God, you could go out there and just fucking grab any chick you want.
That was about dominating a male, though.
Right,
that wasn't
that's right.
about the woman. That was about I'm gonna do this to Jose Canseco.
That's animal shit.
It could have been, and Jessica. I don't know if you guys saw her in the Playboy. She was a drop dead gorgeous woman.
Absolutely.
So maybe that had part to do with it.
But she was your woman.
Right, she was my wife at the time.
So that he just was doing some lion pack bullshit.
Could have been.
Yeah.
I like the analogy, lion pack.
Well, it looks like you got A-Rod by the balls at this point because you're claiming steroids with him. At least he looked into it, and and he's not making a lot of noise because it sounds like you got like something in your back pocket that you're more than willing to use. This guy Max, that is in your book, right?
Yeah, I did introduce him to a one-owned steroid dealer, and after that, I don't know what happened. I kind of lost track of it, but he's definitely not denying it. So I'm waiting for him to just fall in that bear trap and say Jose's a liar, and I'm going to deny it. And
you're saying though, if this gets uglier, you have no problem naming who Max is, right?
Absolutely.
And then it would get very interesting because now Max is going to be on the spot, and he's going to probably say some things.
He'll just say the truth. Exactly what happened.
You're also defending. You're saying that Clemens, contrary to popular belief, didn't do him. The guy, who was the guy? McNamara, Brian McNamara, I think his name is.
Yeah.
Why? Like, are you just protecting a friend, or does you really believe he didn't do it? Because this guy saved swatches and all this shit.
Yeah. No, I'm just giving you the information that I've got. Did I think, especially in my first book, or suspect that Roger Clemens used steroids? Absolutely. Do I have any evidence whatsoever that he did? No. So you're kind of like on the fence. Did he do it or didn't he do it? I always suspected him. I try to get information from him if he did, but I have no evidence at all.
So do you feel like the players, do they hate you? I mean, are you hated by players, or do some of them kind of like, hey, we like what you're doing because we didn't do it? What's the reaction from players?
Serpico. You Serpico?
Well, yeah.
Right,
I mean, yeah. Even if some of the players do like me, they can't say it because if they're associated with Major League Baseball or have a coaching job or playing at the Major League level, I mean, if they say I'm on Jose's side, Major League Baseball will ostracize them and blackball them and then completely get rid of them. Absolutely.
Jimmy and I were discussing just before you got here that were you the first guy to do steroids in baseball, or the first big name to do it?
That's a good question. I don't know. I really don't know. I know I'm the first individual that actually set and broke records while using steroids and educating other players, and that was to them a great example.
Where did it come from? Were there guys like drug dealers? I mean, when did you first become aware that this was an opportunity and a possibility that could really change your career?
Well, for me, it was a different story. For me, in 1984, I was playing with the Modesto A's, which is A-ball, and my sister calls me back home, and I go to the hospital, and my mom's brain dead. And my mom had never seen me play baseball at all, so I promised her on the spot to become the best baseball player in the world. Meanwhile, about 2 months later, I got acquainted and introduced to steroids, and I decided at that point to use them to fulfill that promise to my mom, become the best baseball player in the world.
Who was that guy, though? Was he a skeevy guy, or how did that come about?
No, he was actually a high school friend of mine that was a weightlifter.
Oh, I get it.
And he was using steroids. So I asked him about it.
I played a lot of high school sports. I mean, steroid use was like rampant in high school. So, I mean, to think that these baseball guys weren't doing it is just stupid.
With the people I hung out with, pot use was rampant.
Right.
Yeah, steroids was not even in the picture for me.
No, it was pretty much just, you got a joint.
How do we get a guy to buy a Southern Comfort? Where are we driving?
Yeah, get someone to buy us booze and some pot and go to the woods. Yeah, on the
you
woods.
were in the pot click.
Yeah, that was me. Jose, you know when I knew you were on steroids? We said it earlier this morning. When you took that baseball off your head and then it went over the wall for a home run and you continued playing, I'm like, wow, that guy's on something.
Didn't even feel it.
That guy's on something. Didn't even feel it.
How bad of a fucking teasing did you get from your teammates?
Oh, I mean, it was so funny because I remember, like it was yesterday, this guy from Cleveland Indians, I forgot what his name is, Martinez, whatever, hits a semi-line drive fly ball to me in right field. And I remember as a child, the first thing they tell you is, do not take your eyes off the ball. So first thing I do is I look at the ball, I run back. First thing I do is I look to see where the fence is. And obviously, there's a warning track. When you step on it, it feels different, and you know how many feet you have left. Biggest mistake I made. I looked back to the wall. Then as soon as I looked forward, the ball was already on top of me, hit me on the top of the head. I slam into the fence almost at the same time. Ball goes over the wall. I'm looking on the ground like an idiot around the ball. Meanwhile, David Holt in center field is on his knees laughing. And I swear to you, I'm looking for this ball, and I'm saying, oh, my God, look at him. You know, he's supposed to back me up as an outfielder.
Yeah.
He's laughing on his knees, and I look at him, I go, oh, shit. No. Ball went over the fence, went off my head. That's when I realized I started laughing. He started laughing. I think for the rest of the inning, we're just looking at each other, just cracking up.
That's a classic clip, man.
No, it was hilarious. It was.
I might be out of school here because I'm not a big sports guy. I'm still, in my heart, part of the pot clique. But now, do you think that not only is steroid use unavoidable, but there's some people that defend it and they say that, why the hell not? Let's let them just become these mutants that actually catch the ball with their head eventually. I mean, do you think that there's something to be said that it shouldn't be stopped?
Well, I mean, it's an illegal substance, so it has to be stopped.
But if it wasn't, I mean, do you think that performance-enhancing drugs will make the game better, or that it takes away the integrity of the game?
Well, if it was legal, no one would have a problem with it, and you see, these records being broken daily. But, the bottom line is you can wish for this and wish for that, but it's an illegal substance.
Well, how come then there's people that have such a problem with some of these human growth hormones and whatnot that weren't barred by Major League Baseball at the time, weren't illegal, and people were using them, yet they're being ostracized for using them, even though there were no rules against it? I mean, that seems odd to me that it's like a witch hunt with people like that. I understand now you get a new player in there. There are rules now. You can't use this. You can't use that. But, I mean, they're going after some players years ago when this stuff was, accepted.
Right. It is a witch hunt, especially going after players, 5, 8, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But what really happened is that, records were being broken. It was becoming obvious now that the whole league was on steroids. And when that happens, when the obvious happens, then I write my book, Juiced. I mean, something has to be done. So I think Congress took the initiative.
How bitter are you at baseball? Because you had 462 home runs. I mean, you missed a lot of playing time because of injuries. I mean, and they say 500 home runs is pretty much your first ballot Hall of Famer. Yeah. Your first guy in history to hit 40 home runs and steal 40 bases. And you get 1% of the vote for the Hall of Fame ballot, which is, I think, baseball kind of, just sticking it to you. I mean, how bitter are you?
Well, I knew that was going to happen. I wasn't bitter because of that. I was extremely bitter because at 38 years old, 38 home runs short of 500, I was blackballed from the game of baseball that I love. All of a sudden, you can't play. All of a sudden, my agent was calling around and saying, Jose Canseco will play for free. They said no. He said, well, if major minimum salary comes into play, he'll donate it to a local charity to get some kids out there. They said no.
Oh, it's got to hurt.
So I knew then and there that, I was being blackballed.
And you knew you had a few books in you.
Yeah, at least two.
At least two, right?
Do you feel bad? Like, are there any of your friends that you've kind of lost? Like, do you feel like you've hurt any guys that you genuinely liked and who were like, what the fuck, we were friends?
No, I liked them all. But what happened was as soon as I got blackballed, everyone turned their back on me. No one could talk to me. No one could call me. I mean, not clubhouse guys, not managers, not no one, not players. No one could communicate with me. If Major League Baseball found out they were communicating with me, they would get also blackballed. Yeah. So it's very tricky. It's very delicate.
It's like the Hollywood blacklist. All those guys that were part of the Communist Party, they just sorry man, you're pariah. That's it. You're on your own. It's like when mobsters go to prison. Do what you got to do.
You're done.
Knowing it's a fraternity, I just don't understand why you would write the books and just ostracize everybody from your life like that.
Well, I was already ostracized without this book. No ifs and buts about it. Now, what I wanted was obviously to mention these players. I needed one of these players to come by my side or testify on my behalf in Congress and say, you know what Jose's saying is the absolute truth. But I underestimated Major League Baseball. They're so powerful. They're such a juggernaut that basically they put fear into these baseball players' lives and said, you know what, you testify on behalf of Jose Canseco, we're going to do the same thing to you that we did to him.
Right.
Mark McGwire kind of, you guys have played together. I mean, the Bash brothers, I mean, you guys were just fucking hitting home runs left and right. And he was obviously, I mean, you said he was doing them.
Right.
Did he sit in front of Congress and just refuse to talk about it? I mean, I don't think he ever owned up, did he?
Well, I mean, when I testified for Congress, it almost felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. All of a sudden, I mean, Sammy Sosa couldn't speak English. Yeah. And I've known him since he was 19 years old, and he speaks English. So all of a sudden, I don't know. my attorney no speak English. And then Rafael Palmeiro puts on this really bad acting job. I don't know how to tell you. I've never used steroids. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? And then Mark McGuire, I'm like, doo-doo-doo-doo. He forgets everything. He gets abducted by aliens. They erase his memory. Hey, let's not talk about the past because I forgot about it. Let's talk about the future. I mean, it was crazy.
And
it was a circus.
There was such a drastic change in his look in such a short period of time from when he was knocking those home runs and from when he was testifying. I mean, he was just a giant. Mark McGuire was friggin' huge arms,
he was
big neck and everything. And there he was. He looked like a bookworm with the little glasses on.
Yeah.
And, you got to think, all right, come on. Give me a break.
Didn't you write in your book that you injected him?
Yeah, definitely injected him.
Injected Mark McGuire with steroids. Now
and Rafael Palmeiro.
And Rafael. Really? You injected him?
Absolutely.
Wow.
It's funny how McGuire didn't want to discuss the past, yet he didn't mind the past when it was Maris's home run record. And they were harping on that as he was approaching 60 to 61.
Is it weird, like, injecting, like, another athlete in the ass with steroids? Is it a little homoerotic? Like,
no, because
what goes on there?
It was
How does
going
that go
on
down?
all the time. No,
Homoerotic.
Do you just pull? But you have to pull your.
Oh my God, the locker room looked like a shooting gallery on the Lower East Side.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the top
I'm
of the
just saying
glute
it's got to be a
muscle.
little weird. Like if Jimmy needed the steroids, I don't know if I could put a needle in his
Just don't
ass.
fucking put him on your dick and use that. It's fine. It's just a needle.
It's not like he's totally naked now. He's just the top of the glute. I mean, we're all in
Right.
our
I'm just
baseball
trying to make a
pants.
joke there, Jose. Jesus.
You know, it's just the
creepy would
very
that be,
top,
though?
and you don't take off.
Now,
Now,
I'm just sitting here thinking, now, could I get on steroids? Do I have to work out? Or is there...
well, if you want to maximize the effect, yeah, you need to work out and diet properly. And
Would it help our radio show, you think?
probably. It'll enhance the...
Anything could help.
Yeah, anything hurt.
What about a B12 shot could help at this point?
What about the
Just like
rumor about
steroids.
your balls shriveling up to the size of raisins or something?
Well, they actually atrophy, but not the size of raisins, but they actually do. It doesn't affect the penis at all.
Right.
But it does atrophy your testicles.
It just makes the
Nuts get a little
balance
small.
The balance looks
Which
a little
can't be a
weird.
bad thing if you got hangers.
Make your dick look bigger anyway.
I've never heard anybody have sex with their balls.
Have you talked to Jim?
That's how I show
You got a
a girl
problem.
That's how I show a girl I'm angry. I shove the whole bag in there. I'm like, take that.
Jose, so in the 80s and 90s, what percentage of players you think were on steroids? You think? I know it's not an accurate percentage, but
I mean, at the height of steroid
ballpark.
use, it was about 80%.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, it was about 80%.
80% in the 80s and 90s were on steroids?
At the height of steroid use,
Which is about when? What year?
I'd say
Mid-90s?
90, yeah, mid-90s.
80%?
See, you should write a book about the 20% of faggots. that wouldn't do it.
As a matter of fact, I made a comment. I said, for the last 10, 15 years, find an MVP that was not on steroids.
Wow. Really?
So, yeah.
Let me throw a name at you, Cal Ripken. So if you're saying 80% of the ball players were on steroids,
He was in the 80s, though, I think.
Oh, you're skirting that one.
So no, I never even heard Cal Ripken related to steroids.
So he was one of the good ones that
Probably.
He wasn't a
possibly
slugger, I don't
avoided
think.
it. I'm just.
Probably.
But if 80%, Jimmy, that's not all home run sluggers.
You know,
That's-
Rod Carew wasn't, you know.
Yeah.
Well, Rod Carew wasn't my era.
Yeah, slapping at that dumb ball every time he was up.
There's absolutely no way for a guy who doesn't use steroids ultimately to compete with a team that is on steroids 80%. That those guys that didn't do it were going to be losers.
I can definitely say the guys on steroids had an edge, a big edge.
Okay.
Sure.
Safe to say that a lot of the managers and coaches knew?
I think they all knew, absolutely.
You got to think they all knew if 80%
Right.
of Major League Baseball in the height of steroids is on the roids.
Well, you gotta understand.
Didn't Tony La Russa admit that he knew?
Well, at first he said he didn't know. Then he said that he knew that I was using steroids. But, you know, Tony La Russa had actually... We used to make fun of him because he used to have snitches come in the clubhouse when the managers weren't allowed and the coaches weren't allowed in there to actually look around and listen to see what people were doing.
Oh, you think he overmanages? He always struck me as somebody that kind of fucking micromanaged a little bit too much. Lefty, righty, right, we get it. You know,
Right.
fucking.
I mean, he was a great manager. He was a perfectionist. So...
But it had to be like, it seems to me that I don't know the history of baseball, and I'm speculating here, but at the time when steroid use started to get popular, that it probably bolstered the game. I mean, that's why the big shots are into it. It's some money. You guys are like thoroughbred horses. They probably knew that if the performance goes up, they're selling millions
Baseball
of
was
dollars.
almost dead because of the strike, and then next
Right.
thing you know, we got
Was that
guys hitting 500-600 foot
Right.
homers.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
why
you got Sammy Sosa and Mark McGuire in the home run competition they had,
Which I think is
which was
All
you know,
steroids,
it
right?
brought the game back.
But
They
you
were-
had
they were
46 home runs
also.
that year. I mean, that was not year
Right.
46.
And
It's
that
like you
came in
kind of
like
get
10th.
overshadowed.
And you came in 10th
I was
that year?
last.
So on some level, steroids saved the game of baseball.
Absolutely.
At
Safe
some
to
levels,
say,
it,
yes.
it saved the game. It brought back the game to the best game in the world. You know, the home runs, the long ball,
Probably that's
whole
why the
story behind
silence. You know, that's why
Hell
a
yeah.
lot of people weren't willing to speak up about it because
Right.
it was bringing it back. Now, what turned that around? What made it so people started saying, "Hey, got to get these steroids out of baseball"?
Well, it wasn't the people in general. It was the owners in general. The owners lost control of the salary structure. Now they're
it's
paying
money.
players.
It's all money, right?
So now,
All
if you
money.
got a player that
Right.
can smash a friggin' home run
Then break
every
the
time he's
bank.
getting up there,
Well, you've got
he's going to
utility
demand
players.
a lot more money.
Utility players don't even play every day, making $8 million a year. That's crazy.
Right.
And then you've got your best players making 20, 30 million. But once these players went to arbitration, the arbitrator, all he does is look at the stats.
Mm-hmm.
And if your stats fall under a certain category that enables you to make a certain amount of money, you're going to get paid that kind of money. And the salary structure just went berserk. So Major League Baseball said, listen, we got to stop this steroid issue. We're going to send an indirect signal. We're going to
Wow.
blackball Jose Canseco. He's the godfather of steroids. All the players knew it. They were coming up to me saying, Jose, you're being blackballed. I said, I know. They all knew it.
So they said that we made a lot of money in the 80s and 90s.
Right.
You know, and
Now-
if we want to hold on to that money.
Right. Now we're losing control.
Right.
It's like,
Of the money.
You have a controlled fire in your backyard. You know how to light it. All of a sudden it gets out of control. What do?
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
you have to control it
You gotta
somehow.
shut it down.
That's exactly what happened.
I'm sorry, Jose. How about people that say like, steroids might help you hit the ball far, but it doesn't help you. It doesn't help you concentrate on the ball. Or it doesn't help you become like an accurate player. And then
Your
there's some people that
hand-eye
say-
coordination isn't there. You
Right.
still got to be able to connect with a fastball to send it over the fence.
Right.
But then people say that it does help you concentrate. Like, is that true?
Does it?
I don't think so. People give steroids way too much credit.
You got to have the natural skill.
You have
And then
to
we
have
know
the
Opie's not on
natural skill.
steroids,
Yeah.
concentrating.
What happened? What happened? I want to get back to the Tony La Russa and the managers. Like, so is it safe to say like Joe Torre knew that guys were doing steroids?
I'm safe to say that they all knew. Absolutely.
Every manager.
Absolutely.
How come none of them will speak up? Like, if there's so many people stood up and just said, "Yeah,"
Why
it's the
would they
truth.
speak up and get fired from Major League Baseball?
No, what's the upside to
There's
speaking
no
up?
upside.
That was just a dumb question.
Did George
You're not on
asked.
steroids either, dummy.
Did George Bush know? Did George Bush know when he owned the?
I believe he did because when I was traded, the big blockbuster trade from Oakland to Texas, someone wrote an article saying, "I hope George Bush knows that Jose Canseco is a typhoid mayor of steroids." So a huge article. So he must have known.
Did you talk?
Everyone
to him?
else did.
Did you have?
No.
No.
So the future president of the United States knew.
I didn't know.
Is he-
of course.
it's the
You know what I
only
learned
thing you
today?
know.
I didn't know it was 80%.
Yes.
Of the players. That just
Absolutely.
amazes me. I really thought I think Jimmy kind of said it was like home run hitters, power hitters.
It was
like-
everyone. No, pitchers, the whole gamut.
Bat
How about-
boys.
Yeah, bat boys.
Big, just bulked up bad boys coming out there. Yeah.
What's the side effects of steroids? We've heard all sorts of things over the years.
I don't think anyone knows what the long-term side effects are because obviously they're illegal. No experimentation has been done on a human subject, so I don't think anyone knows.
But what's happened to the guys that have been doing it since the 80s? I mean, the human subjects took it upon themselves to go ahead and do them. What have been the repercussions of guys that you know?
Well, I have not heard of any deaths directly linked with steroid use.
Just deaths
I
for
have
trying
not.
to stop a moving car because you think you can.
Well, that's a psychological problem. But
I know in
That's
professional
crazy.
wrestling, which has had its scandals as far as steroids go, there have been a lot of deaths that people have attributed to steroid use.
And then they've done the autopsy and they've checked the blood levels. And they've got steroids, they've got cocaine, they've got heroin and speed in their system.
That's
which
a party.
would be attributed to Jesus Christ.
Wow. Right.
Are you still doing them at all? Like just to stay in shape, or did you? Just
I don't
totally
use
stop?
anything illegal. No.
Mm-hmm.
None of that.
Oh, it's illegal. Actually, I didn't know it was illegal. Like against
You've
the
got to have a
law.
prescription for it.
Oh.
You've got. Ironically enough, it's real easy to get. If you, they did an article saying that 60% of the men in the United States have low testosterone levels. You just go to a doctor and say, "Listen, check my blood levels." Oh, you've got low testosterone level. They prescribe you steroids.
Would that help with rods? Would that help with erections?
I'm
got
sure,
another
yeah.
drug for
As
that.
a matter of fact, they use that for the therapy, the testosterone therapy.
Let's look forward to a bulked up Jimmy.
I fucking love Cialis. Fucking 3 days later, you're like, oh, I'm a fucking real man. It's fantastic. But I didn't know.
3 days later.
Well, I mean, it just stays in your system. It's really great.
Jimmy wraps some pine tar around the base.
Unbelievable.
To get a good grip.
So, I mean, I know it's a stupid question. You don't regret doing it though. Like you don't like we see the path that it kind of took you on, or like you don't regret having taken them.
I do regret it, but I had the best intentions when I actually did it, to become the best baseball player in the world for my mom who died, and I had the best intentions, but things didn't turn out right.
Do you regret naming names, or are there any names that you kind of wish you hadn't, even though you were being honest?
No, I really don't regret that. What I regret was that none of these players came to my side. Not one.
Again, where's the upside, though,
Exactly, where's the upside?
They're not going to...
No, they're not going to... They saw what happened to me, and they were going to put themselves in that kind of position. There's too much money to be made in baseball.
I'm gonna miss steroids in baseball. I gotta be honest with you, because I don't really care what happens to you guys after your days are done. I love.
We're useless after that.
I mean, you guys don't you don't care about the fans for the most part about their lives. I don't care about. I want to see 500-foot homers. I want to see pitchers throwing 100 miles an hour.
Exactly.
I don't care.
Weird mutants running down the bases.
Right, yeah. It's kind of a hacky bit, but they talk about like all the drugs that made music what it is today. Right? And imagine taking the drugs away from these musicians, what crap we'd be hearing on the radio.
American Idol.
I'll tell you guys a true...
exactly.
That's what happened.
This is a true statement. Before steroids, there was marijuana and cocaine and liquor. When steroids came in, everybody went on this health diet with steroids and supplements and all that. Marijuana was gone out of the game. Cocaine was gone and liquor was gone.
See, that's
imagine that
on who has the real balls. Mickey Mantle, who could hit Homer's shit face.
Yeah,
all right, or
Babe
a guy
Ruth,
juiced up.
I want to know what Babe Ruth was on, because like everyone
Hot
had
dogs.
Hot dog and liquor.
Yeah, everyone had an edge, whether it was steroids or other shit over the years.
And he's an American icon.
Yeah,
and was doing the same thing basically that athletes are doing today with the women, and you can exchange the steroids for the liquor and so forth.
But the guy who can play fucked up, that's the real hero.
Yeah. We were talking about how the players didn't come to your side and, stick up for you. You must have had certain players that just wanted to kick your ass or call you a rat or some shit. I mean,
actually, players didn't make that comment. Fans did. I guess I'm speaking for the players, but players really didn't get involved.
Really, you didn't have anybody that was like, Jose, what the fuck are you doing?
Who's gonna stand?
Another guy that's his size.
That's on roids.
That's like fellow players maybe would be like, Jesus Christ, you're stirring up this shit.
No, we never had that because the players knew I was telling the truth.
Hey, what's going on with Barry Bonds, in your humble opinion? Obviously, he wants to continue playing. No one wants to pick him up.
He's done.
But I mean, he could probably hit 20 or 30 homers this year, and it would be good for attendance for some of these teams that aren't going to do that well.
Well, then
this
it would
year.
have to be an American League team. Obviously,
but what's the deal there? I mean, he obviously has a year or two left in him, and I heard they took down all his signage at the stadium and stuff. They want to make believe they don't even know him anymore.
It's very simple. The deal is they don't know if they're going to convict him of perjury or not. Imagine if a team signs him and in the middle of the season he gets convicted. So, I mean, you just can't do that. You just can't take that risk.
They want to keep that nice family.
His head got big after the roids, bro.
I mean, he's played already for 20-some odd years. He's 44 years old. I mean, Jesus, he's broken all kind of records. I mean, the man is...
Will they remove records at all, do you think? I mean, there's always this stupid thing with the Astros because he played a few more games than Babe Ruth, but they won't take records.
They can't do that.
Absolutely no.
Yeah.
No, they can't. There's no way of judging what steroids did to whom and who really used steroids. And sure, maybe some of them got caught, but what about the guys that, slipped under the radar? You can't tell.
Well, nobody wants the Carl Yastrzemski. What was that, like the year of the pitcher? I mean, when he hit was one guy in the league hit 300, he hit like 301. Nobody wants that anymore. People like to see a fucking offensive game.
But there must have been some guys, like these guys were talking about the fans, there must have been some division among the fans. It would seem to me that the older guys, the older fans, were probably, supporting you. Am I right?
Some in the very beginning were supportive, very little. They thought I was lying. But then when they found that I was telling the truth, they all supported me. Really high fives. I'm glad you did that.
The old guys, right?
Right. I mean, it was kind of like a mixture here and there. But, hopefully this will bring back the game to how it used to be. I don't know if it's going to continue to be as exciting, but if you look at the number of fans that are coming out, they've definitely increased.
You think it's also a lot of the guys that made whatever they made per year, and now they're going out to make their living just signing. They see a guy like A-Rod making fucking, it was a $252 million contract, and they're like, ugh. So they have to be happy to see some of these guys at least being embarrassed publicly or...
Yeah, you really
well,
don't
humanized, really.
Jose doesn't like
A-Rod.
A-Rod. You really don't like A-Rod.
No, I don't like him as a person.
Would you like to smack him if you could? If you could do it and get away with it, would it just feel good? One crack to that dumb smiling face of his?
At least 4 or 5.
Oh, good.
I like that.
Good.
Well,
is he the guy you hate the most in the game?
Yeah. I would definitely say that.
Wow, look at the look here, Jose.
Right.
Jose's not happy.
Jose's a fucking problem. You don't want to tangle with Jose. You've had a couple of
Jose, are you writing these books for the money a little bit too? A little bit in there?
No,
you got a nice opportunity there because the books come out right around opening day and all. It's perfect timing.
Yeah, it's the timing of the publishers. Really,
why wouldn't you?
They actually predict when the books come out.
Right.
I have nothing to do with that. But
you have enough money to live, you think?
Yeah, I just wanted people to know the truth. I wanted them to know what happened. Then I wanted a follow up to the first book to see that I was completely right and I was vindicated and people have changed their opinion about me completely now.
Isn't that funny about the truth, though? Like, it's a weird thing. When you do tell the truth about something, there's you get that weird double-edged thing where people are like, we really appreciate your honesty. Now get the fuck out of here.
Sometimes it's funny. The truth is not accepted.
It never is. Are you kidding?
It's strange.
Yeah. If you tell the truth, people are like, we appreciate that, but you can't come to dinner here anymore.
Right.
Upset my wife.
You want to take some phone calls?
Sure, let's do it.
All right, let's see what these guys got. Let's say hi to Chris in New York. Chris, what's going on?
Hello,
Chris.
Maybe we'll get A-Rod to call in. They're going to rain out.
Hey, Chris, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
I can hear you. What's up?
What's going on, man? This fucking guy is an asshole.
Why is he an asshole?
My name is Mark Maron.
He
Wait a minute.
fucking rat.
Rat, he said.
I told the truth. Hello, no comment after that.
Let's say hi to Jeremy in Cleveland. Jeremy.
Hey, I got a couple questions for Mr. Canseco.
Yeah.
What hand did you beat your wife with?
My wife with?
He couldn't even get it out. He's all nervous and flustered. But it's so easy to ask these questions on the phone.
Yeah,
he was all brave to ask it on the phone. Could you come in here and ask this gentleman that same question? And see what hand
the same hand I'll choke you with if I see you.
Choke you out and fuck you. Well, it was well documented that you had some issues with some wives. And people called it roid rage.
That wasn't even close. If you analyze the first domestic violence issue, 2 cars collided. I mean, when you think of domestic violence, you think about a man striking a woman.
Right.
Not 2 cars colliding by accident. This is ridiculous. And the other one, I pulled my ex-wife's hair. Big whoop. I pulled her harder than that having sex. And
if you were with that girl on the road, you liked to choke. She would have thought it was the
there
greatest
you
thing
go.
ever.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, that would have been a good orgasm for her. I had an incident once. Never went anywhere.
I love how you have to preface it.
It never went anywhere.
Girl never had an orgasm?
This was I'm not even going to say who it was or anything, but I was with a girl, and this other girl that seemed to think we had a relationship was in the same bar, and she was very mad, and the girl I was with then called the other girl a cunt.
Ooh.
So the other girl went to attack the girl I was with, so I had to hold her back, but she was really drunk. And she started weaving a little bit, and I was trying to guide her out the front door. She tripped right in front of the jukebox, and her head went right into the jukebox. And it looked like I took her and threw her into the jukebox.
While you were choking her.
While I was choking her and fucking her. But, and I was really I had her by the shoulders and was trying to guide her toward the door, and she was fighting to get away.
Domestic violence.
And that could have been domestic violence.
Absolutely.
If the whole bar wasn't laughing their asses off instead of calling 911.
Let's go to Don in Jersey. Don, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, boys?
Hey.
I got a question for Jose. First, I respect what he did because he actually told the truth.
Thank you.
I'm not asking you to say something that you don't know for fact, but your speculation, do you think Jeff Bagwell was doing the steroids?
My speculation, yes.
All right, but you don't have any facts on that.
No, but he was talked about. That incident was talked about amongst players that he was using steroids.
Which incident? Bagwell.
Right, he's got a great reputation, and everybody says he didn't do it. He didn't do it. He just broke down. But
Mark McGuire had a great reputation also.
Steroids, yeah, but if you do steroids improperly, it's been documented how it breaks your body down.
Right? I don't believe there's been any long-term documentation of any
Yeah, but
steroid
when
use.
you're doing steroids and you continually work out, you don't give your muscles any time to heal, doesn't it cause damage?
If you overdo it and mix it with other chemicals, probably.
Right, that's what I was referring to. But I respect what you did, and you guys suck. Jimmy, you're great.
Thank you, I know nothing about steroids, but I would assume that, like anything else, in some type of moderation, it probably isn't as bad for you as if you're just using too much of it. Like anything else. If somebody sits around and smokes a little pot every so often, it's not like the guy that's just constantly stoned.
I'm starting to think.
Nothing.
I'm starting to think the only guys that weren't doing steroids in the 80s and 90s were guys that were just scared to do it.
Pussies, you're saying, Opie?
Yeah, pussies.
Bunch of pussies.
It gets into a maintenance
middle
situation.
relievers and pussies.
Scared of needles.
It gets into a maintenance situation, so it becomes hard to be prudent or casual about it because you got to maintain it, right?
I guess
Well, it's a matter of timing too. Eventually, I think if I would not have written this book, everyone would have been using steroids. So just a matter of time.
Mariano Rivera couldn't be doing steroids. He weighs 90 pounds. It couldn't be.
He's a lot bigger than he used to be.
Maybe he was one of them who was not. Who knows?
Hey, Jose.
Use him as a needle when he was.
We're gonna go.
Is he skinny? No, nothing. Hold on.
Jeff in Staten Island has something. I don't know if you want to answer this, but ask Jose what the guy in the stands at Yankee Stadium said to him that got him so pissed off he had to be restrained.
Oh.
Do you remember that
I
incident?
remember that. I think he. I think that was in 1991 when the night before, I went out with Madonna, and the next day was all over the media, the papers. I think he had said something really nasty about Madonna and my wife at the time, that they were getting it on. It was something crazy and stupid. And he kept on saying it. He said some really nasty things. And I just turned around to him, you better shut up.
And he didn't, obviously.
And he left.
Hey, did you have sex with Madonna?
No, I did not.
But you did introduce her to steroids, obviously.
No.
Look at that fucking
didn't help
body
her
of hers.
performance.
My God. Let's say hi to Todd in Connecticut. Todd.
Hey, Martin, Opie, Anthony, little Jimmy.
Hey, man.
Hey, Jose. I'm a big Red Sox fan. I was just wondering, you played for the Red Sox. I didn't see none of their names in there. Do you know if any of those guys took steroids? Like Big Papi or Manny?
Well, I didn't know Big Papi personally or Manny Ramirez personally. They didn't play on the Red Sox team when I was there, so I really have no opinion on that.
So you didn't see anything happening on in the clubhouse then?
No, because they weren't there when I was there. No.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Dave in Massachusetts. Dave.
Yeah, he says he told the truth and he's sitting there like Mr. Morality, but you're profiting from it and personal gain at the expense of other people's reputations. What do you got to say about them?
No, I'm definitely profiting from it. I mean, if you write a book, we all work and we all do things to profit from it. Absolutely. But the main issue was, I needed to tell my story, absolutely. And, we've already talked about this. It wasn't an attack on these actual players. The attack was, that's fine. You can say whatever you want. It doesn't bother me one bit, believe me.
And the book is called Vindicated, and it's put out by Simon Spotlight Entertainment. They have a reputation for doing just excellent books.
Wasn't this the OJ people?
I wouldn't know.
Jose, was it? The OJ book that got...
No, I think that was HarperCollins, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
Probably, yeah. It's a shitty company.
Right, yeah.
Simon Spotlight Entertainment is known, but what they do is they deal with quality only.
What publisher did you have, Jimmy?
Doesn't matter. Same one, Simon Spotlight.
Let's go to Wisconsin. Paul, what's up? We got Jose Canseco in studio. What's up, Paul?
Well, first I want to thank you for your book and what you've done.
Sure.
I'm a big baseball fan. I'm very happy with what you did. But I want to ask about Derek Jeter, if there's any possibility you ever see him or with steroids or anything like that. I'll hang up and hear your answer.
No, I don't think so. He's never been mentioned in any circles. And when I played with the Yankees those 2 months, no.
It's so interesting. These guys are calling because they're like, what about my hero?
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
that's what I'm getting
my
to.
hero. What about my mother?
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me if Jeter did him, though. Made him so fucking strong at blowing off fans. That prick.
Yeah, Jimmy used to be a big Jeter fan until he blew him off. So
yeah, he's very
he now
hurtful.
hates all of the Yankees because of Derek Jeter.
No, you know who I like? Oh, I was going to mention him. You know who I like the most out of the fucking Yankees that I met? That fucking jizzbag. I don't like A-Rod. He's never going to win anything. He's one of those guys, he just won't win. He couldn't win with the Mariners couldn't win with him and stupid Randy Johnson and Edgar Martinez. He's never going to win. Was Jason Giambi was the nice Yankee I met.
Yeah.
And I think people like him because he kind of came out and apologized, and I think he just stopped.
Right. I mean, he was honest about it. Said, listen, I made a mistake, and that's it.
Right.
You know, everyone was doing it.
One
I was
more-
trying to help our team, our city, our players, and you move on.
One more question here. Chuck in Jersey. Chuck?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey.
I wanted to ask him about what happened with Maglio Ordonez when he accused him of doing steroids and
No, actually, Maglio. I guess I wrote an article, and the article was about that I was trying to extort money from Maglio Ordonez. Meanwhile, the article also states that I never spoke with Maglio, I never spoke with his agent, no one there, and I actually did a.
No, but you wanted money to keep him out of your second book.
But this is what I'm talking about now. Okay, that never happened. And then finally, I took a polygraph on it and passed it completely. That never took place.
I'll only say this. I don't know what happened with Jose and Ordonez, but if there was a blackmail thing, don't you think that they would have set you up to take the like if you were trying to blackmail them? Don't you
Absolutely,
think that
they'd probably take my phone calls and record them. So that never happened.
Are you at peace as far as the Hall of Fame goes, Jose?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you are. It's a rough one, though. No,
I don't think, even if the steroid era didn't exist, I wouldn't be inducted anyways. I just don't have the stats.
How many games did you miss though? I mean, or roughly, I don't know.
I had
exactly.
3-4 back surgeries, elbow surgery, hand surgeries. I must have missed a total of 3-4 years. Total.
You and Pete Rose just egged the place on Halloween. Toilet paper.
Yeah, Bud Selig's house. We go by there with about 50 dozen eggs and just
egg, laugh, and drive away.
Yeah. What about past commissioners of baseball? They were aware of the steroid thing too.
Absolutely. I mean, Bud Selig was absolutely aware of it. They just didn't do anything about it. That's all.
Isn't he a doctor, Bud Selig, or am I completely wrong? Yeah, I'm wrong.
That makes it even worse.
I don't know. No, I don't know if he is or not. I don't know why I'm thinking Dr. Bud. Maybe I'm confused.
What we learned today is that everyone knew.
Yes.
That this was being done.
When it was good for the game, who was going to say anything?
Cashing checks.
Right.
Yeah. Who's going to, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Right. Who's going to say something? But then the second the owners, as Jose said, the second the owners started seeing, we're paying a lot of money for these monsters.
Too much money going out.
We're going to have to, kind of leak this out. And
right.
Hey, Jose, it's obvious that we're all just getting along here. We're pals. So why don't you give us a huge exclusive right now? Something you haven't told anyone else.
I've told everyone everything in this book.
Right. How about
I just put it out there.
How about just one thing that'll get us like international news? Let's go.
One player.
President Bush did steroids, right?
No. I'll tell everyone. I injected you before.
That's it. There it is. Opie.
Knew it.
A-Rod used to go from hamper to hamper smelling athletic supporters. Just something that we can use. That fucking no-winning bum.
Oh, we got the great Jay Moore on the line here.
Jay Moore.
Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
Hiya, boys. Jose Canseco looking good.
Thank you. How you doing?
Feeling good.
You guys finally met a guy that blinks more than Jimmy.
That's why I wear glasses.
Yeah, you blink a little bit there, Jose. What's that about?
I do the same thing.
Probably my
Nerves?
2 marriages.
Nerves, right?
My divorces.
There you go.
I owe how much?
I've gotten a slight twitch myself.
I love the book, Jose, and I can't wait to get vindicated. Have you read the game, Juicing the Game?
No, I have not.
That's a pretty good long, it's like a tome. It's like 800 pages, and it basically just explains what you've been saying for years of, how baseball turned its back because it was so good after the strike for all these guys to be hitting bombs.
Right.
And then people say, you can't, steroids isn't a baseball drug, and all these doctors testify about how it's the perfect steroid drug.
Right.
I mean, it's the perfect steroid sport, I should say.
Steroid sport, and it works.
Twitch response and the slow twitch with the long season and the anaerobic plus the aerobic energy's wasted and spent. But also,
Dr. Moore.
You a doctor?
I might as well have been. You should have seen the weight I put on for the Street Kings movie. I put on 30 pounds.
I'm more amazed that Mr. ADD read an 800-page book.
Yes, that's a long book.
How did you get past page 2?
Fucking Cliff Notes asshole. We know what you did.
Right, exactly.
You know what? You'd be surprised between the Nixon and Truman biographies. That was like a year of my life I'll never get back. Jimmy, where are you performing this weekend if I wanted to come see you?
No. You know what, Jay? I'll be in New York. I'm not doing any road gigs.
Hey, Jay, I'll be in Seattle.
Yeah,
Jay.
we got Mark Maron at Giggles in Seattle. Jay, did we do all right with the interview? Is there a question we didn't ask?
Was that Mark Maron?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, pal.
What's up, buddy?
Like I said, ADD, Jay.
I'm one of the few people who's not angry around.
Jay, is there
the thing about Mark and I, we just kind of rub each other the right way. And oddly, too, like you wouldn't put us in the same room usually.
Yeah, well, we've gotten along because I tolerate you.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I love you, man.
So Mark's in Seattle. June 28th, I'm at the Pageant Theater in St. Louis, right?
Very nice.
Jose Canseco's got a book out, and did he pork at Janice Dickinson in The Surreal Life?
Not even close. I'll tell you something funny.
Oh,
Makeup does wonders for her.
I forgot about that show, man. Makeup barely does wonders for her. Yeah.
No, it really helps her because darn.
Flowers and like Madam.
Darn.
Darn.
It's like Madam.
But you know, Jay, you're asked
Before
to...
I leave you guys to your interview, by the way, congrats on Leslie Nielsen. I loved it.
Oh, you heard that one? He didn't.
wonderful.
He didn't really hear it.
Did he bring his fart machine?
Oh, God, yeah.
Jay-
He just
Hey, Jay,
he
you're-
was on the phone.
Jay, you're a big sports guy. Did we ask everything or what? Are we missing something here?
Pretty much. It's too bad about the back surgeries because Jose was on the fast track for the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely, he
My
was.
friends play this game all the time. Oh, does Don Mattingly belong in the Hall of Fame?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right,
Even
good.
though
You know what? I would've
he
fucking
retired
turned you
because he
new
had one
asshole.
back surgery, I think.
Yeah.
That knocked him out of the game, but definitely.
He's a pussy.
His last season, he had like 49 runs batted in, like 7 home runs, but he was fucking injured.
Yeah, the injuries.
You got to keep in mind, Don Mattingly and Kirby Puckett's numbers are exactly the same. The only difference is the rings. And Don Mattingly never raped someone blind with pot with glaucoma.
Joe Girardi, greatest slugger of all time. Go.
Go.
Joe Girardi.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to do my impression of Ahmad Rashad interviewing Jose Canseco, okay?
All right.
Jose, sheer will.
Whatever you said.
Remember when he used to swing for Michael Jordan's balls? He would just go up to Michael and not ask anything, just go, Michael, intensity.
Fucking Jay, man.
Does Roland still work? I got a lot of catching up to do because I'm finally back at work, so I'm up early to call you guys more. Does Roland still work there?
Yes, he does.
Well, he's here.
I don't know if you guys know this, but he talks exactly like Tara Reid.
Oh, yeah,
wow,
yeah. To look into that.
He talks, and then when he's done, he kind of goes, I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, that's it. Jose, I met you at, you probably don't even know who I am. I met you at 24 Hour Fitness. I'm the comic, Jay Moore.
Okay.
And you were doing, I have no fucking idea.
You just got an okay.
If you, Jay, my dick got hard from that response. You know how happy that made me? That's exactly the response I've gotten from every famous person I've met more than once.
Yeah.
Good for you. Thank you.
Here's the strange part about Jose Canseco. He's a 24-hour fitness. First of all, he's like, a fucking borderline Hall of Famer. He works out like where I work out, and the Persian people in the Valley of L.A. I don't want my fucking 400-plus home run hitters. I don't want to wait for the tricep extension between him and some fucking hairy Persian lady. And he's sitting on a bench, and for a half hour, this fucking mental patient is working wrists. I go, what are you working? He's like, I'm just working wrists. Blink. Just staying in shape. Blink.
He wants to keep his smack in shape.
Holy smokes. He just sat there working wrists.
Forearms. They call forearms.
They call forearms. Yeah, you do them. All right. Thanks, Jay.
I'm gonna mention where Jose is doing some signings too, man. Because there's obviously going to be a line. The book is called Vindicated. I think it comes out today, right?
Well,
is it today or?
Oh yeah, I think it.
Last Thursday it came out, but the real push was yesterday and today.
Oh, okay. Last night, what an ill-informed asshole I am. All right, well, it's out now, so fucking buy it.
Hey, sir, did we do a good job for you over there?
You guys did fantastic. We love your show. You guys do a great job. We really appreciate you.
Oh, thank you very much, Jeff Garland.
That's my 330-pound attorney.
He's a nice. Hey,
obviously he's on the roids too.
Take care of him. So
hey, we got the site. I'm going to plug. Is there a website? First of all, I'll give out 2 things. Today. At 3:30, there's a great independent bookstore in Ridgewood, New Jersey called Bookends, which is a great place. You can get a lot of people in there for a signing. And then tomorrow, if you can't get out to Jersey today, here in New York, at 12:30. The Barnes & Noble on 5th Avenue. I think that's Union Square. Am I correct?
Correct.
It's a massive one, too, so don't worry about not getting...
Not the Union Square one, it's the other one.
Oh, it's not?
No.
5th Avenue and what? Do you have a cross street?
46th.
Okay, 5th and 46th. Yeah, and nobody tells me anything. They just give me fucking 500 dates here. But either way, 5th Avenue and 46th, Barnes & Noble, 12:30 p.m. tomorrow. Today at 3:30, Bookends in Ridgewood, New Jersey. And is there a website where you can get the rest of the signings?
JoseCanseco.com.
Nice.
Okay, good. I'm surprised some cyber squatter shit didn't grab that. Like they did mine. How does Jose Canseco have his name and Jim Norton is taken?
Yeah.
Hey, fucking disturbs me.
Sonny Forelli from Boston writes, ask Jose about Goody Two-Shoes Kurt Schilling. What about Kurt?
Oh, what a hypocrite that guy is. Oh, my God. He made such a big fool of himself before Congress that one of the congressmen had to reprimand him. He's just ridiculous. That guy's an idiot.
Why don't you? How did he make a fool of himself? I don't remember. Aside from his fucking tampon sock, which was fake.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, at first they had him on this task force for Congress to stop steroids. Then he says, right in front of Congress, there's not a problem. There's no steroid problem. Then in an article a few months back, he says there is a steroid problem. So which one is it? Is there a steroid problem or is there not a steroid problem? He was just blabbing out left and right.
And in your opinion, was he on the roids?
Kurt, no, I don't think so.
Too Goody Two-Shoes?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a fucking wispy-haired asshole. Nobody likes Schilling. Fuck you and your killing the Yankees in with the Red Sox out with those dirty fucking Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
Randy Johnson, homosexual? No. Fucking hate him.
That'd be a big one.
Yeah, he certainly would. Hey, do they call him the big unit because of his cock? That's the rumor.
No, I don't know about that one.
Well, I mean, it was just the rumor. Not that I,
Maybe because he's 6'10"?
Yeah, he really is a fucking lumbering John Holmes idiot. He falls into a well. Fucking hate him. He's done nothing but murder the Yankees his whole shitty career. Fuck.
All right, we're going to let Jose go.
Yes.
Very busy man. The book, of course, is called Vindicate, available in bookstores and on Amazon.com. And thanks for the honesty, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Cool.
We'll see you soon. My 3rd and 4th and 5th book come out.
Oh, yeah.
Are you guys in it?
And don't get married again. What the fuck? Don't. Oh.
All right, guys. Take care.
Ironclad prenup.
All right, let's take a break.
Thanks, man.
These guys, they can do whatever they want to do.
This is why people are tuning in to hear Opie and Anthony.
And this is where things get ridiculous.
I need to be a shock jock. Always up to no good.
Be a man. I laughed so hard I had to buckle myself onto my couch.
It's the Opie and Anthony Show.
And this is like the #1 show in the world. So, getting back to Anthony's ex's mother. What? Was that what we were talking about when Jose Canseco walked in? Well, yeah. Wow, you shocked a lot of people today with that, and then people on Instant Feedback are like, "Wow, Anthony just got saved by Jose Canseco. You would have." Somebody wrote, "Oh, you could have rode that till 11, no problem."
Oh, I know.
You're calling your ex's mother a. I can't even say the word.
Yeah.
It's tough for me to say that word.
I did.
I say it, but...
Called it the C word.
The C word. We'll just call it the C word today.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I thought you all got
a
along.
Revelation.
I like my ex's mother.
Yeah. Good for you.
I just
Mark there in the studio, by the way.
I did things and said things for the better of the relationship.
Yeah.
And it's not like people didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not like my ex didn't know that.
But
it's just the way I felt. But, I kept up a good front.
Yeah.
Because, non-confrontational Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
That's me. Mm-hmm. That's why I'm beloved.
Yeah, I know.
I feel that.
And,
I just want you to lose your shit one fucking day.
That's
all I ask.
have.
Not so much. I want you to put fists through monitors. I want you to
that's
kick down
you.
doors.
Look in the fucking mirror if you want to see that.
I want to see windows broken.
Wait till I've shot my computer, for fuck's sake. I put a round through my computer.
Hey,
I'm more into guns anyway.
We could do a couple things. We got to make sure people don't forget that we started a war with WEEI. Maybe they could call from the battlefronts and tell us how it's going so far. Also, it's our 10th anniversary of our April Fool's prank that we did on Boston, telling the city the mayor died.
Yeah.
We actually got the clip. that started
So
all.
famous.
And news stories. I don't even know if we want to go there. And I got an observation. You're hot! Not him, you!
Me, Opie?
Not you. Janine is a piece of ass, and it needs to be said loud. Regular at FH Riley's. I bet you don't even know who that is.
Of course, is that J9?
Huh? That's Janine.
I know she is.
Janine.
Looks very
Hey,
sexy.
guys.
Hi.
Janine did
Lost
some
weight,
audio
looks
clips
really
for us. She's the voice of the whole. But
right.
She is it safe to say you were a big fat person?
I was a giant fat
Jesus
person.
Christ.
You lost a lot of weight.
A lot of weight.
Well, that's
About-
what we're getting at. Now, wait, I got to turn off a mic. There's like fuck it.
So that's
Who gives a shit?
I completely didn't recognize her.
That's what I'm saying. Now, she's in tiny little jeans. Janine, how much did you used to weigh?
My highest was 314.
That girl right
Wait,
there used to weigh
what?
314 pounds.
314 pounds.
314 a year ago.
You're about 314.
Wow.
Look, if I wasn't
I
getting
only wish I was a size 14 back then. I was like a size 26.
Oh my God.
314 pounds.
You must feel like you're floating.
And only when I'm in water. I
I'm
feel
trying
like
to
a-
remember, like, what the fuck you
stingray.
looked like.
She was. I mean, she was. You were always cute, but you were huge.
What did
I
Opie
was
say about
giant.
you when you were standing through the window one time?
What's the heavy one gonna do?
Yeah, it was some.
Oh,
I
the
don't think he
heart.
said heavy.
So I'm the reason
No,
why
heavy
you
was
lost.
exactly it. It's
Yeah.
So I'm the reason you lost almost 200 pounds, huh? Great.
a little bit.
Now, what are you
A little
down
bit.
to now? I know it's
Surgery.
not. Huh?
Now as of now, I'm like 137.
Jesus Christ.
Are you eating better and stuff like
Unbelievable.
that?
Oh yeah.
Are you
Oh
exercising?
yeah, tons of protein. Look, I need more exercise than
Yeah, do
I'm
the
getting,
exercise.
but yeah, I'm a lot of skin.
That's great.
Oh, really?
I'm a lot of skin.
Yeah.
The smaller I get, the bigger my underwear gets. It's just like from here to here.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait, Janine, you aren't big enough where you needed to have like skin cut off?
I will. I
Oh,
will.
yeah, you're going to have that
Yes.
cut off?
If only James Gum was real, that would be free.
Yeah, just cut some diamonds into your
Quick.
back.
Make a nice skirt for somebody.
Throw you down a
Exactly.
well.
The fall collection.
It doesn't look like you got skin hanging though.
Oh, I do. It's
all right.
there. It's
You
It's
look
pretty bad,
You
but-
look amazing.
thank you so much.
Amazing. 80 pounds, I guess, if I'm doing the math fast.
177ish.
177ish.
And how'd
Wow,
you,
that's
how'd
like
you do that?
losing a person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I got gastric bypass surgery last March.
Oh, you did?
It's been Thursday was a year.
How come that
Thursday of
works
last
so well for some people?
Thank
and
you.
other people, it doesn't fucking work.
They take half your stomach out, right?
Therapy.
And they're like,
Therapy,
they clamp
therapy,
it
and
closed.
trying to treat it.
You need the therapy on top of getting
Oh
the
yeah,
stomach
like
stapled.
what made me go there? Like
What were you eating so much? What was what void were you filling?
What
with
wasn't
food?
she eating?
Filling the
I-
God hole.
I think it was kind of the opposite of what you guys were talking about earlier. You were talking about women with daddy issues.
Yeah.
I had the mom issues, and so I think
So
that's
mom issue chicks eat food. Dad issue chicks eat cock.
Exactly.
Right.
All right.
I vote for dad issue chicks. Cast my vote.
Fast Freddy writes, tons of protein, good girl.
That old gag.
Now, I remember recently I saw you walk through FH Riley's, and before I knew it was you, I was like, wow, that girl's hot. And then, I'm like, I know this, and I couldn't believe it. Like, are you getting hit on like crazy now, and is that weird to you?
It's very, very, very weird. I'm not used to being visible. The bigger I was, the more people walked by me like I was a wall.
Right.
So I don't really know how to respond to it.
Oh, so
usually.
you've
I'm
been
just like,
been like a
"Go
slut
on."
then?
No,
You
I'm
just-
still married.
Oh, that's your husband with you, right?
No, that's a friend.
Some guy.
You know who
all
that
right,
is.
you got some
Some
on the
guy.
side already.
That's actually a
good.
little longer.
Who's that?
Elmo the prank caller from the BAB days.
Holy shit! Didn't you were in jail, bro?
No.
Oh, then I'm thinking somebody else.
Wow.
Elmo the prank caller from BAB days.
Mm-hmm.
What was your big prank call that I played?
You've had him in studio.
Oh, he called to ask if your refrigerator was running?
Yeah, hilarious.
Oh shit! I remember you. You used to have hair, dude. What happened to your hair?
What? I go bald, do the shave thing.
I remember now that I see you close up.
Yeah, I'm fat. I won't be able to get that.
Why can't you get the surgery? You don't need the surgery.
How much do you weigh?
225.
So you lost like most of that guy.
she lost.
Wow, that's fucked up right there.
Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild?
Man.
Is your husband loving it?
Oh, he's totally loving it.
Yeah.
Very, very much so.
Yeah.
He can find everything now.
Exactly. Well,
Is the sex better?
it is, but I'm still really, really self-conscious. Like, if I'm naked, it's hard to tell. because it kind of looks like I'm wearing a suede suit.
Holy shit! Really, that much
bad.
hanging skin? So when are you gonna get it chopped off?
They said I have to wait 2 years, but I want
2 years.
kids, so I have to see what goes on with that.
Oh my God, you're gonna get all skinny to fuck yourself up.
Yeah, but there won't be stretch
Kids.
marks from that.
Do you have the scar from the cut? How do they do
The
that?
scars are tiny.
Oh, are
the
they?
scars are tiny. It's
I
laparoscopic.
I thought when they did that surgery,
In the old days,
I thought they opened you from chest to belly button, and I
it's called an autopsy.
Oh.
The fuck are you?
I should have known that, shouldn't I? I'm suing NBC.
Jim C., you should have known arthroscopic surgery.
You can't even say it right, can you?
Arthroscopic surgery. They just put a little, like a needle-like thing in you. They work with you get a little slit scar, and they work with little tubes and telescopes, little scopes that they put in you. And before you know it, Anthony's talking so much, so the music starts, but it never does.
No, it doesn't start. He's looking for it. Derek should be murdered. He's a wispy-haired, Timothy Hutton-looking boy, Sam. Smoother than you and your Asian buttocks.
Unbelievable. If I hear that music, I'm coming in there and punching you in the face.
Yeah, that's right,
At
with
this
his
point now, if I even hear it, I swear I'm punching you.
Please play it. I want to see Anthony get angry for once. Once.
No.
In all these years.
I'm beloved.
Can I make a point?
Hey, Janine, do I hate the fans?
Absolutely. In person?
Yeah.
Absolutely,
Does Opie hate
she was
the
gonna
fans,
say.
or does Greg Hughes, the actor who plays
Oh.
fans?
It was brought up in an article that I
say it's
hate the
something,
listeners.
I would never say that. I'd say you definitely have a soul somewhere,
Oh, thank you.
Somewhere.
and you show it occasionally.
The devil owns it.
He gives it back every once in a while. No, but you're hot as hell, Janine, and it needs to be said that you're just terrific.
And if I may interject, I don't get to come on here very often. I know you guys don't really like to work with the ladies, but Anthony, I wanted to tell you, I think you should settle down a little bit. I think you should stop going with the young girls and try going with somebody that's
Settle down.
more your age.
More
I think
my
it would
age.
be good for
Do
you.
you know the last thing I want to do is hang out with a fucking bitch in her 40s?
Oh, but who are
to
you
sit
gonna
there
talk
and,
to in the morning?
and yap and fucking just talk about fucking what? Arthritis? Shut up. Give me girls in their late teens and early 20s.
Who's he going to talk to in the morning?
Anthony.
A fucking girl with a juicy ass who was born during the Clinton administration.
Exactly.
want somebody with
Fuck
a nice
that, the first
mind.
Bush administration.
A good head
And
on
I
his
don't mean the
shoulders.
father.
I didn't mean Bill. I was assuming she was going to like it.
See, Janine's playing the part of the whole here. You understand?
Yeah, I know.
I
She's
don't even
trying to
get that.
Oh, guys. She doesn't believe that.
Jimmy?
She doesn't believe that shit.
No.
She's happy for
Of
Anthony
course.
that he's banging everything. Well,
That's
maybe
it.
banging everything in sight. I don't really know. I don't
Banging
know
everything in
Anthony.
sight?
I actually hate Anthony. Remember?
I wanna,
From earlier this
defend
morning.
Yeah,
Anthony.
we don't talk. We're not friends.
Right.
Oh, no, go ahead. Don't worry. It's all about you. It's not about who cares.
Who are you
Well,
again?
James Woods said, if you're gonna get a dog, are you gonna get an old, weathered, beaten dog, or are you gonna get a puppy that's playful? You know, you're gonna
Sit
get a
back
puppy.
down. It
Well
didn't
said.
work.
Well said.
That was good.
He just sauntered
Why don't you
back
do a
there.
prank call?
Right. Maybe it
right.
works better on the phone.
He ran in there with that James Wood fucking gem.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
Imagine James Wood. Just
Nice
talking about-
try.
He has a big cock. James Wood is a legendarily big cock.
Yes.
Always
yes.
mention
Probably the biggest cock in Hollywood now that Uncle Milty's dead.
Willem Dafoe, who is we have been
no.
coming in, allegedly has a very fucking large
First
penis.
question.
That's
First
right.
question. How
right.
big's your cock?
That's right. How many of us could work on it at the same time? Give a little elbow.
Good for you, right? All right, Janine. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So, are you done losing the weight? Because you don't want to get to like anorexic stage or anything like that.
It's supposed to kind of level off on its own, but if I'm gonna try and do a pregnancy thing, I'm gonna see where that goes.
Oh,
They
boy.
say
Did you have to lose the weight to possibly get pregnant? I hear like fatter women can't get. It's dangerous to get pregnant, right?
I don't even think I was ovulating.
Really?
I was-
You were so
I was-
fat.
Bunch
you
of
weren't
fat
ovulating?
around
I
your
was-
ovaries.
You'd eat the eggs when they came out.
Not to mention,
Fry 'em
there
up.
wasn't much likelihood of pregnancy at that point either. I mean, I was miserable with myself. My husband understood, and he wasn't, you know.
So, are you popping out eggs now? The eggs are dropping?
I am.
By the time they
Eggs
hit
are
the
cooking.
womb, they had bacon, cheese on them, on a roll.
How old are you?
That's awesome.
How old are you?
I'll be 36.
So yeah, you got to get on that before they turn into little mongoloid pods.
I'm going to be all over it very shortly.
Mongoloid pods.
Little dumbbell capsules.
Here's the other thing. You don't look 36.
Not anymore.
You didn't look 36.
Why are you being? I've never seen
He
this
wants
nice.
me.
You're
This is-
gushing.
I love this girl.
Hope he's gushing.
He's nicer to you though that he has been to 10 women in a row.
Holy shit! Exactly.
We've had long conversations at FH Riley's about
you?
this. Yeah,
Absolutely.
she's good people. All right.
I was good people. Now I'm down in person.
Nice.
You are a good person.
You know what? Can we open a window? Could you just take your clothes off and glide like a
fly.
bat?
Yes.
See?
You're hiding it well if you got skin hanging because
Oh,
we
I
can't
have
see.
much skin. Much skin. I
See, I'm
look
really
like
trying
it.
to
Just tuck it all into the bra.
How do they remove that?
It's
With a knife.
With a
idiot.
knife.
Well, no, I thought it was a cheese grater. No, but I mean, do they have to cut like all over your body, or they like fucking just squeeze you and get into one area?
I think no, they have to cut all around. I think if they were going to go for a lower body lift, which would be the thighs and the belly and probably the ass, it's almost an all around incision.
Yeah, you ever
I
seen
believe.
a butcher do a skirt steak?
Oof.
Yeah.
You know, it's sort of like, they go all around, they take off the bottom, they trim it.
Well, it's interesting. You look like an articulated Barbie doll when you're done. Just
Exactly.
a little slit around the waist.
Here's a question: the before and after pictures. Have you seen it? That other women from other women that have had this done or whatever. Does it look all right?
It looks way better.
Way better.
It looks way better. Anything is better.
Yeah.
Right on, man.
That's so they just bunch it up in a knot on the back,
Wouldn't it be nice
cut the
just
base of it, and
tie
then they
it?
cap it.
Is that what you do
Ponytail.
now? Just pull it onto between your shoulder blades with a scrunchie?
Oh my god, exactly. Screw 'em on.
Oh my God, Jesus! And I'm the evil one.
No, you're being really nice.
I like her.
I don't know. When Opie's nice, I have to be mean. What the fuck is going on?
I don't know.
And look, you know the show well enough that when he said you're good people, and you said, well, actually, I'm a good person now. I almost went. We love you.
Squirted out a few, did you, Jim?
Did you?
Oh, the hole gets one. All right. All right.
All right, guys, let's just be nice.
Yeah, come on now, guys.
Janine, get lost.
Be
We're not
nice.
going to do this all day.
That's
Jesus.
it.
You got your compliment. Now sit
Come on.
back down, will you?
I gotta
It doesn't even feel real. You like her too much to be mean.
I know.
Yeah.
I do
Bye,
like her.
Janine.
Try not to step on your calves.
You're dragging skin.
Hey, by the way, can I make a comment? It's kind of not on what we were talking about, but Lily has the fucking latest hat in the collection.
Does she?
Oh yeah, Lily got a brand new little hat.
Yeah.
She got it in New Orleans.
She certainly
I believe. She went to New Orleans.
Yeah.
And she wasn't raped there, which is amazing for a white girl to go down to New Orleans
she could
and
thank,
not be sexually assaulted.
Brad and Angelina for that.
Oh really? Are they single-handedly cleaning up in New
Absolutely
Orleans?
they are.
Great.
Fucking
Here
Lily.
comes our big co-star from the pilot.
Hello.
Hi, Lily.
Hi,
like a
Lily,
hat?
looking very fashionable
Jesus.
today.
You know how to fucking wear a hat, huh?
I sure
does.
do.
That's a nice hat. Can you come closer?
That's a nice hat.
Is that good?
Yeah. Kind of.
She's such a smart
Are you
ass.
scared of Mark Maron?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
He's got long hair and glasses.
What's wrong with that?
Serial killer.
Oh, okay.
Not Jim, the guy with long hair and glasses.
Oh,
is it?
Jim's a sweetheart.
Well, you just know him, that's all.
I'm a good
That
boy.
is true.
Are you really scared of Mark?
No, I'm kidding.
I'm not.
I'm not scared of men. Hold on. You want to
Now
see?
I'm all men.
See?
No, he wants to
I
look
wanted to see if the colors were the weave, but they are. There's like two different colors from two different
He wants
strands
to look
of
at your
straw.
eyes, actually.
How does she look so good in that hat? That's a hat that a Negro over 80 should be wearing. And she looks to with a fucking banjo and a sad song in his heart.
But wait, isn't that all hats other than baseball hats?
It's true. Damn, he's
Well,
right.
Oh, boy.
Gonna wear a derby. Oh,
With the exception of a certain cap with a tassel.
Lily.
I would a tassel or a pointy white one.
Lily?
Yes.
Ron and Fez noon to 3. Let's not forget that, because
I've been away. I forgot how it works.
that
Ron
could
and Fez
get you in
Union
trouble.
Three.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah.
How was your trip? Was it good?
It was good. It was good when I stayed in the white area. I have to be honest.
Oh, did
Yeah.
you stray?
A little bit, and then
Uh-oh.
I just went right back to my ritzy hotel.
Why did you stray? You were in search of black cock?
Shopping.
Black cock?
The hat.
Jesus.
I had to buy a hat.
By the hat. Yeah, they don't
Yeah.
sell that in the white areas. They
The
sell
guy was like,
Mardi Gras
whatever
stuff.
you do, don't make a left and don't make a right. Just stay on the
Wow.
street.
Congratulations.
Stay on the road. Stay off the moors.
Congratulations on your religion, the #1 religion in the world now.
Oh,
Oh,
is
you're
it?
a Muslim, yeah.
Yeah, Muslim is the number one
Great.
religion in the world.
You believe she's a fucking Muslim?
Yes.
How does that fucking even
Technically.
figure?
Because I saw her playing with
Technically.
marbles. I'm like, what are you doing? She got just my clit. Jimmy. Oh, she can handle it.
You know, I got to go do like in a half hour. I got to go do my progressive video cast show.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah.
This is a good training. Good.
Yeah. Now I got to go the other side.
Warm
yeah.
up for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
This show.
Somebody at XM better fucking hire Lily. I'm just saying.
Thank you.
I got other plans for Lily.
No, I don't agree with them.
Secretly breaking down the Ron and Fez show piece by piece, and I got plans for Lily.
Lily cannot leave.
She will be leaving.
I heard about Lily's plans.
She shouldn't leave.
She will be leaving, my friends.
Lily's got her heart set on the fucking, not even in radio. It's on the tube. Lily wants to be on the tube.
Should be on television, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, sure.
Yeah.
But I gotta chase that dollar first, since I'm getting nothing here.
Get married.
Thanks, Earl.
Earl. Getting nothing.
Married?
here.
Ew.
Yeah.
No.
Ask his ex-wife how much money she just made.
Well.
Yeah, how is fucking XM not giving
A lot.
Lily any money?
Because
It's
they
silly.
don't pay the staff under a certain level. Would you come on as an intern?
I am an intern.
Oh wait, that's
You're
right. You
still
don't
an
get
intern?
paid and you
No.
work. You're still an intern.
I'm like a super intern, I guess.
Super
I don't even know what
intern.
it
Wait
means.
a minute. You don't get $1?
Not for this fucking show. I mean, well, that show.
Or this
Ron
fucking
and
show.
Fez,
You're
or
right.
this one. For side things, but that's just
Wow, how
pennies.
does that work? You
It
add a lot
just
to that
doesn't.
radio show.
Thank you. I think so. I do.
All right, we got room on our show. We can pay you a
Thanks.
few bucks.
I think you should fire.
You can fire 2 people and combine their
Okay,
salary.
I'd say I'd
Which
fire
2?
Steve.
Steve's
and
gone.
then I would fire Travis because he just smokes.
Travis, yeah,
I don't know what he does.
she's
yeah
horrible.
I love him though.
Her.
Well, you can like him if you want, but you want to see him fucking
Fan, you made the
booted.
cut. Congrats.
Oh no, I
Danny,
changed
you're
my
in.
mind. I forgot. I want Than out
Oh shit!
because
Sorry,
I want to
Fan.
sit there.
Oh.
Yeah, we
That's
want
the-
you to sit there.
The left hand of Opie.
We want you to sit there.
It was one day and that's it.
Oh, right. They did kind of go out or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah. No.
Whatever kind of a fucking love connection
Did you try to
thing
have sex
that
with
was.
her?
No.
Of course he did. Tried.
Tried.
You
Jeez,
could
who you-
try.
what are you talking to?
If you go, oh, sorry,
I was
Than.
going the other way with that.
Oh,
Anthony.
okay. I was going to go, of course he tried.
Yeah. I'm dying to know. Fucking Than, I suspect, is all cock. It really bothers me.
Let me tell you something. With Lily, you best be all cock.
She's a size queen.
I like him on the larger size. I'm not even gonna lie.
That fucking.
And any girl who says that she does it is a fucking liar. Because if you had a choice between a bigger cock or a smaller cock, you're gonna choose the bigger one.
And the fucking photo she saw of my cock from the wedding was me in the urinal with Keith the cop. We were giggling. It looks like a baby dick.
You
looks like
couldn't
I
even
have
pump
no
it up.
It was flaccid. I mean, there was some.
Oh, yes, it was flaccid.
What's the cutoff? 12, 13?
Oh, I think like more than 10, 11.
What about width?
No,
What
that was
about
the,
girth?
That
Isn't
was the
girth
low
important?
side I'm talking. Where do you start?
Oh,
12, 13?
I like 8, 9 is good. I think 9 is perfect.
Fat? You like the
Yeah,
girth?
not
isn't-
too fat.
Right.
Not
9 is
nice.
perfect.
Move
Jesus.
to fucking Africa.
Exactly.
I know.
Well, she went
Spoiled
down to New
girl.
Orleans. She's,
No, I don't mess with black
she's
guys.
in
to
search.
be honest.
Why? What's wrong with the black guys?
They're black. I'm just not attracted to black men.
How are
I'm
they
sorry.
not paying for this radio gold of yours?
Exactly.
What the hell's wrong with them over there?
Trying to have oh fuck.
What guy? You got it. Yeah.
She's tired of having to change her PIN number after sex. Come on, it's funny.
That was
I didn't
great.
fuck it up so much.
I was rooting for a bomb. And it was a gem.
Thank you, Jimmy.
I can't deny that was a fucking good one.
All right, we can look at
stuttering ass.
all day long, but we got to get out of here.
Okay.
We're gonna do line of the day. Lily from
Say hi to
Ron
Ron and
Fez.
Fez noon to 3.
Say hi to Ron and Fez.
I will.
Adore those gentlemen.
I got a
Thank you.
fantastic scarf and a dazzling
Thank you.
hat.
How's
Always
Eastside
fashionable.
How's Eastside Dave's haircut?
I haven't seen him in a week and a half, so
He looks ridiculous.
I only saw pictures.
Oh, it looks silly,
Well, he's, not so attractive as it is,
and he's retarded.
but I'm sure he looks less attractive.
What
now.
position do you want on this program?
Executive producer.
Really?
I gotta aim for the top.
Really?
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I got to cut
Ron
out.
and Fez
Oh,
noon
you
to
got to
3,
head
thank
out.
Yeah, I got to cut out.
All right. Thank you. Thank
Watch
you, Lily.
Bye, Lily.
Mark,
And Mark's got to
we're
leave.
hanging out.
Yeah, no, we can hang out. I got to go do my progressive video show now.
What happened?
Yeah, no, I'm having a
We're
great
sitting
time.
here having a good time, and you want to leave on us.
Oh, see, now I'm an asshole for hanging out for 9 hours. I've been here since yesterday. And now I'm the douchebag.
Oh, shit. What happened? I thought we were all having fun.
That reminds me of this thing. Oh, God.
When did it become not fun for you?
You know, do you know the comedian Tom Rhodes? You know
Yes,
Tom
I know
Rhodes?
Tom, yeah. Sure.
One time we were in L.A., this was years ago, and it was me and my buddy Jack, and Tom was at a comedy club, and I said to Tom, you want to come back to the hotel? We're going to have a couple of beers, smoke some pot. This is back when I did that shit. So he comes over, and we ended up, like, the three of us just hanging out and partying all night. The sun was coming up. And I'm like, you know, I think I'm going to crash. And Tom literally stands up and goes, I thought we were hanging out. I thought you said we were having a couple of beers. What the fuck?
That happens to all of us.
In
It's
12
so
hours. But I got to go do a thing. I really appreciate you guys having
All
me.
right,
though.
Mark Maron, Giggles, Seattle this weekend. The last CD you're going to be recording before who knows what you do to yourself.
Take care, fellas.
Always
Thanks,
a pleasure,
man.
Mark. Thank you.
He goes, he's busy.
Always good seeing
Busy
you,
man.
Yes, Jimmy, what's wrong?
I wanted to no, all is well actually, but I wanted to plug a gig I have coming up.
You can't, Jimmy.
But
we ran
help Jimmy out.
No, we can't. I'm turning his mic off.
It's
Wow.
No, Jimmy.
It's for
Jimmy. Nice.
Jimmy.
the 12th of
Jimmy.
April.
Jimmy.
Detroit.
Ooh.
Clutch Cargo.
Michigan.
Yeah, I'm finally coming to do a stand-up show. My first one,
That's
aside
pretty
from
cool.
Traveling Virus, in Detroit.
We have a huge XM audience in that area. We did
I
great
hope
with
so,
the Traveling
man.
Virus, and we were barely on that FM at the time.
I also got Caroline's this month too.
I
It's
heard.
the,
I saw the big promotion when I was there.
Oh, is there a promo there?
Well, a lot of people say, "Hey, I'm going to go see you," and then I never see the comedian, which isn't true. I went and saw Mike Birbiglia over the weekend. He was great.
Yeah, he's really funny.
Absolutely.
17 through 20 this month. I'm at Caroline's here in New York. That's it.
Okay. We didn't look back at our April Fool's prank.
No, good thing, I think.
Yeah.
Some things are best left unsolved.
I just like when they they got us in the hallway though.
Hillary Clinton has
Oh, that
conceded
was
defeat.
No.
Holy
April
shit.
Fools.
You got me.
Oh my God, we got one in right at the end there.
Very
Oh, wow. We should have known about it because then we could have ran with it and gotten in trouble.
Yeah.
Had partial landing gear failure. U.S. Airways plane. Oh, sorry. Now we're just reading the news.
All right.
That's actually an
Line of it goes
accurate
on.
one.
How about you read that right there?
Enamel paint found on components of landing gear parts. You can't have enamel paint on those. Everyone knows that.
Yes.
What, they're crazy.
Child left in car. Car towed away with baby inside.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Oh, look at the little thing. All right, shut up.
Exactly.
Let's just be quiet.
with the yellow
Don't
hat.
mention a word. A man with not a baseball cap.
Line of the Day is brought to you by BodogFantasySports.net. If you're a fantasy baseball player, then make sure to log on to Bodog to get the edge this year. It's free. They offer public and private leagues and a variety of ways to play. Check it out for yourself. It's the fastest growing fantasy experience in the country. BodogFantasySports.net. Here is a runner-up line of the day. What magazine are you going to do your exclusive interview when you're finally let go from this radio show?
Man ass.
Yes. Assless Chats Weekly. I don't know why I bother even coming up to a microphone.
Black Inches.
Yes.
With that, fuck you, Rick.
Ooh.
You ungrateful fuck. Another smart career
Wow.
move by you, you dummy.
Bridge burner.
I think I add something to the show.
A little bit.
No.
You had a lot of plugs.
You fucked me up.
Yeah.
That's what Rick says.
I don't interrupt you.
Look, you just did.
I'm not done. That's good acting by me.
And me. Thank you. I was playing the part of me. Jimmy was playing Jimmy.
We're like Rich Voss squared. How do we both suck so badly? Little beans.
But Beans!
He's got my money.
He's come back. What do I do, Beans?
How do you know? He was always deflecting in the wrong moments.
It's so bad. Could we please? Is it that bad? I just want to hear some.
I got The Wire to watch.
I
want to
just hear a little horrid Voss act. But Beans!
Louis Beans, the guy who knows. He fucking stinks on ice.
He's so bad.
I got through 4 episodes of The Wire yesterday. I
What
want to do
season-
another 4.
Wow, you're hooked. What season are you
you're
in?
right.
I'm halfway done with 4.
You in 4 already?
I'm rocking,
So you've
dude.
seen Tristan already? You know who he is, the fucking kid with the hat?
Yeah, oh yeah.
And Chris the assassin?
Oh yeah.
Did you meet the stepfather yet?
No.
Okay, no big deal.
I remember that you guys talked about that, so I'm trying to figure out when that's going to come into play. I don't know yet.
You're in season 4 already. Wow.
Hey, gotta hear some of this.
I ain't fucking around.
Oh, stupid
All
Rich.
right, a bronchish tail.
A bronchish tail.
You know, it's not fair though because
it's fair.
It really
Fuck
isn't.
him up his Jewish ass.
I got a soft side today because I don't want the whole
Yeah,
world
what
to
the
hate
fuck
me.
is wrong with you?
Because I don't want the whole world to hate me.
I don't like this, Opie.
We don't hate you.
You're so fucking.
Let's make. Dice hates me. John Manelli hates me. Ben hates me. Rick hates me.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it? You do hate me.
I was raising my hand.
But that means we got to fight again.
But yeah, because Rick's not here to break up the fists.
I think Jay Moore doesn't like me, but he doesn't want to really go down that road for whatever
Really?
reason. Yeah, I have a feeling he doesn't really like talking to me when he calls the show.
One thing you could always depend on is the love of E-Rock, though, which is nice.
E-Rock's got resentment.
All right, let's make the list.
Does he?
Let's
Yeah,
make the list.
could
Who
kinda
likes
see
me? Do you like me?
Some days more than others, but
right
that's
there with you,
mutual.
buddy. At least we both know that.
Jesus.
You know how you were talking about marriage earlier?
Oh,
you don't
jeez.
think we're in some kind of marriage
on.
situation at this point?
Let's stay together for the children. And by that, I mean Benjamin Franklin's.
Let's see. Who else? Jimmy, do you like me?
Define like.
Holy
choke up on the bat for that one.
Yes, you did. He was waiting. Please ask me. Jimmy's sitting there going, please ask me.
Please say like, too, so I could get the line out right. Please don't say, hey, Jimmy, do you? Because then I have to go, do I what? It'll be too forced. Of course I do.
I know Tracy, the PD at the old PD at K-Rock, hates my guts. I think Jeremy doesn't really like me anymore. From
Jeremy,
the
I think,
days.
likes you more than he likes me.
A lot of radio guys hate me.
From radio. What about the rest of the staff?
Than tolerates me. It's obvious.
Tolerates?
Yeah. E-Rock likes
E-Rock
me, but
adores you.
But he's
E-Rock
as
looks
dumb
up
as
to
a
you,
doorknob.
but he really is a fucking bag of rocks.
You're like an abusive father to E-Rock. Like, he loves you because he has to, because you're his father, but you beat him down.
I'm one of his
And he
heroes.
resents you for that.
E-Rock! Where are we at? I've been a lot nicer to E-Rock.
Now
lately.
he'll lie and say,
I took
yes.
him out to a really nice steak dinner. E-Rock, where are we at with our relationship? What would you think? Because I don't need any more hate articles coming out anytime soon.
I don't hate you.
Where are we at, though? You think
I
I'm
hate you.
You think I'm nicer to you these days? Except for the fat jokes that I can't help?
Nicer.
Oh, my God, he's thinking.
I think it's
Jesus
civil.
Oh, no.
It's civil.
No. Oh, wow. And this is from this is from your number one supporter on the staff.
Oh, my God.
Oh, the guy you personally brought in.
Hey, you want to fucking get E-Rock? Yeah, just take him out for a lard martini.
Fucking. Oh, here comes the article. The hate article in Weight Watchers magazine.
That's something.
Come on, E. Didn't we have fun for your birthday at Sparks Steakhouse there with the secret guest that everyone's still trying to guess who it was?
Yes, it was very
Gotti.
nice.
It was very nice.
Very nice.
Yeah. E-Rock had a great time. He wanted it to end like that. Fucking you laying on the street with a cigar in your mouth.
Sam, what about you? Do you like me?
Sam?
I love Opie.
Oh.
Aw.
That was just a
Wow.
That was just a cliche. There was no sincerity in that answer.
None.
No.
I love Opie.
Exactly.
I think the next one to hate me is going to be Steve.
Steve?
Yeah.
I think that's
Steve's gonna be
going
next
to
one.
hate you? Hold on, wait. That would imply he doesn't already.
Steve has a really weird relationship with Opie. Steve wants to hate Opie, but yet every time he walks by the mirror, the little voice goes, "He's right, you are an incompetent."
Wait, hold on.
Oh, shit.
What does the little voice say?
It says,
Okay, say it right to
Yeah, say it to my
steroid
face.
head.
Look at the size of Steve.
he's a big boy.
He is. He's got big biceps.
All right.
Steve,
So I caught a little bit of this. I was.
do you like me?
Yeah, I actually do. There are times
Actually,
I don't.
it's like, you know something?
Yes.
Fuck me, I do. Yeah, I actually fucking do. Yeah, I don't know why, but
Hold on.
That was like saying, you ever suck a horse cock and enjoy it? Funny you should ask, but I did.
there was this
Funny you
one
should
time-
mention it. Funny you should actually use that analogy. Yes, exactly. Sometimes it's just the taste. It's a little bit sweet. Why the fuck do I run with this every fucking time?
Steve, why do you
M
think?
for M, and I Google, I quote horse hung.
Steve's actually a pretty smart. Steve's a pretty smart guy. I'm gonna ask a very serious question now.
Okay.
And then these guys will like goof on it. But
And
that's
then
all right.
and then they'll call me queer again.
Why?
Right.
Why is it that people I help a lot, in their careers, and I'm not even going to name names.
I have I actually have a.
Why do
response to
they
this.
end up hating me?
Because
wait.
Why do they end up hating
almost
me?
funny. I think the tendency. I think this business attracts a lot of misfits, addicts, people with personality defects. Addicts are drawn to drama. People with the personality defect that it would take, and the insecurity the insecurity that it would take to be drawn to this business.
This isn't working very well.
Yes, it absolutely.
No, I like this. I
No,
really
this
do.
is
I
absolutely true.
Dr.
No,
Z.
hold on a second. No, this is going to work great. I think that those people tend not to take responsibility for their own actions, so they will fuck up and try to blame the nearest target. And
Well, I'm saying, why is he always getting blamed? Not him?
sometimes a lot of people that come into this situation have daddy issues, and since you're the guy that brought him in, they look at you as this nurturer, and you're the easiest target to accuse of why something didn't work out. So, these flawed personalities are looking for targets, and you're the easiest one because you're the guy who's benefiting from all the hard work that this staff puts in. No, that's absolutely.
Hold on.
Wow.
I know you guys want to make jokes, but I like this answer a lot.
Of course you do, because the alternative's you're an asshole.
Exactly.
No, because it's bizarre to me that if people only knew. I only scratched the surface today of what I did for Rick in his personal life and his fucking career, and for him to turn around and write that and do that interview, it just amazes me that someone could stoop that low.
I'm not saying you're not unreasonable and don't make lunatic, completely fucking bizarre requests sometimes.
Ooh, well,
because you do.
Bye, Steve.
Look, you honestly think I give a rat's fat fucking ass?
Whoa!
Nice.
He told you. Wow. Judging by the way things are going, apparently you haven't. Oh shit! Swim walk.
Swim walk. I don't have to fight Anthony today. He's going to get his beating from Steve.
I know. Where's Rick? Help me. Get in the way of the fists.
Here's the thing with Ope. I'll tell you this briefly. Ope can be very difficult because you said you're from two different vibes, but there's also a very sweet and giving side. Like what bugs me about like when Ben left is that, and I
must
like
be the
Ben.
side Lindsay sees.
She's actually whatever. It's gonna get too mushy. It's gonna get too mushy. But she has definitely balanced out those two sides nicely for me.
But here's the
She's
thing.
made me see a lot of things in myself.
Like Ben got very angry, but what Ben didn't see, and this is the truth, and I watched you do it, was like there was a couple times where Elo wanted to get rid of Ben. And
he was
fired. But I remember being in the car in California and you saving his job. Like, and I'm not saying that
more than once,
you and
my
him
friend.
couldn't have issues.
More than once, at least 3 times.
There are things that people don't see. Like that was something that, like, and I would like to sit down, Ben, and go, "You really, honest to God, dude, he really did go to bat for you with Logan. I
Many
watched
times.
it happen. Yeah, I'm
Logan
saying,
wanted him gone way before he was
The last
let
time
go.
when he was
Way
finally let
before.
go, it was Logan that just said, no, he's gone, and there's no saving him this time. There were at least 3 times.
At least.
Where he was, and it wasn't he was going to be fired. There was a discussion about he was fired. Logan said he's gone, he's fired. And then it took, sitting down and going, look, this is the way it is.
And Rick, the thing that bugs me about Rick, it's not even that, like, you don't like me on this, that's fine. But it's like, I saw him in San Francisco. This is what phonies people are. And him and Kenny went out, we sat down and we had lunch. And it's like,
San Francisco, huh?
yeah, it was really, it was nice. We had a
Sexy.
nice lunch, excused ourselves from Kenny. And I couldn't go anywhere with that.
Ant doesn't like getting serious. He gets all awkward.
No, Ant-
Do I?
Ant can be.
Yeah, you're getting a little awkward.
Yeah.
Ant tends, by the way, Ant thrives. I was going to say this before we forgot. With women, you like high drama, like, and it comes from a violent background.
I do?
You do. You like. Ant likes having to do this.
Is this our group therapy session?
Anthony likes having to do
Man,
this.
hold me.
Anthony likes having to do this. It's okay, honey. It's good. Shh, it's cool. It's cool. Anthony likes to kind of like You're
Do
like
I?
a caretaker. Yes, even though you probably hate it. You're a
Oh,
caretaker.
no.
You are.
I don't like that at all.
I'm not shit on
I
you. It's
hate
true.
drama.
I know, but
Well,
yet
of course you do.
attract
Yes,
it.
you do. You absolutely hate drama.
But look at your first wife.
Why
She
am
was-
I in it?
Why was your first
No,
wife
you're
so
on the
cool?
outside of
shit.
it looking in.
I need drugs.
You avoid all this, which is fine.
No, Anthony, I'm telling you.
That's why this whole thing works well.
It's working out childhood crisis.
But getting back to Jimmy, yeah, you sat with Rick, and none of this came out when he had the chance to say it to your face.
But, or even like I understand why he wouldn't say that to me, but like he not even a word about you, like just chit chatting, general nonsense. We went to lunch, we had a nice day, and it's almost like, dude, to be like I wouldn't personally. I mean, I would have been friendly if I saw someone, but I think we talked and actually arranged to meet. Kenny might remember more than me.
Kenny left. He left.
Why would he stay when you need him?
I had things to do.
Well, and the same thing with Aunt and I and Rick. We were on the sidewalk less than 4 or 5 months ago. I don't even know
Yeah.
because it was one of just we left K-Rock.
Bumped into him. He was going up for a job. We talked.
He
and,
could have said whatever he wanted to my face. I was right
Yeah.
there in front of him.
Yeah, man. And it's like, come on, what are you doing, dude? Just to get yourself on the cover of Stepping Out?
Stepping out, my friend.
why?
Wow.
Yeah.
Why?
Chauncey Hayden's rag.
I like Steve's. I like that was very interesting, Steve.
Thank you.
And that has been told to me by other people in the know. So it's very interesting. It seems like someone's been.
It's 17 years of therapy, my friend.
Really? You've been going for 17 years?
But since I
You're
was
still
15 years,
fucked up.
and I'm
Holy
still
shit.
completely fucked up.
That really throws therapy out the
What
window.
does therapists do?
See, that was
Fucking
a-
hit
see,
you and
that
call
was-
you?
Fuck you.
Call you worthless?
Let me point out something. That was a
therapy. Where's my KY?
That was a chance for Anthony to be a little serious, but he
Oh.
got a little uncomfortable, so he went right for the joke. That's what Ant does.
Shit. I did.
If we're going to be talking about each other.
I did.
You want Anthony to be serious?
Yeah.
Look at them fucking hitting that white girl. They fucking just... Very easy to get Anthony serious.
Let's say hi
Just
to
mention
Jason.
one of them in his neighborhood.
Jason in Carolina.
Invasions.
You see me get serious.
Jason in Carolina, what's up?
Hey, boys, I just called that douche station. I don't even know who they are.
Oh,
whatever.
WEI, yes. Big
And,
war
they're-
started today.
They're fighting back. I asked if Opie was there. They put me on. He said, hang on. Somebody got on, claimed he was Jim Norton, started asking me where I went to school, and then it insinuated that I was just ignorant and stupid and, uneducated, but he entertained my phone call for quite some time.
Good.
Can you pop
So,
this up?
Good.
Pop
That's
this up real fast.
It's fun the first couple of times. But when C-bombs start getting dropped on the air, they won't.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's attack.
Yeah, they think
hard.
it's fun now. It's always the same beginning, middle, and end to these things. At first, it's like, oh, this is funny, and then it's like, uh-oh, and then, oh my God, we can't do a show.
Fucking jealous scumbags in Boston acting like they didn't know who you were.
Oh, we're
Just
gonna-
fucking jealous AM scumbags.
We're going to escalate this thing.
What's the
starting
number again,
tomorrow.
Sam?
Starting tomorrow. I don't know the number offhand.
one moment.
We should have wrote it down somewhere.
Attack.
All right, thank you, Jason. I appreciate it.
Attack.
All right, where were we? Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
I was going serious there, and Ant tried to derail it because he.
Oh, I was trying to be
the comic genius that
trying
Rick
to
said
be
you were?
fun. Yes,
All right,
yes.
You know what? There's another.
That's me.
You know,
Jeez.
to wrap up the whole list of not the whole. There's more I know, but a list of people that hate me. Why does Dice hate me?
I don't think Dice hates you, to be very honest with you. I really don't.
What was that about?
I don't know. Maybe because he was going on Howard, or maybe he felt like you blew him off. I honestly don't know. I talked to him in L.A. I saw him a year ago.
Yeah.
So I just don't know. I mean, he didn't shit on you.
The only thing I could think of is he wanted to talk to me personally before we started doing our show again, and I didn't want to talk to anybody. Like when we got back to XM, I just wasn't into socializing with anybody. I barely wanted to do radio. When my dad, died, it was I can't even explain what that did to me on so many levels, and so I blew off everybody. I still have a list of phone calls I still got to make. And that's the only thing I could think of is the fact that I didn't call him back. But I explained myself about that. I'm like, look, I wasn't talking to anybody.
I honestly don't know, but I don't think he hates you. I mean, Andrews, I don't think he hates you, man.
The first year back on XM was not fun for me. I only started having fun about a year into it. And that's the truth, because recently I joked, it's fun to do radio again. But seriously, the first year, I barely remember what we did. I was so not into it. I was so depressed. Way past that now, but that's the only thing I could think of with the Dice thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's real hatred.
The dice thing!
No!
See, it was getting too serious.
See, he has to jump
I gotta fuck it all up. You hear?
I hear.
I like you, Opie.
I'm just wondering, because...
Kiss me.
Because I'm sure other
Kiss me.
All right.
Put your lips from over there to over here.
I didn't interrupt that.
Yeah, see, I'm sorry.
All right. Where are we at?
Can't take it.
WEEI.
Seriousness.
We want around-the-clock calls to 888-525-0850. And if you have a Verizon phone, what is it for a free call? I forgot. Pound.
I want to say pound WEEI,
I believe, yeah.
What are their names? These fucking...
Dennis and Callahan.
Dennis and you fucking... you over-the-hill jizzbags.
Let's expand our war immediately. Their main number is 617-779-3500. Their talk line is 617-779-0850. And the number we've been giving out, 888-525-WEEI, right?
Yeah, all those numbers, if Pal Talk could scroll them and entertain each other as you do.
Yeah.
What about their on-air studio fax number?
Fax.
Get them where it
Still
hurts.
doing fax. How about they're mailing it, their P.O. box? Nothing?
You want their email address? I mean, their regular mail address? No.
Snail mail?
Yeah.
Nah, we'll see where we take this
What's their
battle
postal
tomorrow.
code?
Let's do another runner-up line of the day.
I didn't mean to not have you back.
What?
Sorry, I'm just wrecking the show. Go.
Yeah, no, I know. And in an attempt,
no one had my back for waxing.
That's right.
Exactly. Yeah.
They had my back, but they wouldn't put their chin in it like I like.
Exactly. Why do I even bother?
Oh, yes, Ed Asner. Ed Asner is on the list of people that hate me. I forgot.
Wow.
He did call me the Destroyer. All right. Is that it? Line of the day? Runner-up? One more? What? Okay. Another runner-up line of the day.
You know what I mean? That's what people do. You know, when you get left, you can't hurt them, so you got to go out and have sex with people they know.
Sure.
Right? Didn't you do that?
Apparently, yeah.
I kind of believe what Corey's about to say. Corey in Philly, yes.
Yeah, what's up, Opie? First off, I like you.
Thank you, sir.
And I think Dice might not like you because you kind of took Jimmy and Kenny from him.
I have a feeling maybe not as much Jimmy, because Jimmy was already on his way when we were all friends. But I do have a feeling that it has something to do with Kenny. I really do. Yep. I really do. We helped Kenny when he needed help, and you can't fault us for that.
Punching out.
Thank you. I do believe that that might have something to do with it. That's me talking, not Kenny or anybody else. But I think it has something to do with that as well.
It very well might, dude. That's not a bad point.
BodogFantasySports.net. Here is your line of the day.
Here comes line of the day. It does it. Line of the day. Is it?
So are you popping out eggs now? The eggs are dropping?
I am.
By the time they hit the womb, they had bacon, cheese on them, on a roll.
How old are you?
That's awesome.
How old are you?
I'll be 36.
So, yeah, you got to get on that before they turn into little mongoloid pods.
Very short. Very shortly.
And that's how you executive produce.
That's right. Also, they have kind of an FU line, this WEEI. They call it the whiner line. Ugh.
Ew.
617...
779.
779. Thank you, Than. 3535. Is that what you got?
Yep.
All right, good.
Now wait until these shitheads. Here's what they'll do. They'll have their phony empowerment. Like, yeah, this is fun. And then when the other shows start getting called, and they're getting all these messages, they're going to go, all right, enough is enough.
Yes,
It's
we
not
can't
fun
have
anymore.
this. And then we'll get the phone call. We'll stop. We won't stop it, and they will have to deal with the pest. Good luck to you.
Oh, by the way, I didn't forget.
Robert De Niro.
It's not what you say, it's what he sees.
In his directorial debut.
We can't accept that.
Starring Chaz Palminteri.
I didn't give it to you, I gave it to your son.
And Rich Voss.
Louie, Beans, I want my money.
Tale.
Beans, you can't dodge me forever.
Come on, what are you doing about? What are you yelling about, huh?
John, I got a problem with this guy over here. Louie Beans, this guy owes me 20, and it's been 2 weeks now, and every time he sees me, he keeps dodging me, John. Should I crack him one or what?
The struggle of an idiotic Jewish comedian stammering his way through a few lines of film dialogue with a genuine Hollywood actor.
Listen, see, sometimes violence is not the answer. Is he a good friend of yours or not?
Nah, John, I don't even like him.
Well, there's your answer right there. Look at it this way. It costs you $20 to get rid of him. He's never going to ask you for money again. He's never going to bother you again. He's out of your life for $20. Come on, you got him cheap.
You're right, John. You're always right.
A Bronx tale.
How do you know the right answer all the time, Johnny?
Well, I try to keep my eyes and ears open all the time, and I read.
You read?
Yeah, I read. Come on, let's go to Mario's next door and get something to eat.
Oh, God. It gets funnier,
listen
right?
to that 800 times.
It gets funnier the more you listen to it.
Beans. But no, you're right, John. You're always right.
You're always right. No emotion, nothing.
The fucking LIRR announcer has more fucking emotion. You're right, Beans.
Beans.
Louis Beans. Next up, Louis Beans. Mineola.
Getting a thumbs up from Mert Snort on that one, by the way.
Wow,
Thank you,
goody.
Mert Snort.
All right, what do you say we get the fuck out of here?
I hope Mert Snort
I
gets
like it.
fucking cancer of the septum and fucking his
Hey,
nose
leave Mert
falls
alone.
off.
Leave him alone,
Ow.
Jimmy.
I'm
Leave him
gonna
alone.
fuck Mert right in the mouth.
Leave him alone, Jimmy.
Interesting to see nice Opie today.
I don't like it.
Well, it is.
Yeah,
April Fool's Day.
nice Opie.
I don't
Oh,
like it.
okay.
See what I did?
All right.
See?
You did an April Fool's on everybody. You were nice.
Excuse me, we're still broadcasting?
Hey, excuse me, there's
The
radio
hell is he
gold
yapping?
happening in here.
Did anyone see the on-air light? Do we
Radio
have one of those?
gold's happening.
We got an on-air light? Oh, how about that?
Someone stole Tippy the Turtle's hat, and she's chit-chatting.
Tippy the Turtle.
God damn it.
Ah, fuck.
You know,
Oh, that's good.
Rick is right. You're ruining this show.
I
Jimmy.
know, I'm
You
Tippy
really
the
gotta stop.
Turtle's hat. I'm spurling it.
You're a
great.
spurler of good things.
And she's the only one that can wear that sexy fucking rope scarf. Honest to God, it looks like a noose. She has a fucking a noose scarf on.
She's
and she
just
looks
very
fantastic.
fashionable. She can be very fashionable in whatever little ensemble
We
she puts
speak,
together.
of course, of Miss Lily.
Miss Lily.
Hey, it's not Bert Snort.
No.
This Mert Snort is going to take on a life of its own.
Is it?
Get it right. MERTSNORT.
Bert Snort.
Snort.
Bert Snort.
Mert. Snort.
8 seconds?
Minutes.
Oh,
What
fuck
happened?
that.
Take that hope out of your voice.
What
I
happened?
was going to say 8 seconds. What? We gave these motherfuckers extra bonus show.
Of course, the great,
Go pound it up their asses.
the Ron and Fez and Dave and Lily show.
Yes.
We like to call it the Ron and Fez disaster.
Yes, will be happening from noon to 3.
Barely holding on at this point.
Oh.
Ronnie's a magician, keeping that damn thing going with all the hell that's breaking loose around him.
Right. Look at your cards, the Ace of Spades.
Remember, just in case you need some ammunition, this was said about us in Boston today.
So we're out of time. We can't do our top 10 April Fool's jokes of all time.
The mayor's dead. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, the mayor's alive, kicking. He's happy, healthy. Out riding his bike every morning.
I'm not
5
going to give
a.m.
you 10. I'm going to give you like 3 or 4 out of the top 10 April Fool's hoaxes of all time.
Whatever happened to those idiots that said the mayor was dead? They're gone. They're like
Whack.
working at that McDonald's
Yeah,
with the child
they are.
molester.
Yep.
They're going to wish they never said that, by the way. I think this one is going to be an epic war.
What happened to those idiots? You really don't know? You fucking
happened to those
dishonest
idiots?
nobodies. You fucking nobodies.
What happened to them? Did they end up in the #1 market country?
Yeah, I don't know
what
their
the fuck
names.
happened to
Are
them?
they syndicated on regular radio
Yeah.
and the top channel on XM? I'm
what
not
did they
sure.
do?
Where are
Where'd
they?
they go? We're on a fucking AM station here in Boston, but where did they go?
Where are those guys?
Yeah.
I haven't heard much of them
That's
lately.
right. I hope you didn't say that going through a tunnel. No one would have heard you. Staticky AM piece of
AM
shit.
joke?
I did an amplitude modulation joke, my friend.
We gotta go home if you're doing AM fucking jokes at this point.
They're on
What the fuck's wrong with you?
WEEI. It's the Jealous Faggot and Ass Cave show. They fucking both get prostate cancer. Fuck them. You fucking nobodies. It's gonna be a good season.
Shut up.
I think we did a good job today.
I think it was a bang-up show.
I know a lot of people are listening very closely today to see if we actually hit each other, and we played it over the top, making sure people know that we like each other.
Yeah, I think there was a little tension there that people saw, but knew it was easily diffused.
Yeah.
It was joking, a lot of fun.
Because everyone behaved today, I don't know why I'm doing this.
What are you playing? Oh, no.
Just something that'll keep something going here.
So there you go. One of the tracks from Unusual Suspects, the WAF CD, which is in your record store as we speak, man.
No wonder she's a recluse.
Yeah, we'll play more. We'll play more tracks from this baby as the afternoon goes on. AAF with Hendrix.
Do you know?
Yes, Jimmy?
I have that feeling in my mouth like I just ate something sour.
Like you're chewing on steroids?
I got a feeling like you ever go over a real steep hill in a car? Yes. And then you get that like feeling in your stomach?
No, I mean,
that's what that gave me.
Yeah, I do too. But it's a Thelma and Louise type of fucking plummet.
My favorite part is man.
You say,
just threw a man in there.
You say man. This is Hendrix man.
Man.
And we're going to be playing this baby. It's like, who is this character?
Yeah, Hendrix.
Now you should give it one more quick play that people will look out for the man.
Yeah,
and,
I
play
want to hear
this
the man.
baby.
By the way, this is from Kevin in Connecticut sent this in. He has an old tape of us. You want me to replay it, Jimmy?
Man.
Yeah, just one more time.
All right, one more time. Sure, no problem.
All right.
All right. Oh. Well,
E-Rock, get the tape. Get the tape, E-Rock.
I don't think you'll be hearing that one anytime soon.
Oops. STP.
Hey! You broke it, man. I wanted to hear that, baby.
On the air.
Oh, we got to go home.
Hey, Adam. Adam Ferrara. What are you doing? I'm on the air, Adam Ferrara. Adam Ferrara is going to be at
Is he?
Where's he going to be?
Factory
at the
this weekend.
Stress Factory this weekend. Go see Adam. Say hi, Adam.
Hello.
Adam just said hi,
Good,
but it's on my iPhone, so you ain't going to hear shit.
Because he doesn't make enough money doing fucking Rescue Me and his films.
Oh, that he's on the road all the time. Where are you right now?
What?
Oh. All right. All right. He's in the faraway land of the LIE driving out to Long Island. All right. I got to go because I'm on the air, but I'll call you later. Say hi to the fam.
All right, the
Pally.
two of you, your friendliness make me sick.
I love Adam. I've known him for
Good
years.
for Adam. Hey, be
We were
careful.
both bums.
Drive safe. Don't forget the signal.
All right, we got to go home. By the way,
Don't forget to signal. You're a douche.
I'm just spoiling things again.
Yes, you are.
Hey, Smud, SMUD from Whackbag writes, Epic War. Ooh. Fire up the blimp.
You fuckers.
I think you should fire the blimp. I was going to say goodbye.
Don't yell at Steve like that.
Don't hug him, Steve. Give him something real this time. Give him something real. Give him something real.
Oh, no. He's hugging him. Oh, he just poured water down Jimmy's back. Wow, Steve is angry.
Oh, sweetie.
Look how passive-aggressive Steve is.
That was
Steve,
fine.
make Jimmy suck your cock.
Make me.
Again.
Please. You have to make it stop.
That makes it sexy.
Yeah.
I want him to hurt.
Covered with honey.
That's right. I'm afraid of disease here. Put this piece of gum on it. I'll fucking pop it in my mouth. It's a pop joke if you're in high school.
By the way, now that Jose is long gone, I want to thank that rat for stopping by.
Jesus.
Book signing today at 3:30 in fucking Ridgewood, New Jersey at that bookstore. And I like the fact that he's just fucking blowing up all these cunt athletes. I really do.
Yeah, it's
I
cool.
love what he's doing.
It really is.
And the book is called Vindicated. Oh, look, Hamas puppet. They're such fun people.
It's a Hamas puppet show that shows a boy stabbing President Bush.
It's just,
Their puppet shows can't even be fun.
They can't just be fun. Oh, look, it's the I Hate the Jew Cookie Monster. That's right. That's funny.
They do. They make these cartoons where it's just anti-Semitism and anti-American.
C is for crowd, which I blow up with my bomb. You fucking unfun people, you.
Jimmy,
Nothing fun.
I just found a chewed pen.
Oh, Christ.
Oh,
that
you
had to
did,
be
did you?
Earl's.
I sure did.
Earl
There you
loves
go.
chewing the pens up.
There you go.
Wonder where
Jimmy
this one will
loves
go.
chewed pens.
Yes, Jimmy does.
There he goes. The pen goes up his ass and gets taken out and put back on the table
There you
for
go.
the person that
There you
chews
go.
the pen to
How
chew
about you
it.
fucking put this in Earl's pen collection? Chew on that, fucking stupid. And you know what?
Oh, he put it on the front.
There's a little fucking
Wow.
onion bag for
You went ass to dick.
Yeah, my balls don't smell ever, but just the idea.
Yeah.
I have very clean clean balls.
Well,
Notoriously
now they
clean.
smell like your ass.
Which is also very clean.
Okay.
Believe me. Spit-shined asshole.
Well, thanks for sharing.
What do you say? We all, we have a half a minute.
Poor Fezzy.
Then we got to go.
Hey, Fez.
Yeah. All right. I think that was a good show.
Yeah, but we have to address one other thing. I hear there's
Do we?
been some weird things happening on this this channel lately.
Oh, the things that.
I am going to machine gun this entire motherfucking building before I blow it up.
You're dead. Who's next?
Steve, probably?
He's dead. Ooh, Danny.
E-Rock.